Armies of the Imperium. The Imperium's military might is vast beyond imagining. The worlds of the Emperor's realm echo with the crash of marching feet and the clangor of martial industry. His battle fleets ply the void, armored prows piercing the darkness. Vast war engines, zealous throngs of fanatical killers, elite super soldiers, shadowy assassins, ground-shaking artillery, and other agents of Imperial supremacy fight all across the galaxy, sworn to give their lives in the name of the master of mankind. For 10,000 years, humanity has fought tooth and nail for its place in the galaxy. In M41, this battle is more desperate than ever before. Yet with typical belligerence, the Imperium meets this time of trial by pushing every single world in the Emperor's realm onto a footing of total war. Every planet contributes everything it has to the fight. Exhaustive food production, tireless munitions production, and rapacious extraction of every last natural resource are just some of the ways that the worlds of the Emperor's realm give their all for their species' survival. Nor do these vital worlds stand undefended. Glowering fortifications rise up over wind-swept deserts, steaming jungles, and teeming cityscapes alike. Menacing void mines and bristling defense platforms orbit every Imperial planet. Armies loyal to the Imperial faith stand firm on every front. Humanity's foes might be closing in on all sides, but they will not find the servants of the Emperor to be easy prey. The most iconic warriors of the Imperium are the Adeptus Astartes, more commonly known as the Space Marines. Genetically engineered post-human super soldiers. They are fearless, ferociously strong, and incredibly skilled. Armed and armored with the best war gear the Imperium can provide, the Space Marines strike suddenly and with overwhelming force to eliminate enemy leaders, shatter the foe's morale, and knock out key military targets. Then they redeploy with such speed and efficiency that the battle is often won before the opponent even realizes that it is under attack. Each chapter of Space Marines has its own home world, warrior culture, and strategic specialisms. The most extreme examples of this are the demon-battling Grey Knights and the alien-hunting Death Watch. Both employ prohibited lore and specialized technologies to save the Imperium from disaster time and again. When brute force is required for a protracted campaign, the might of the Astra Militarum is unleashed. Also known as the Imperial Guard, this military body is tithed continuously from all across the Imperium. Its numbers of fighting men and women so immense that even the Departamento Munitorum cannot keep an accurate tally. The Astra Militarum overwhelm their enemies with numbers, armor, and firepower. They deploy regiment upon regiment of infantry, tanks, artillery, and aircraft in blow after bludgeoning blow until no matter the cost, the foe is ground to dust. Where the Astra Militarum employ the Imperial faith as a means to keep their warriors in the fight, the Battle Sisters of the Adepta Sororitas embody its tenets to the last. They fuse devastating close-ranged firepower, armored resilience, and extensive training with zealous conviction. The result is a hard-hitting and fanatical force, whose strength of belief is so great that miracles manifest around them as they purge the Emperor's enemies with cleansing flame. The Emperor's aspect as the machine god garners equally ferocious, if coldly logical, faith amongst the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their armies are no less zealous in their prosecution of the foe. With relentless maniples of cyborg Skitarii and energy-wreathed processions of electro-priests hammering their enemies with arcane power. Terrifying robot warriors, walking tanks, and bizarre war engines let fly with barely understood energy weapons. There is no enemy that the Adeptus Mechanicus will not do battle with in the name of recovering the ancient archaeotech they covet. And in extremis, they will even unleash the god machines of the Titan legions upon the battlefield. The Night Houses, too, employ mighty bipedal war engines. Their nobles pilot these night suits into battle, each mechanical steed many times the height of a man, and capable of bearing the firepower of an entire tank squadron. The Night Houses are driven by codes of chivalry and honor to defend humanity, no matter the cost, and their deadly lances lope into the flames of war with thunderous strides. It is not only teeming hosts and towering war engines that fight in the Emperor's name. There are also ultra-elite agents who wield his authority, speak with his voice, and slay as though by his own hand. Foremost among these are the Adeptus Custodes. For 10 millennia, these exemplars have stood as the Emperor's bodyguards. They fought first at the Emperor's side during the unification of Terra, and are as far removed from any Imperial soldiery as Space Marines are from Astra Militarum guardsmen. Through genetic alchemy are the Custodes blessed with near immortality, with the bodies of demigods and the minds of savants. They repay this gift by fighting to defend the Emperor and Terra with single-minded determination, wielding ancient and potent weapons to eliminate the most extreme and terrible threats to the throne world wherever they may appear. Inquisitors fight their shadow wars to protect the Imperium, leading bands of henchmen and requisitioned armies into the battle in the Emperor's name. Lethal agents of the Officio Assassinorum slay demagogues with pinpoint shots from miles away, or shapeshift to strike from the midst of their target's most trusted lieutenants. Rogue traders direct their private armies to sweep aside aliens and heretics alike and claim new worlds for the Emperor's domain. Horus's has not been the only rebellion to bedevil the Imperium over its long history, of course. More often than they would wish to admit, these selfsame armies have been unleashed upon seditious Imperial factions. Yet no more mercy is shown in battles than against the most abhorrent aliens and demonic heretics. In the war for humanity's survival, there can be no mercy. And any who do not serve the Emperor's will are foes who must be destroyed. A Adeptus Astartes. There is no combat theater in which the Space Marines cannot excel, no foe they cannot overcome, and no danger they fear to face. They are the elite shock troops of the Imperium, whose lightning-fast campaigns are conducted with such spectacular brutality that they have come to be known as the Angels of Death. Each Space Marine is a living weapon of remarkable potency, infused with the gene seed of their Primarch, psycho-indoctrinated to loyalty and fearlessness, and trained in every aspect of the sacred Codex Astartes. Each battle brother is a lethal tool of martial supremacy. The Adeptus Astartes benefit also from the most devastating war gear the Imperium can furnish them with. Most ubiquitous and well-known of the Space Marine armaments is the vast range of bolt weapons they employ. From pistols and rifles up to massive heavy bolters and other more esoteric weapons, these guns fire self-propelled micro-missiles whose bellicose machine spirits detect when they have punched deep into their targets before detonating with tremendous force. Equally potent is Space Marine power armor. Incredibly durable, servo-assisted, and powered from a mounted backpack unit, the various marks of power armor afford their wearer an advanced suite of auto-senses and personal protection, compared to that of a light battle tank. Not only this, but advanced marks such as the MKX armor or the ancient Terminator plate permit battle brothers to adopt highly specialized roles and wield unusual armaments with ease. These are but a few examples of the vast range of specialized and finely crafted arms and armor the Adeptus Astartes have at their disposal. From revving chainswords to lethal plasma incinerators, all are wielded in the Emperor's name. Each Space Marine chapter also benefits from a vast armory, which can be called upon to deploy fleets of battle tanks, armored transports, light reconnaissance vehicles, aerial interceptors, transport gunships, mobile artillery, and combat walkers. All are crafted and crewed to the highest possible standards, and many are ancient and deeply venerated by the warriors who fight alongside them. Most Space Marine chapters boast a full battle fleet of heavily armored spacecraft, capable of transporting their companies around the galaxy. These vessels shatter orbital blockades and utilize rapid deployment methods such as drop pods and teleportation arrays to deliver their warriors directly into the heart of the foe. Speed, precision, and overwhelming force lie at the center of the Space Marine way of war. Though comparatively few in number, Space Marines are ideally suited to the sorts of high-stakes, high-danger missions that change the tide of an entire war zone. A strike force of Adeptus Astartes can gut the enemy's command structure. They can knock out orbital defenses ahead of a major offensive, shatter the opposing battle line with an armored thrust, or launch a string of terror raids to break the foe's morale. Sometimes the Space Marines go to war alongside larger Imperial deployments, spearheading the attack of crusading battle groups, then departing for their next war zone, leaving lesser soldiery to clean up. The Adeptus Astartes undertake missions that no other fighting force dare attempt, pressing deep into space hulks to purge them of Xenos infestations, and fighting in both hard vacuum and on worlds too polluted, irradiated, or tainted for unaugmented humans to survive. They are able to face abominations that would shatter the sanity of lesser warriors, operate for months behind enemy lines without detection, and hold out for weeks at a time without resupply or support against overwhelming forces. All of these missions and more lie within the Space Marines' remit. There are hundreds of different Space Marine chapters, with proud honor rolls and magnificent martial histories to call their own. Yet, all trace their genetic lineage back to one of the first founding chapters, who themselves were formed from the core of each of the loyalist Space Marine legions in the wake of the Horus Heresy. The first founding chapters maintain the teachings of their primarchs, and most closely resemble them in physical appearance, personality, and tactics. They are imperial institutions with honor rolls stretching back 10,000 years. And though some are bedeviled by secrets and curses, each successive generation of Battle Brothers fights on, unbowed, to defend the Imperium that created them. The Dark Angels are secretive and somber. They hide terrible truths about the Horus Heresy, and have spent 10,000 years engaged in a hunt for atonement and absolution. By comparison, the red-armored Blood Angels are noble sons of the angel-winged Primarch Sanguinius, and exhibit all the charisma and magnificence of their gene sire. Yet these warriors suffer a curse known as the Flaw, which can undo all their greatest works at a stroke, and see them descend into a berserk blood frenzy from which there is no return. The Ultramarines are held by many to be exemplars of the Codex Astartes. Wherever their blue-armored warriors take to the field, they embody their chapter's battle cry of courage and honor. Scarcely less magnificent or prolific are the Imperial Fists, the sons of the Primarch Rogel Dorn, who were charged as Terra's own Praetorians, specializing in both the prosecution and defense of besiegements across the galaxy. If the Imperial Fists have a weakness, it is their stubborn refusal to accept defeat, which has seen them and their successor chapters engage in untenable assaults and doomed last stands time and again. The White Scars are huntsmen from the wind-swept plains of Chogoris, experts in stalking and encircling their prey before striking with lightning speed and overwhelming force. The Space Wolves of Fenris also exhibit what appears to outsiders to be barbarous and feral edge. Though where the White Scars are often somber and grim, the sons of the Wolf King Leman Russ are rambunctious and wild in their pursuit of glory and adventure. For all this, both chapters are the bane of the Emperor's foes, renowned for hunting their enemies like prey and annihilating them without mercy. From the fiery world of Nocturne hail the Salamanders, masterful warrior artisans and wielders of hammer and flame, who believe that to endure hardship is to temper yourself upon the anvil of battle. From the barren world of Medusa come the Iron Hands, the sons of doomed Ferris Manus, who believe that living flesh is a weakness. These warriors advance themselves with ever more bionic augmentations of steel and iron, and preach that cold and merciless logic is the Imperium's greatest weapon. From the moon of deliverance, the strike forces of the Raven Guard take flight. The Gene Sons of pale and mysterious Korax. These warriors employ stealth, subtlety, and ambush to annihilate their enemies, offsetting their small numbers and unstable gene seed by striking with murderous precision. These, then, are the first founding chapters from whom all other Space Marine chapters descend. Whether it is one of these ancient warrior orders, a Divergent successor chapter, or one of the Primaris chapters of the Ultima founding, all are the champions of humanity, and all fight their wars in the Emperor's name. Death Watch. The Death Watch are a specialist chapter of Space Marines formed for a single purpose. It is their task to defend the Imperium from alien threats on every front, utilizing whatever technologies and weaponry they must, so as to ensure that the Xenos tide never rises so high as to engulf the Emperor's realm. Even amongst the rarefied ranks of the Adeptus Astartes, the Death Watch comprises only the best of the best. Almost every chapter in the Imperium is pledged to tithe a portion of their finest battle brothers to the Death Watch, and senior officers confer to select those of especially notable strength of spirit, mind, and body. It is well that this is so, for the endless vigil of the Death Watch is one of the most grueling duties that any Imperial organization faces. A commission that can only be performed by the very greatest of warriors. The spaceborne watch fortresses of the Death Watch are spread thin across the galaxy. Each is a power in its own right, ruled over by a watchmaster and his cadre of librarians, chaplains, apothecaries, and dreadnoughts. Each fields flights of deadly Corvus Blackstar gunships, squadrons of tanks, armored phalanxes of dreadnoughts, and at the heart of every Death Watch battle line, the specialist alien hunting Space Marine squads known as kill teams. Every Death Watch kill team incorporates Space Marines from different chapters. Their armor is painted midnight black, while their shoulder guards display on one side the silver emblem of the Death Watch, and on the other the heraldry of their chapter of origin. These battle brothers often hail from wildly different warrior cultures, with disparate strategic approaches to warfare. Frequent are the clashes of personalities and tactics within newly forged kill teams. Yet the Space Marines that make up their ranks soon form an alloy of incredible strength. This martial might is enhanced by access to some of the most advanced and specialized war gear in the Imperium. Many strictures against technological innovation are relaxed or outright ignored by the artificers of the Death Watch, whose duty it is to arm and armor the shield that slays, with every possible advantage over the alien species they battle. Bolt weapons are loaded with specialist ammunition that discharges tailored neurotoxins, carapace-busting plasma blasts, or ravenous bioacids upon impact. Auspex arrays are calibrated to detect enemies capable of exotic forms of camouflage, or even shape-shifting. Battle Brothers are armored and subconsciously indoctrinated to face foes as insidious and varied as mind-eating parasites, dimension-shifting assassins, and building-sized biotitans. No matter the nature of the alien threat that rears its ghastly head, the Death Watch stands ready to assess the danger and strike with clinical precision and killing force, then redeploy to where they are needed most. In this way does the thin black line stand against wave upon wave of Xenos foes. In this way do the Death Watch fight to preserve the hope of a future for humanity. Grey Knights. Wherever demons break through the veil of reality, wherever the powers of the warp manifest in the form of malefic entities or abhorrent possessions, there strike the Grey Knights. Silver-clad psychic Templars from the moon of Titan. These selfless warriors risk all to hold back the threat of humanity's eternal damnation. The Grey Knights are the Emperor's demon hunters. They are a highly specialized Space Marine chapter whose existence is known only to a privileged few, and whose deployment is the ultimate sanction against the powers of the warp. They form the chamber militant of the Ordo Malleus, often responding in force to warnings issued by its inquisitors, and stemming the demonic tide before it can rise up to consume Imperial worlds. The Grey Knights were forged in secret during the time of the Second Founding, when the Space Marine legions of the Great Crusades were broken down into chapters. Based on the moon of Titan, shielded from detection by vast and sorcerous wards, the Grey Knights have their own fortress monastery whose defenses are all but impenetrable, and whose deep catacombs contain labyrinths of dark secrets and forbidden lore. It is the role of the Grey Knights to use that lore as a weapon. They alone possess the mental and spiritual fortitude to stare full into the face of the warp. They alone are strong enough to wield the weapons of the archenemy and use them to take the fight to the demonic foe. To this end, every single Grey Knight is a powerful psyker who has trained their entire lives, not just to withstand the dangers of the Imperium, but to counteract them. The Grey Knights channel their powers into projecting a perpetual shield of warding enchantments known as the Aegis. This field repels the creatures of warp space and protects the Battle Brothers' minds and souls from their touch. Moreover, many Grey Knights are able to unleash their psychic might to blast their enemies with searing flame, conjure protective energies around their comrades, or banish demons from existence with no more than a word or blow. They combine these powers with blessed weapons of incredible potency, including nemesis blades and hammers, and psi cannons that channel their wielder's psychic potential to rip through tank hulls and metaphysical warp hide as easily as mortal flesh. Just as the Grey Knights Battle Brothers are a superlative evolution of all that it means to be a Space Marine, so too does their chapter armory contain some of the greatest war machines in the Imperium. Battle tanks, dreadnought sarcophagi, and heavily armed gunships bear sigils and wards that armor them against the touch of the unclean, and are piloted by veteran warriors and bellicose machine spirits whose martial abilities have no equal. Meanwhile, the Grey Knight's fleet of warships bear them swiftly across the galaxy. With warding sigils and ensorcelled engines that ensure they strike precisely when and where they must in order to keep the threat of chaos at bay. Adepta Sororitas. The Adepta Sororitas are warriors of the faith. With Bolter and Melta, with Flamer, Howling Chainblade, and Zealous Devotion, they purge their enemies from the field of battle in the name of the Emperor and the Imperial Creed. The Battle Sisters excel in short-ranged firefights, mowing down the foe with endless volleys of firepower, while their soaring hymnals echo over the screams of the dying. There are none so pious, nor so resolutely faithful as the Sisters of Battle. They are sworn to the Emperor from their earliest days, inducted into the higher arts of battle, and indoctrinated utterly into the Imperial Creed. Their zeal renders them determined and ferocious soldiers, armored against weakness, fear, and ill discipline by their utter conviction. There is no hardship or horror that the Battle Sisters will not willingly endure for their God Emperor. All would gladly martyr themselves to the last, provided that, in doing so, they fulfilled their holy mission. In short, the Adepta Sororitas are among the most devoted and highly skilled warriors in the Emperor's realm. The great martial value is magnified by the Battle Sisters' access to a wealth of potent war gear and specialist combat training. They are the only Imperial military organization outside of the Adeptus Astartes to make widespread use of power armor, rendering their warriors phenomenally resilient and capable of making war across a wide range of inimical environments. They wield the holy trinity of Godwin, Diaz pattern bolt guns, Melta weaponry, and Promethium-belching flamers, rendering them punishingly lethal in mid to close-range firefights. The Battle Sisters have access to fleets of assault vehicles and armored personnel carriers that are variants of the redoubtable Rhino Chasis, from the fire-belching Immolator to the bizarre and terrifying Exorcist artillery tank. Specialist squads such as the Retributors, Dominions, and Seraphim employ massed heavy or specialist weaponry to blast their enemies apart, or else soar into battle on the angelic wings of ornate jump packs. The Ecclesiarchy also provides hordes of fanatical and bizarre shock troops to support the Adeptus Sororitas in battle. Arco Flaglians slash their crackling flails in a killing frenzy. Tormented power combat walkers stride through the enemy with roaring blade saws swinging. Sinister death cult assassins venerate the Emperor through murder, while stalwart crusaders raise their towering shields and advance into the foe. The Adepta Sororitas also benefit from courageous war leaders and mighty champions to lead them into battle. These range from firebrand preachers, selfless sisters hospitaller, and strategically gifted canonesses, to such strange and wondrous spectacles as the supernaturally imbued triumph of Saint Catherine and the angelic living Saint Celestine, who has fallen and risen again in battles countless times throughout the history of the Imperium. It is these last that speak to the most remarkable aspect of the Adepta Sororitas as a military force. As they advance into battle and their prayers ring out, It seems to friend and foe alike as though the Emperor, in his beneficence, answers them. Direct hits miraculously rebound where they should have punched deep, or fly wide when they should have struck home. The Battle Sisters' own fire strikes crucial weak spots in their enemy's armor against all odds, while unaugmented blades slice through inches-thick armor with supernatural ease. Heretical enemies burst spontaneously aflame, and squads of Battle Sisters strike unscathed through withering bombardments. Even their wounded rise up from seemingly fatal injuries to fight on when they should have perished. To the Adepta Sororitas themselves, such occurrences are simply proof of their own faith and the divine power of the God Emperor. To them, it is the most natural thing in the galaxy that the will of the Master of Mankind should manifest itself in such ways. Their faith is such that it would be unimaginable to a Battle Sister that reality could be any different. Not so their allies, who are inspired beyond words by such displays, nor their enemies. More than one heretical horde has hurled down its weapons and fled in terror before the Sisters of Battle and the manifest will of their God Emperor. Whether the enemy chooses to fight or to flee, there is no escape for them. Even a single mission of the Adepta Sororitas possesses the numbers, firepower, and unrelenting fury to sweep down upon their foes and annihilate them wholesale with shocking speed. Yet the Battle Sisters typically deploy in greater numbers than this, with entire commanderies descending upon enemy worlds aboard vast ecclesiarchical dropcraft known as invasion cathedrals. Upon impact with a planet's surface, such towering structures sweep their surroundings with immense macroflamers and pressurized jets of sanctified holy water. Deafening plainsong rolls from their laud hailers as, all about them, the tainted lands of the enemy burn and drown. Even as the flames dance higher and rushing rivers of holy water fill the streets, rank upon rank and squadron upon squadron of the Adepta Sororitas debark from their craft to begin the true purgation of their target world. Such an invasion force drives the foe before them like frightened beasts before a forest fire, when dozens of drop cathedrals descend upon wings of flame to infest a planet's surface. Their armies of conquest and reconsecration make the ground shake with the crash of their boots and the thunder of their guns. Against such a gathering of martial might and unwavering zeal, the heretical foe stands little chance of survival. Each of the martial orders of the Adepta Sororitas have perfected their own particular way of war. The Order of Our Martyred Lady, for example, place little value upon their own lives, and will battle on no matter the odds or danger until nothing stands before them but ruin. By comparison, the Order of the Valorous Heart place such value in stoicism and endurance that they can shrug off even the most grievous wounds. Their seemingly supernatural capacity for survival has seen many battles carried through sheer sanctified suffering. The Order of the Bloody Rose channeled their fervor into fierce aggression, driving unstoppable assaults deep into the heart of their enemy's battle line, while the Order of the Argent Shroud levels such devastating hails of fire against the enemy that nothing can stand before the muzzles of their guns and live. Many more martial orders are scattered across the Emperor's realm, each as lethal and specialized force for holy warfare against his many foes. Adeptus Custodes. The Adeptus Custodes were the first and greatest of the super soldiers engineered by the Emperor. Each is a warrior of superlative might and superhuman resilience, a strategist and tactician to rival the greatest generals, and so much more besides. They are nigh immortal exemplars of legend, who stop at nothing to defend the Emperor and his throne world. In a galaxy of uncounted souls, the Adeptus Custodes are few indeed. Their numbers never exceed 10,000 warriors at any given time, and often stand at substantially less. Yet a single custodian guard is the equal of entire regiments of any other soldier. The secrets of genetic alchemy behind their creation are amongst the most closely guarded in the Imperium. Every cell in a custodian guard's body sings with incredible vitality and power, lending them the speed, resilience, strength, intellect, and functional immortality of a virtual god of war. When girded with weapons and armor of precious armorite and assembled into mighty shield companies, there is no quest the Adeptus Custodes cannot complete, and no foe they cannot lay low. During the times of the Great Crusade and the subsequent Horus Heresy, these warriors were known as the Legio Custodes, and their sworn duty was to serve as the Emperor's companions and protect him at all costs. It was for this purpose that they were fashioned. But when Horus mortally wounded the Emperor, the Legio Custodes failed in their duty. In the heresy's wake, the Emperor's guardian became the Adeptus Custodes and spent many thousands of years watching over the Imperial Palace, while swathed in mourning black. The Adeptus Custodes still serve as the guardians of the Emperor's palace. However, as the passing of the years have dulled the sting of their great failure, the Adeptus Custodes have recognized that the most effective way to safeguard Terra is to take a proactive hand in the ongoing battle against mankind's innumerable foes. To this end, many of their shield hosts now strike out into Imperial space, guided by psychic divination and the intelligence gathered by the shadowy agents known as the Eyes of the Emperor. The Adeptus Custodes descend without warning. Their battles see them strike down demagogues and warlords who might otherwise raise invasion forces against Holy Terra. They capture ancient and eldritch artifacts whose very existence is a danger to the throne, spiriting them back to Terra to be locked deep in the black cells beneath the palace. They safeguard Imperial champions to be until they can fulfill their vital potential, make terrifying examples of those who would threaten the sanctity of the throne world, and root out hidden perils so diabolical that alone even the Inquisition or Officio Assassinorum are not equal to the tasks of their destruction. In this way, the Adeptus Custodes serve as the ultimate arbiters of the Emperor's will, and his most assiduous and effective protectors. In battle, their shield hosts are utterly unstoppable. Squads of Auramite armored warriors wade into the enemy, bolts thundering from their guns of their guardian spears, swords and axes, while their gilded storm shields deflect shots and blades as the custodians fight. Each carves his own path through the foe in order to add to his own ever-growing honor name inscribed on the inner plates of his armor. The shield host deploys military technologies from the golden age of the Imperium, including ancient land raider battle tanks, Contemptor dreadnoughts, and Dawn Eagle jet bikes, blasting bloody wounds in the opponent's battle lines. Courageous Alar's custodians, clad in magnificent suits of Terminator plate, teleport directly into the midst of the opposition, before breaking apart like lions on the hunt and tearing the heart from the foe's army. Everywhere the Adeptus Custodes strike, enemies fall with horrifying ease, while the foe's own efforts to lay them low come to naught. Such is the fate of all those who would set themselves against the ultimate power of the Golden Throne. Theirs is a swift and bloody death delivered by merciless giants, a warning to any others who might consider making the same fatal mistake. Astra Militarum. The Astra Militarum are a blunt instrument of violence wrought on a galactic scale. They serve both as flesh and bone shield for the Emperor's realm, and as an unstoppable sledgehammer with which to crush its foes. There is precious little subtlety to their way of war, just the raw application of force. Yet they have served the Imperium well for 10,000 years. To be a soldier of the Astra Militarum is to be one more expendable statistic among countless trillions. It is to be swept away from all you know and consigned to often short and a brutal life of battle, on worlds you have never seen, against foes from your worst nightmares. It is to face monstrous enemies while armed with little more than rudimentary training, mass-produced war gear, and the tenuous shield of your faith to preserve you. It is to know hardship, horror, and desperation. It is to experience all of these awful things and yet to fight on regardless. Such is the courage of the Astra Militarum, and it is not to be underestimated. In a galaxy of terrors, those who would stand firm and fight for their species are champions all. The forces of the Imperial Guard may not benefit from elite super soldiers or techno-supernatural weaponry, but what they have instead is immense firepower and sheer crushing weight of numbers. Astra Militarum armies are characterized by teeming regiments of ground-pounding infantry, mechanized assault spearheads, rumbling armor columns, tortured battle psychers, companies of abhuman troopers, sprawling batteries of mobile artillery, sky-darkening squadrons of combat aircraft, and super-heavy war engines the size of mobile fortresses. Wave upon wave of these forces deploy, their officers barking orders through booming vox horns as their regimental priests bellow fire and brimstone sermons, inspiring hardened veterans and Green Guild conscripts alike. When the grand armies of the Astra Militarum open fire, it is apocalyptic. Las guns in their thousands fill the air with searing fury, and crew-served heaven weapons spit streams of bolts, tank-busting salvos of missiles and whistling mortar rounds. Plasma blasts and thermal detonations gouge craters in the opposition's lines, while rockets and shells the size of tanks scream down on their foe, their explosions hurling spumes of bedrock and broken bodies high into the air. Relentless and merciless, the bombardment annihilates even the most resilient of rivals. Enemy assaults are blunted by counter-striking armored spearheads, or overwhelmed by the expedient of hurling Imperial Guardsmen into the meat grinder. It is a horrific way to make war, an impersonal slaughter that explains why most Astra Militarum soldiers do not expect to live out their first 15 hours in combat. Yet it has won countless wars for the Imperium over the millennia. And And if humanity has one strength above all others, it is a near limitless pool of fresh recruits to feed to its rapacious war machine. Not all battles fought by the Imperial Guard are such cataclysmic affairs. The history of the Imperium is littered with tales of small bands of soldiers staging noble last stands, of commando teams slipping behind enemy lines to assassinate heretical war leaders, and of armored convoys fighting their way through hostile wastelands to deliver vital messages. Air wings engage in pinpoint strikes against the foe's command bunkers, or fight their way through hostile skies to knock out bridges and generator rooms. Undersupported and undersupplied platoons of Astra Militarum infantry fight their way through crumbling tunnel networks and bombed-out ruins in the hunt for Xenos predators. Almost every world in the Imperium is expected to provide a regular tithe of new recruits for the Astra Militarum. As soldiers are drafted from wildly diverse planetary environments, each group possesses their own cultures, local dialects, styles of dress, and specialisms of warfare. Some of these companies have become famous, or else infamous, throughout the Imperium for deeds either noble or nefarious. The Catacon jungle fighters, for example, are well known for their belligerent survivability and expertise at fighting on overgrown death worlds. The soldiers of Mordian are renowned for their crisp firing drills. Those of Armageddon for their armored infantry, while the men and women of destroyed Cadia are widely regarded as the most courageous and determined warriors in the Astra Militarum. The number of elite regiments and organizations augment Astra Militarum armies in the field. The recruits for several of these come from the Schola Progenium. This organization extends across the Imperium, and its heavily fortified scolums take in the orphaned sons and daughters of slain Imperial officers. This is no act of altruism, however. From the moment they become wards of the Schola Progenium, these youths are plunged into grueling training regimen. They are utterly indoctrinated into the Imperial faith and trained in the arts of war by drill abbots who will gladly maim, even kill their charges rather than see them taint the Imperium with any weakness. While female recruits are most likely to join the militant orders of the Adepta Sororitas, the majority of the male Scala graduates are funneled into the Militarum Tempestuous. Highly trained, rigorously conditioned, and fanatically loyal, these so-called stormtroopers are the finest unaugmented human soldiery in the Imperium. Their rapid drop assaults have won victories beyond number. The most rigorous and merciless disciplinarians, meanwhile, are instead drafted to the commissariat. Clad in black coats and peak caps, these distinctive morale officers prowl the lines of the Astra Militarum, watching for any signs of cowardice or weakness. They do not hesitate to make examples of any found wanting, usually with a swift bolt round to the skull. Adeptus Mechanicus. The Adeptus Mechanicus wield strange and arcane technological weapons of phenomenal power. They are as aggressive and unrelenting a foe as they are terrifying, for they prize knowledge above all things, and without a second thought they will shed oceans of blood, both the enemy's and their own, in their endless crusade for its acquisition. Such is the will of the Omnissiah, and his priests will stop at nothing to see that will done. An Adeptus Mechanicus army in the field resembles a bizarre and grotesque religious precision. Servitors trudge and cyber cherubims soar bearing censers that burn with sacred oils and petrochemical incense. Rank upon rank of cyborg Skitarii march tirelessly into the teeth of rival guns, or ride to fight aboard Scorpius Dune Riders, raising Benharic hymns to the glory of the Omnissiah, as their radium carbines and galvanic rifles howl and crack. Lightning-wreathed electro-priests scream with the rapturous energies of the motive force as they hurl themselves into battle. The blows from their glowing weapons dragging the bioelectricity from their victims, or amplifying and redirecting it with explosive results. Elite cyborg assassins stalk the shadows, their vicious blades and mechanical talons slicing through the opposition's armor and their augmetic systems bombarding their victims with horrific neurostatic chaff. All of this leaves even the mightiest of warriors helpless before them. Behind these mass augmentic soldiers come maniples of battle robots, ancient cybernetica war constructs driven by clattering difference engines. These walking relics inspire wild fervor in the Omnissiah's faithful, for they are embodiments of all that the Martian priesthood holds sacred. In the foe they spark only terror as they stride across the battlefield, unleashing devastating salvos of firepower before bludgeoning survivors into bloody paste with their massive servo-driven fists. Insectoid walking tanks stalk into the flames of war, unleashing ravenous blasts of energy and hissing clouds of micro-missiles as they advance. Long-legged cavalry walkers lope around the enemy's flanks with bizarre amalgamations of ancient brass-bound technology and grotesque servitor surgery serving as mounts for armored Skitarii cuirassiers. Heavy tread units crush rubble and bone alike as Cataphron servitors rumble up in support, their eye lenses scanning the foe as their cogitor brains assemble targeting solutions, then let fly with devastating energy weapons. All the while, the tech magi themselves lurk amidst the massed ranks of their followers, sending out directional imperatives or unleashing weaponry of stupendous power upon the foe. More priests oversee each battle from orbiting macro barges. Their data tethers allow them to puppet the faithful of the Omnissiah like marionettes upon digital strings. Most terrifying of all are the vast war engines unleashed by the Adeptus Mechanicus upon their luckless enemies. Towering Mechanicus-aligned knights lope onto the battlefield, their noble pilots singing data hymnals to the Omnissiah even as they unleash salvos of devastating fire into the opposition's ranks. More formidable still are the Hab-block-sized Ordinatus engines, while the greatest assets of the Adeptus Mechanicus are the god machines of the Titan legions. Should the tread of those bipedal land battleships shake a planet's surface and their shadows stretch dark across its lands, then surely the doom of the Omnissiah's foes is close at hand. Though the Adeptus Mechanicus technically owe fealty to the wider Imperium, in practice their macroclades usually march out only when it serves the tech priest's own agendas. These are as labyrinthian as they are incomprehensible to any knot of the Omnissiah's faith. At their heart, though, they are nearly always acquisitive at the expense of all else. The homeworlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus are known as Forge Worlds. Mars, the greatest and oldest amongst them, and each a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. The industry of the Adeptus Mechanicus always demands more raw materials, and it is not uncommon for the Skitarii to march out in search of fresh sources of fuel, ores, and the like to be plundered. Even raw materials are eclipsed in importance for the Adeptus Mechanicus when placed against raw information. The devotees of the Omnissiah believed that all lore, be it biological, technological, chemical, or whatever else, is the rightful possession of the machine god and his servants. It is not uncommon for Forge Worlds to launch vast interstellar crusades in order to recover some lost repository of scientific knowledge or weapons technology, nor for them to abandon the needs of the wider Imperium should such a prize present itself. Indeed, the divergent agendas of the Adeptus Mechanicus have set their armies against those of the wider Imperium on numerous occasions across the millennia, and even pitted one Forge World against another. If the Martian priesthood were not so vital to the continued operation of the Emperor's realm, it is possible that they would have been plunged into open war with Terra long ago, and the fate of humanity sealed one way or the other. As it is, however, the Imperium needs the disciples of the machine god to survive, and vice versa. So the uneasy alliance continues. Over the millennia, different Forge Worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing, or the foes they have most commonly faced. The tech priests of Ryza, for example, have spent so long defending their world from orc invasion that they have become experts in battling the brutish Xenos. The devotees of Forge World Metallica loathe all biological life forms and seek their eventual eradication, while the Forge World of Lucius boasts such advanced technologies that they can teleport super heavy war engines directly into battle. Questor Imperialis. Imperial knights tower over the battlefield like ironclad idols of war, each piloted by a warrior of prodigious skill and courage. They carry the firepower to annihilate entire regiments of the foe in a single salvo, or else wield industrial-scale, close combat weaponry that can tear down a fortress gate or flip a battle tank with a single blow. The ground shakes as the Imperial Knights march into battle, the pennants and honor banners affixed to their armor flapping in the hot winds of war. Massive plasma reactors thrum with energy, driving the pistons, servos, and gears that send the knight suits pounding forward with frightening speed. At the heart of each towering war engine is a noble pilot, sitting in their throne mechanicum, and controlling their mighty steed through a mixture of runic controls, haptic feedback, and neural uplinks. These nobles fight with sublime skill. Though huge and ponderous, their knight suits act as extensions of their own bodies. This profound connection allows lances of Imperial Knights to fight less like clumsy walking battle tanks and more like armored giants, magnifying the skill, strength, and daring of their pilots 100-fold. It is well that this is so, for the Imperial Knights enter battle vastly outnumbered by the Emperor's foes. Where their enemy may send hundreds, even thousands of warriors into the field, an army of knights may number but a handful of nobles. It speaks volumes for the armored fortitude of the knights' suits and the superlative martial skill of their pilots, that such numbers are sufficient to the task. Even the lightest classes of Imperial Knight boast inches-thick armor of adamantine and plasteel, which can absorb the fury of artillery shells and searing energy blasts without faltering. Moreover, every knight benefits from the protection of an iron shield. These miracles of Dark Age technology project arcing energy fields that can destroy or deflect incoming ordnance. Nobles train long and hard to master the use of these shields, tilting and angling them with the speed of thought to intercept the opposition's fire. When the knights return fire, then how humanity's rivals suffer. Rapid-fire battle cannons pelt salvos of explosive shells into their lines, hurling showers of rubble and bodies high into the air. Avenger Gatling cannons scream as they pour foot-long bullets into the enemy in a steely, slaughterous storm. Thermal spears spit ravening blasts of superheated energy. Volcano lances roar as they blast the foe with enough power to kill a titan. And storm spear rockets rain down upon their opponent's infantry, reducing their worlds to fire and death. A single knight unleashing its payload can rip a gaping hole in the opposition's battle lines. An entire lance of knights letting fly in concert can shatter them entirely. Nor are knights restricted to dueling their enemies from afar. As befits warriors driven by a subconsciously conditioned code of chivalry and honor, many nobles seek to close with the foe and best them in hand-to-hand combat. To this end, many knights wield weapons such as the Reaper chainsword, or a powered, saw-toothed cutting blade that can carve a dreadnought in two, and in a single swipe reduce a squad of warriors to a blizzard of gore and gristle. Others are armed with Thunderstrike gauntlets, massive energized fists that can crush, bludgeon, or even hurl rival soldiers and war machines alike with contemptuous ease. There are numerous classes of knight employed by the Imperium, each of which lends themselves to broad strategic roles, such as scouting or fire support. These are further broken down into multiple patterns of knight, each with their own designation and iconic weapon configuration. Armiger class knights are light and fast, serving as skirmishers and flanking units for knightly lances. The Helverin pattern employs its autocannons against enemy infantry and light armor, while the Warglaive races ahead to engage the opposition at close quarters. Dominus class knights are hulking armored beasts that require twin reactors simply to move and fire. The Castellan pattern serves as a movable bastion, laying down withering fire to decimate the foe, while the Valiant plows ahead as a heavy line breaker, blasting and trampling all in its path. It is the Questoris class that sees greatest service in most knightly houses. Midweight, swift, and versatile, this chassis supports many patterns. From the close-ranged knights errant and gallant, to the potently equipped knight crusader, and the strategically flexible knight paladin, knight warden, and knight preceptor. Imperial agents. The dangers facing humanity in this benighted age are manifold, and the battlefields across which they must be faced are myriad. The raw might of a Space Marine strike force or Astra Militarum tank company can crush an army of foes in open battle. Yet for all their military strength, insidious threats and subtle theaters of conflict may render them ineffectual. Fortunately for the Imperium, the Emperor wields other blades for when such artful knife work is required. In ornate ballrooms and hushed council chambers of high city spires, chaos worshippers whisper lies from behind smiling masks of piety. In remote laboratories, misguided scholars and deranged savants fashion nightmares that will plague worlds. Deviant cults meet in candlelit tombs or slip through crowded city streets, driven by a desperation or ambition to worship diabolical masters. even as the guns thunder on every front and martyrs beyond count give their lives to protect the bastion of the Imperium. So the foolish, the evil, and the insane strive to wear away its foundations from within. It falls to the disparate Imperial agents to counter such threats. Where powerful figures spread sedition and heresy amongst the upper echelons, so the political news of sister dialogues may expose their heresy. An inquisitor's blade may find the malcontent's neck, or most terrifying of all, a dead-eyed killer sent by the Officio Assassinorum may make a bloody example of them for all to fear. Where rioting mobs abandon their manufactorum lines at the urging of heretic preachers, they risk starving the Imperial guns of shells and battle tanks of fuel. Such agitators soon find themselves met by the shotgun muzzles, crackling power mauls, and ferocious cybermastiffs of the Adeptus Arbites. These enforcers toil tirelessly to eliminate illegal hive gangs, root out mutant enclaves, bust open xenotech smuggling rings, and enforce Imperial law. Where misguided or rebellious citizens disseminate anti-Imperial propaganda, infosites and data predators close the net upon them. Where cowards push for rebellion amongst the ranks of the Astra Militarum, the commissariat execute the ringleaders and restore steel to the soldiers' spines. So ponderous and immense is the bureaucracy of the Emperor's realm that such agents are crucial to preventing less visible dangers from wreaking havoc. Sector command personnel and planetary governors are only just able to handle the task of responding to the most pressing of endless overt military threats to the Imperium. So must Imperial agents labor in the gaps between, their efforts often saving entire worlds or systems. It is impossible to draw a distinct line defining who is and is not an Imperial agent. For some, it requires only official dispensation, while considerations such as merit or motivation matter little. For others, it is a simple case of being in the right place at the right time, vigilant against the danger of corruption and possessed of a will to burn it out. In such cases, the lowliest hive-ganger or mendicant might serve as an Imperial agent, striking the blow that fells a cult demagogue, prevents the spread of a Xenos plague, or destroys a trove of forbidden archaeotech before its evil can be unleashed. Many believe themselves righteous, however. In such a dark age, the shadows of ignorance and fear are deep indeed. Though they all serve the same master, Imperial agents often find themselves operating at cross purposes, or outside the bounds of the law. In such cases, conflict is tragic but inevitable. Accusations of heresy fly. Followers of the dark gods or the unwittingly duped sow confusion through the ranks of the faithful. Arrogance, zealotry, or a lust for power leads loyal and righteous warriors to fall upon one another. So do the shadow wars of the Imperium rage on, deadly dramas waged in secret for the soul of the Emperor's realm. Humanity is beset by countless evils. Against many, armies can be raised. Hatreds can be stoked. Vigilance for that which is not human can be maintained. Not so the demon, the lie made flesh. For to even know of such a creature is to risk one's essence. The soul of the Grey Knights is sacrosanct. and their purity is incorruptible. The silvered armor of this chapter's warriors is bound with incantations, engraved with sigils of warding. Their blades shine with the inner light of their sanctity, for each of these Space Marines is a psychic warrior, in empiric communion with his battle brothers. Empowered by minds constantly on guard, they can cut steel with bare hands. Their eyes blaze with fire, and even the power of their words flay the otherworldly skin of demons. In shadow do these Knights of Titan fight. From the underbelly of teeming worlds full of mortal pawns, to mutating planets slick with the taint of the Imperium, where lesser warriors' sanity would not survive. They are the Imperium's surest defense against that which the Emperor foresaw would be its greatest threat. The Grey Knights are humanity's blade against the demon, and only they offer mankind hope of anything more than hollow victories. The 666th chapter. None now alive can claim to know the origins of the Grey Knights with certainty. The chapter themselves have a single written account of their founding. Housed in their fortress monastery, the Citadel of Titan. From this, and other legendary sources known to very few, a story of dire peril, a priceless gift, and the concealment of soul-shattering knowledge can be pieced together. It was during the final days of the Horus Heresy, so it is said, that the founders of the Grey Knights were first convened. Even as the Emperor, his generals and advisors prepared Terra for the onslaught of his wayward son, the arch-traitor Horus, the master of mankind contemplated threats even greater. Certain myths of that distant age hint that the Emperor alone foresaw the danger posed by chaos, and the Imperium's denizens, its demons and gods. These coalescences of emotion, given terrible existence in the warp, would not be satisfied by mankind's destruction, only by its corruption, subjugation, and eternal torment. Ambiguous references suggest the Emperor's most trusted servant, Malcador the Sigillite, scoured the war-torn Imperium while the heresy raged. Directed by the Emperor to seek individuals whose shoulders would bear the burden of saving humanity's future. Among those Malcador eventually presented to the Emperor, it is thought that there were 8 Space Marines. Peerless in their dedication to the Imperium, aware of the warp's threat, and potent in their esoteric abilities. Each of the 8 were approved, and the Emperor tasked Malcador with the next stage. Malcador took the group of Space Marines to Titan, a frigid moon of Saturn. Through means now unknown, the Sigillite had hidden the Emperor's works on Titan from traitors and loyalists alike. According to one electro tapestry, Malcador revealed a fortress monastery established in desperate secrecy. Inside it were the means to found a chapter, one not descended from the legions that still fought, but forged anew with gene seed wrought by the Emperor in isolation. How long it had taken such a plan to unfold. How long it had taken to find suitable recruits, forge specialist weapons and war gear, and more besides, perhaps not even Malcador knew. It is suspected that it was he who appointed one of the 8, known to legend as Janus, to lead the nascent chapter as its first supreme Grand Master. What happened next has slipped even from the true understanding of the Grey Knights. With Terra herself braced to face the heretical legions of Horus, a sorcerous enchantment of unprecedented power loosened Titan from reality's grip. The moon vanished from its orbit, sliding into the warp. Time and bloodshed overtook the Sol system. Titan endured, anchored somehow in the Imperium. Those upon it, unaware of the heresy's tragic conclusion, toiled to bring the Emperor's gift to humanity to fruition, while titanic energies strove to protect the world from the warp's roiling embrace. Years passed in real space, and who knows how many within the timeless warp, before Titan reappeared. When it did so, it was during the confusion and anarchy of the Second Founding. The growing Inquisition, it is whispered, had a hand in much of that endeavor's work. It is in records of the Second Founding that the Grey Knights first appear, enshrined as the 666th chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. The warriors those inquisitors found, 1,000 in number, they were told, and neophytes no longer, were ready to enact the Emperor's intent immediately. With their allies in the Inquisition helping to keep secret their existence, the Grey Knights began their hidden war. As a fighting force, only they could face the demon without fear of taint. The existence of such beings, and the sorcery used to banish them, must forever remain unknown, all witnesses expunged. Titan. Titan's frozen landscape of cryovolcanoes and oceans of liquid methane is broken by jagged spurs of black rock. It is a grim and forbidding place that barely supports basic life. Such barrenness is but one of the veils that shrouds its warriors. Should a ship be allowed anywhere near the surface of Titan, it will already have passed barriers and guards of many kinds. The ship's sensors may have noticed some, such as unusual vessels circling in the dark, suggested by ghost returns. Those aboard with strange technologies or esoteric powers may feel proud in their detection of yet others. Lattices of power that fish for interdimensional prey, or unsleeping stations housing psychic choirs that sing the fort's existences out of people's minds. There are far more layers of diversion, obfuscation, and extermination that rival, and in certain ways exceed, those around Terra itself, down to Titan's seemingly lifeless surface. Jutting from the ice sheets in the shadow of Mount Anarch, the citadel of Titan has endured since its raising in a time of legend. It is the fortress monastery of the Grey Knights, and among its black basalt spires are emplaced batteries of macro cannons and defense lasers. Inside the citadel of Titan's unwelcoming exterior, dusty passages and cavernous halls echo merely to the sweep of robes and the scratch of pneumoquills. Though designed to house an entire chapter and all the arms and vehicles, serfs and servitors they require, many are the arming chambers, meditation cells, and feast halls that lie empty for years. Distance is no obstacle to the demonic threat, and in opposing that threat, most Grey Knights are scattered, fighting among the stars, while the citadel of Titan awaits their victorious return. Great walls and columns are engraved with the Grey Knights' battle honors, and grand banners and trophies are hung in the Hall of Champions. In the fortress's depths lie the Chambers of Purity, set to guard, among other horrors, the most sacred or dangerous relics that the Grey Knights recover. Yet the sons of Titan could not win so many victories were it not for their foresight. Atop the fortress monastery's highest black spire is a single silver pinnacle, the Augurium. Within the mirrored walls of its vaulted chambers, the prognosticars of the Grey Knights sift through their reflected thoughts and douse the shifting strands of timeless probabilities from the warp. Prognosticars are powerful psychers who, among guttering candles and drifts of incense, read psychic tremors and fluctuations to divine the location and time of demonic incursions. Nothing connected with the warp is entirely accurate or safe, but via the prognosticar's careful unpicking of lies, the spoor of the demon can be traced. With the visions and wisdom of the prognosticars, the Grey Knights can even be in place before an incursion occurs, rather than wait for the planet's panicked astropathic plea, by which time it is often too late. The Grey Knights anticipate and prepare like no other force of the Imperium, knowing in advance the nature of the threat they face and perhaps something of the consequences of failure. The Sanctum Sanctorum is secure as only the spiritual heart of the Grey Knights could be. This vast shielded chamber and its countless connected vaults, halls, and alcoves contain the accumulated lore of the chapter. The Sanctum Sanctorum's towering shelves of tomes, crumbling scrolls, data crystals, and info wafers hold the chapter's forbidden knowledge. The names of proscribed cults and doomed Xenos races can be found here alongside the forge secrets of Nemesis force weapons. Details of the chapter's psychic ceremonies and communions set down on stone tablets, hollow discs, or stranger media shelter in stasis vaults, and in frozen, true silvered crypts rest the chapter's genetic legacies. A star-shaped chamber at the heart of the citadel of Titan resounds to the ceaseless chants and prayers of hundreds of chapter serfs. This is the Warp Nexus. It is written that the hexagrammical sigils and graven designs therein protected Titan and its fortress monastery during their years within the warp, and were even the means of its transition between realms. It is maintained as a tangible artifact, supposedly left by Malcador the Sigillite, but also in the hope that it may once again grant an extreme refuge if needed. The Canticle of Absolution of the Grey Knights, known as the 666 Secret Words. Et Templars Mysteria, Ox Ordo Malleus. Praise the Emperor for his sacrifice. As he endures, so shall we. We who are hunters of demons shall strive in his name eternally. We, his order of soul wards, shall delve into the dark shadows. We shall seek out the tainted. We shall pursue the vilest evil. It is we who stand guard. Our eternal watch shall not fail. For we are the brethren incorruptus. We Grey Knights are the hammers. We slay the darkness without fear. Founded in great mystery we were. Chapter 666. Though on Titan we be hidden, yet our eyes encompass the galaxy. No hellspawn shall elude our gaze. No demon shall avoid its fate. We shall be the keepers immortal. All secrets shall be our knowledge. We are the guardians of mankind. Caution and secrecy are our code. Watchfulness and patience are our way. Hidden from the eye of chaos, we strike without warning or dread. Though we find ourselves in shadows, no blackness will enter our hearts. No treachery will touch our souls. No pride will sully our thoughts. We shall be pure amongst impurity. We shall be innocence amongst guilt. We are the Imperium's hidden saviors. We are spread across the heavens. Our watch is untiring and ceaseless. The Emperor shall guard our souls as we guard those of others. Our will shall be our weapons. Our faith shall be our armor. Our minds will be secure fortresses. No temptation will weaken our resolve. Though unnumbered lurking perils await us, our blades will ever be ready, for we are the Emperor's vengeance. Masters of all weapons are we. No defense exists against our wrath. With the Nemesis shall we fight, with an Aegis to shield us. In bloodshed shall we save mankind. Death shall be our everlasting creed. War unending shall be our fate. In battle shall we be steeped. We shall be unstinting in hatred. We shall hunger for holy war, for we are swords of justice. When all flee in hideous disarray, strong and sound shall we stand. Cowardice is wholly unknown to us. Our courage comes from the Emperor. Unbowed and unshaken against all foes, we shall claim victory with blood. Steady and surely we hunt them, those that dare oppose our wrath. Death stalks us in many forms, the grotesque and the utterly inhuman. We are the bringers of hope. Bloody battles unending constantly await us. Redemption the reward for our vigilance. When possession rears its unspeakable head, ours is the blade that descends. When Empyrean horrors invade our realm, our exorcisms shall hurl them back. There is no chaos-spawned horror which can resist our indomitable anger. With undaunted courage we shall prevail. No arcane magics shall overcome us. We are the bearers of victory. No corruption shall blemish our galaxy. No immaterial fiend shall be spared. No malevolent spirit will oppose us. No creation of sin shall survive. No unholy deed shall go unpunished. All blasphemous acts shall be atoned. No spawn of misrule avoids us. All are banished to the void. Nothing shall evade our cleansing fire. not demon or spawn or renegade, for we are mankind's divine blade. Emperor's blessings are laid upon us. The warp is ours to tame. Though sorcery shall be against us, no witchcraft will bring our doom. Though spell or incantation blocks us, the Emperor shall see us victorious. No hex can overcome our determination. Our resolve is as strong as steel. Sigils and wards watch over us. Prayer shall serve as our guide, for we are the Emperor's chosen. There is much darkness awaiting us, yet the Emperor lights our path. Falsehood surrounds us at every turn, yet no traitor shall confound us. No despicable trickery will thwart us. No damnations shall bring us low. There is no peace for us. For an eternity we will strive. Though mere mortals in his service, everlasting shall be our true duty. Et Imperator invocado diabolus, demonica exorcism. Chapter organization. Though recorded as a second founding chapter, the Grey Knights do not follow the Codex Astartes, the great work whose edicts underpinned the creation of those brotherhoods. Instead, the secretive Grey Knights follow the tenets of structure they believed were handed down by Malcador the Sigillite, tenets born of the unique demands of their war against the dark gods. The Grey Knights maintain a strength of approximately 1,000 battle brothers. This does not include officers or specialists, and like all Space Marine chapters, the small army of mostly mortal serfs and cybernetic, unthinking servitors that attend the chapter. Unknown to most, the Grey Knights also maintain large bodies of mortal psychers, scribes, scholars of the occult, and many more whose hushed whispers, burdened steps, or distant chants are heard among the candlelit corridors. Hardened against any partial truths they witness, and often mind-scrubbed for safety, these servants help to maintain the citadel of Titan's sanctity against demonic incursion, amongst many other duties. The bulk of the Grey Knights' battle brothers are organized into 8 grand brotherhoods. Each brotherhood comprises a notional 100 Grey Knights under the overall authority of its Grand Master and the active leadership of its brother captain. His command is usually supported by the Brotherhood's champion, its ancient, and occasionally other officers. The warriors of each brotherhood are marshaled into squads of 10, each led by an experienced veteran granted the title of Justicar. Each squad is tactically flexible, capable of deploying in missions as half-strength combat squads. Squads remain effective and battle-worthy even when so divided, allowing the Brotherhood's commanders to tackle multiple threats as efficiently as possible. Every Grey Knight is trained in the use of the chapter's varied and esoteric weapons and war gear, and in each mission, squads deploy with different tactical loadouts and entrusted with varying strategic objectives. The breakdown of squad type in any given situation is determined by the Brotherhood's Grand Master and Brother Captain. It has long been proven, however, that a balance of Terminator and Strike squads, supported by Interceptors and Purgation squads, is by far the most effective combination. The Grey Knights are governed and directed by the Chapter Council, made up of the Chapter Lord, also known as the Supreme Grand Master, and the 8 Grand Masters of the Brotherhoods. The Council meet in person rarely, for its members often fight far from Titan. Each member has an equal voice, though the Chapter Lord has the responsibility to pass final judgment. Each Grand Master also holds sway over one of the chapter's constituent bodies, such as its armory or librarius. Each institution is nominally held to form part of his brotherhood, though he dispatches elements of these organizations to undertake extended duties with others. This authority, only partly ceremonial, is tied to the command of a particular brotherhood, and over time the association has informed their fighting style and tactics. The Grey Knights maintain 2 further fighting bodies and other honored positions. Answerable directly to the Chapter Council, they accompany forces at the request of the Grand Masters. The Order of Purifiers rarely numbers more than 50, and is a cloistered brotherhood with its own traditions, whose spiritually pure warriors are led by Knights of the Flame. The Paladins are the chapter's martial elite, a company of some 100 or so of the most skilled warriors, from whose ranks is selected the Grey Knight's most honored ancient. Chaplains lead the chapter in prayer during gatherings in the Hall of Champions, and it is there also that the wisdom and knowledge of venerable dreadnoughts is often sought. The Brotherhoods. The Brotherhoods of the Grey Knights are at the forefront of the endless war to destroy the demon wherever it rears its unholy visage. The chapter does not maintain reserve or specialized companies. The grim and exacerbating duty before them means that every brotherhood requires the integral means to scour the taint of warp spawn from any battlefield. At the head of every brotherhood is the Grand Master, each a spiritual successor to the 8 founders of the chapter. The Grand Master is responsible for mapping out the never-ending war against the immortal denizens of the warp by whatever means he sees fit. He also maintains his brotherhood's many alliances, whether among the chapter's other bodies, with Imperial organizations, thought to treat with the Grey Knights, or others with whom the chapter has especially covert dealings. By consulting with the chapter's prognosticars and heeding their wisdom, the Grand Master determines where his warriors are needed most. His are decisions that save or condemn billions. Though hundreds, if not thousands of foes may fall before a single one of his 100 or so Grey Knights, the Grand Master's Brotherhood cannot be everywhere, and not all worlds can be saved. Rather than waste time and his warriors' lives, sometimes the Grand Master must ruthlessly excise falling worlds via the cyclonic warheads of an exterminatus decree. The Grand Master is not solely a strategist, but also a paragon of martial might. His presence on the battlefield is an indicator of the severity of the foe being faced. He leads the fight in the most perilous battles, while in the deployment and command of his Brotherhood, he is supported by his experienced brother captain. The brother captain has operational authority of the Brotherhood. It is he who determines how the Grand Master's wider strategy is enacted. The brother captain's place on the battlefield is at the very heart of the fighting, where he stands shoulder to shoulder with his Brotherhood. As blazing psychic fire bursts from his armored fingertips, the brother captain has honed his empiric powers so that he can maintain psychic contact with each of his warriors even in the thickest fighting, adapting his tactics and battle lines with precision and subtlety. This allows him to respond to emergent threats far more swiftly than many Imperial commanders. Senior warriors of the brother captain's command often fight alongside him. The Brotherhood's champion is an exemplar of the divine martial prowess to which all Grey Knights aspire. In suits of artificer-wrought armor and wielding the signature sword that echoes the chapter's icon, the Brotherhood champion defends his captain with peerless skill and stands ready to die in his commander's stead. To the Brotherhood Ancient, meanwhile, is entrusted one of the Brotherhood's sacred standards, taken down from the Hall of Champions on Titan and reverently carried into battle. In its shadow, his brothers are roused to even greater feats of heroism, and the Ancient invokes the names and deeds recorded on the banner in the darkest moments of conflict. The Grey Knights often fight the most hellish of battles over maddening landscapes. As warp fire blazes and the screams and whispers of demons fill the air, the Grey Knights strengthen their psychic communion. By the invocation of mystic rites and the intoning of ritualized chants in the heat of battle, the warriors steel their souls and sharpen their blades. The Justicars who lead each squad hone their warriors' empiric talents and provide a focus for their powers. Every battle brother learns not only to fight with all kinds of specialized weapon, armor, and war gear, but also the rights associated with each pattern of tactical operation his squad could be expected to fight in. In other chapters, Terminator armor is a rare and precious resource, restricted to their elite. It is a measure of the Grey Knight's vital duty that they maintain enough suits to equip their entire chapter should they wish. Secure in suits of bonded ceramite and hardened exoskeleton, Terminator squads have been known to fight for weeks on end against demonic hordes. They scythe down swaths of lighter enemies with tempests of explosive ammunition, before cleaving apart far larger creatures with Nemesis Force weapons attuned to the wielder's unique powers. So armored, Grey Knights storm fleshy citadels, battle inside raging firestorms, and hunt their foe in the labyrinths of space hulks. More lightly armored, strike squads wear suits of artificer-wrought power armor engraved with sigils of sanctity. They are often tasked before battle with the reconnaissance of sites that may have been hidden even from the prognosticars or sorceress lairs too cramped to admit to the bulk of their Terminator brothers. The Sixth Brotherhood frequently rely on strike squad surgical attacks to divert and disrupt enemy assaults, before using their psychic augmentation to attack as part of their killing strike. The more heavily armed purgation squads wield multiple heavy weapons, virtually unknown to the wider Imperium. These squads employ their powers to pierce the warp, perceiving threats through layers of deception. Some purgators gaze into their foe's future, seeing so clearly where they will be that they make virtually impossible shots. Grey Knights are often heavily outnumbered, but supported by purgators, this isn't the case for long. Many Grey Knight attacks are characterized by the flare of teleportation strikes. Their warriors specially fortified against the Imperium's touch. Interceptor squads brave repeated warp transitions to rapidly redeploy and intone carefully measured rites that flow between the squad's minds. These allow them to achieve incredible harmonies of empiric coordination. Their luckless and shocked enemies will never know. The Ward Makers. The Third Brotherhood of the Grey Knights have won triumphant victories in some of the most dire episodes ever withheld from Imperial records. The breadth of forbidden knowledge they maintain has aided the banishment of the deadliest demons, and the Brotherhood's ancient association with the chapter's librarians sees the Wardmakers boast more erudition than any other. The Wardmakers undertake scholarly research during the brief moments between fighting and martial training. The Brotherhood delve into tomes of lore amassed fraction by fraction over the millennia. They learn to craft psychic abjurations with their minds that reject the enslaving psychic yokes of demons. Many master the rites by which they project their own purifying auras. Some have even become experts in isolating heretics from demon overlords that seek to corrupt them further with tainted whispers, severing the foul connections between them. Successive grandmasters have taught that demons can be defeated with broad and diverse knowledge, for those creatures ever rely on deceit, misdirection, and falsehoods. A battle brother of the Ward Makers does not neglect his martial skill in any way, however, honing them under the stern gaze of the Brotherhood's learned champion. Only when he can intone the 666 verses of the Caballos Luminar without pause or error, as the champion and a dozen Luna-class combat servitors attack the battle brother en masse, is he satisfied. As every Grand Master has an equal voice within the chapter council, so every brotherhood is equal. Though their associations and methods may differ, none is held above another. It is without a doubt, however, that the Ward Makers have been pivotal in defeating the forces of chaos in countless terrible events. Had but one of these hidden battles been lost, mankind's future may have been far darker. When a mysterious infection descended on the Decimalis system, it was the wise counsel of the Third's Grandmaster at the time, Valadar Oricon, that revealed a Zinchian demon's machinations at its heart. With careful assessment of prognosticar readings, Emperor's Tarot, and ancient prophecies, he uncovered the disease's implications and its threads of fate. All of this showed it for the titanic threat it truly was. A plague of madness that would have spread without end. On Calva 5, the Ward Makers faced demons of all four Chaos Gods in an incursion that spilled towards the Segmentium forces of Cryptomundi. The Brotherhood faced legions of demon engines too, and possessed hulks that were all that was left of the former populace. The Third Brotherhood drew deep from their vast knowledge, crafting sorceries that were tailored to every foul iteration of demon crawling before them. For not one sanctified blast could have cut through all the differing forms. It was under the nascent command of Grandmaster Valdus that the Third Brotherhood stood side by side with the Ultramarines on Macragge. Their empiric powers threw back chaos sorcery during the siege of Hera and ensured the successful resurrection of the Primarch Rabute Guilliman. Grandmaster Valdus wields more psychic might than any Grey Knight seen in centuries. Where he strides into battle, the air grows heavy with empiric charges, and he unleashes his powers in waves of purifying flame that scour the foe before him. His relic demon hammer, the Malleus Argium, was crafted over the course of a century by the blind smith Hulliver, thrumming as Voldus feeds psychic power into its arcane core. The Grand Master wields it as if it weighs nothing at all, and his attacks strike with the force of a thunderbolt. His elevation to the vaunted position of Grand Master of the Third Brotherhood came during the onset of the Great Rift's apocalyptic emergence. Though his ennoblement came from the lips of Lord Caldor Drago himself in the wake of their combined banishment of the Tzeentchian demonic lord, it is one that sits heavily with Voldus. He sees himself as a humble warrior who sought no greater advancement than a position from which to slay the hated demon. Yet he swore Lord Drago an oath to live upon the honor and on Macragge, on Gathalamor Prime, on Luna and Holy Terra itself, among many others. Aldrich Voldus has proven, at least to others, his supreme ability, strength, and will, as well as commanding a brotherhood of the most elite Space Marines. Voldus is Warden of the Librarius. In this capacity, he has authority over the chapter's librarians and the dangerous archives of knowledge that they guard. Amongst the Grey Knight's ranks, Brother Captain Stern stands as one of the longest-serving and most decorated. On Atraxes, Stern led the counterattack that culled the cult of the Red Talon. He alone cornered Macachan, the Lord of Change that enslaved them, and banished the screaming demon back to the warp in a psychic feat thought beyond the capacity of a lone brother captain. So began a vendetta of centuries in which Macachan has seemed to interfere in the redoubtable brother captain's fate. For each of Stern's heroic feats, some dire misfortune befalls his allies. Since Atraxes, the demon has haunted his steps. Each time they have fought, Macachan has seemed to flee, killing many of Stern's battle brothers before he does so. Yet, with each confrontation, Stern learns more of his demonic nemesis, as, no doubt, the demon believes it learns more of him in turn. Stern has refused any advancement until the threat of Macachan can be ended forever. When the demon overreaches itself, so Stern has sworn, it will be his blade that avenges his fallen brothers. Every Grey Knight is a psyker, a bearer of a mutation that sets him as much apart from other Space Marines as his genetically enhanced body sets him apart from humanity. But few of the chapter's battle brothers exercise this power with free rein. Even for a Grey Knight, this would offer a way into the material realm for insatiable demons. It is the librarians who train their brothers to focus their psychic gifts in concert with others of their squad. The chapter's librarians are experts in the use of their powers. They are capable of invoking all manner of diverse incantations. These they build up over centuries of arcane study and mental duels with creatures from the warp. librarians are assigned to fight alongside one of their brotherhoods, supporting their brother Grey Knights on the battlefield and offering counsel on matters of obscure lore. As part of controlling their own powers, librarians are skilled in resisting the insidious influence of the warp. They wear complex cowls, amalgams of crystal and neural wiring that empower them in tearing apart the sorceries of others. Librarians maintain ancient titles or ranks, the origins of which are uncertain. As he rises through this hierarchy, from lexicanium to codicer, and thence epistolary, the librarian is judged stronger in mind. He becomes more capable of wielding dangerous power, and is granted access to some of the darkest mysteries held by the chapter. Located deep in the Sanctum Sanctorum lies the Librarium Demonica. It is one of the most heavily shielded and guarded locations in the Imperium, for here lies the Grey Knight's corpus of knowledge on demonkind. Some of the lore predates the Imperium, or has been obtained from long-dead Xenos races, and some is reputed to have even been dictated by Malcador or even the Emperor himself. The threat of such knowledge falling into the wrong hands is not underestimated. The Librarium Demonica lies behind 3 adamantine barriers, each many yards thick, protected by enchantments, anointed with consecrated oils, and etched with silver seals of warding. Elder librarians guard each of the 3 massive portals, the gateways sealed with layers of arcane ciphers, spatial displacers, and magical vortices. Any seeking entrance who does not utter the secret words of passage at the ritualized moment will be destroyed by the guardian librarians without pause. Among the dread knowledge contained within are the true names of many of the foulest demons, and the known instances of their manifestations. One, the demon known as Macachin, is unpleasantly familiar to the Third's brother captain, for its fate and his are inextricably linked. Chambers of Purity. The Chambers of Purity are thought to be the oldest part of the Citadel of Titan. They lie deep, buried like a secret in the dark, and the cold far beneath the moon's surface. Though the Chambers of Purity and their sanctified guardians are hidden away, it is to ensure the security of something deeper and darker, a secret they are placed there to guard. The chapter's legends tell that a great evil lies entombed amongst the roots of Mount Anarch, the great peak at whose base the Grey Knight's Fortress Monastery sits. To those Grey Knights with just cause to approach the outer entrances of the Chambers of Purity, strange echoes and air patterns suggest some vast space beyond. Not even the Grand Masters know the full truth. Many rumors, terrifying if only for the grim credence such learned and stoic warriors would give them, have wound around the mystery down the millennia. Some have it that it is an evil intrinsic to Titan, that it is the reason the moon was chosen as the Grey Knight's homeworld. Some of those conjecture that it was there already, while others that the Emperor placed it there, something he would not or could not destroy. Still others have talked of some failure in the warp nexus, that during Titan's timeless period within the warp, something defeated Malkador's wards and crept into the heart of Titan itself. Only the Iron Grimoire is believed to disclose the truth. Within its bindings of screaming warp metal, the tome is said to liken the bedrock of Titan to a graven tomb, and the chambers of purity to that tomb's capstone. Thus, the chambers are less of a prison and more like that prison's lock and key. Only the Supreme Grand Master is permitted to read the Iron Grimoire. Of all other Grey Knights, only the Chamber's Guardians, the Order of Purifiers, truly know what it is they guard. Yet, when the rock of Titan shakes, and the Purifiers seal the approaches to their chambers, the chapter holds its collective breath until the tremors end. Since the emergence of the Great Rift, the shivering of Titan's innards have grown more frequent and more intense. Chapter numerologers have reported disturbing synergies in the quake's frequencies, and other visionaries have spoken with fear of a great awakening, the opening of an eye. This evil, though perhaps the greatest on Titan, is far from the only one kept safe by the chambers of purity. Within fortified obulettes, stasis Johns, and refraction prisons, all part of the chamber's lattice of secure sanctums, lie the demonic relics kept by the chapter. These are the profane objects deemed too hazardous to be studied or displayed as trophies in the Hall of Champions. Yet they are also too dangerous to be destroyed, for that would allow the baleful demons bound within to return to the warp, where they would coalesce once more at their malignant leisure. Theses, catalogues, instructions, ravings, histories, and every kind of tome, scroll, and creaking liber can be found here, their pages, bindings, and inks formed of 1,000 substances. Few of them are given willingly. Bones there are, too, of fallen saints and enslaving profit hawkers, of possessed Xenos tyrants, such as those of the Whisperer, whose unearthing by greed-driven inquisitors brought about the plague of madness. Tainted energies in grav suspension, Xenos technologies, and mechanical idols from darker ages languish in bonds, their sentiences raging, or else repeating unheeded pleas of innocence. Blades, hooks, maces, strangely proportioned firearms, and countless other forms of life-taker are sequestered in gilded caskets, These demon weapons have tasted blood and souls, and are some of the chapter's most dangerous occupants. Their will kept dormant by the working of ancient technology, and the powerful radiance of the chamber's keepers. The Purifiers are an organization apart from other Grey Knights, distanced from their battle brothers by their nature and tradition. They guard the chambers of purity against mortal and immortal incursion, ensuring that nothing and no one breaches their realm to reach the mountain's roots beyond. Only the Grand Masters of the Brotherhoods and the Chapter Lord are permitted within their domain unbidden, and none at all any further. They have the authority and determination to destroy any who are not permitted. In the rare instances of intruders, none have returned, their fate remaining unknown and unquestioned. The Purifiers epitomize the chapter's sanctity of purpose. There is neither training regime nor set process by which a Grey Knight joins their dour and taciturn ranks. Membership of the Order of Purifiers is not granted through skill, valor, or tally of grim deeds, and a Grey Knight may serve with unblemished distinction throughout his functionally immortal lifetime without being granted this singular honor. Rather, Purifiers recruit only from those Grey Knights whose souls are held to be utterly incorruptible, even beyond the usual exacting standards of the chapter. So painstaking is the selection, and so rarely bestowed, that there are seldom more than a few score of Purifiers. Whether it be by some quirk of mystical fate, however, their numbers seldom drop so low as to render their duties unfulfilled. Thus, never has thought been given to relaxing the restrictions of induction, lest the sanctity of the order be compromised. On rare occasions, the head of the Purifier Order will accede to a request from one of the Grand Masters for aid of a portion of their warriors. Only one of the council can make such a demand. Understanding the gravity of the Purifier's duty, even while not knowing its true nature, the Grand Master does so only in the direst of circumstances. When Purifiers deploy, they often form the chapter's spearhead in war zones that boil and churn with legions of demons. The Purifier's untarnished spirit is not only their defining characteristic, it is also their greatest weapon. Like the light of battle said to halo the Imperium's greatest saints, a nimbus of radiance illuminates these pure warriors. Combined with a Grey Knight's formidable psychic might, this inviolability of heart and mind is transformed into a cleansing azure fire that burns unworthy adversaries in body and soul. Little resists the power of this glorious conflagration. A demon's cold malignancy is turned violently against it. A corrupted soldier's fear erupts into a corona of fire, and the malevolence of predatory Xenos consumes such aliens. None but the purifiers walk unharmed through this blaze, armor gleaming as they dispatch of their charred foes. Hall of Champions. Among rows of iron-bound basalt columns rising to vaulted arches far above the central Hall of Champions hang the standards and trophies of the Grey Knights. Dark statues stare down, their stern countenances underlit by consecrated candles. Along with subsidiary chancels and council chambers, the hall forms the chapter's martial and spiritual heart. The huge central chamber of the Citadel of Titan is known as the Hall of Champions, though in truth this term stretches to encompass a warren of chambers, passages, and sanctuaries that lead from the central hall's tiered levels. Here are held rare feasts when more than a handful of Grey Knights are upon Titan together. These are often in the wake of a hard-fought victory. The battle brothers within the fortress monastery recovering and rearming before the next vision of doom calls them to war once more. Ranks of statues regard ceremonial proceedings, and oaths are sometimes sworn directly to them. They depict the Grey Knight's ancestors, chapter heroes granted a form of immortality in which to inspire those who take up the fight after them. The hall is also a place in which to honor living heroes. Investitures and ordinations take place within circles of abjuration, inlaid into the solid floor in silver. Trophies taken from the defeated are displayed on sigil-carved iron hooks and chains. These may be shattered weapons, fragments of psi-scorched armor, or stranger items, like the 13 twisted iron masks of the demon Magi purged from Sebrum II. Perhaps most unusual of all is the skull of Erminath, the demon Raja of Nalu. Before the defeated creature's spirit could flee to the warp, the Grey Knights bound it into its flayed skull. Now its fading sentience rages silently and impotently, forced to witness the celebration of the Grey Knight's every triumph over chaos. Though the Grey Knight's prime concern is the demonic menace, they fight countless battles against the alien, mutant, and heretic, and many trophies in the hall stand as a testament to these victories. The Hall of Champions is the seat of the Paladins, the Grey Knights' greatest warrior squads, and many of the statues there represent former companions of the Paladins' fraternity. As the Order of Purifiers stand as the Grey Knights' sanctified elite, the Paladins are the chapter's martial exemplars. If a Grey Knight wishes to prove himself worthy of a place amongst such lauded elite, bravery and skilled arms are not enough. He must complete 8 quests to establish his character and cause, each more arduous and deadly than the last, They culminate in the hunting down and banishment of one of the 666 most powerful demons known to have manifested. Battle Brothers have died on these quests, refusing to abandon them and incur grave dishonor. It is a measure of the Paladin's status that a Grey Knight seeking admission is willing to risk depriving his chapter of his skills that he may serve it to a higher standard. The Paladins seldom fight as one body. The Supreme Grand Master, or one of the Council in his stead, call upon the Paladins when they require the very best of the chapter to take the field, and they usually dispatch in small numbers to support individual brotherhoods. Truly selfless, yet with the skill to destroy the foulest beasts, Paladins throw themselves without hesitation into combat with towering demon lords and murderous hordes of warp spawn. The sacred standards and banners that hang in the Hall of Champions represent every brotherhood and order of the Grey Knights. They honor the cleansing of worlds and the purging of the unhallowed evil. There are few in the Imperium that know of such heroics, and fewer still who record them. Each brotherhood maintains many standards in the hall, and here also are displayed the personal banners and relics of fallen heroes. The Paladin Ancient has been chosen from amongst that exemplar brotherhood for his reverence and stoicism. In his unshakable grasp is carried one of the chapter's greatest standards, one that depicts the Grey Knight's most glorious victories over demonkind. His is a duty more personal than that of many ancients, for he has fought in many of these great victories, and is as much a figure of inspiration as the banner he lifts. It is against the stirring backdrop of these standards that the chapter's chaplains lead their brotherhoods in prayer during the greatest gatherings in the Hall of Champions, as they also do before battle. Chaplains are the spiritual leaders of the Grey Knights, and they maintain many of the chapter's tradition and inculcate neophytes in the strictures they must know before acceptance, as well as mercilessly administering punishments to those they perceive as wavering in their focus. Their fiery sermons, shouted over the din of battle, or intoned with grim solemnity in the hall, remind those among whom they fight of the price of failure, psychically reinforcing the heavy duty laid upon them all by the Emperor. A hidden tapestry. Upon the Grey Knight's sacred standards in the Hall of Champions, and within the locked pages of certain tomes that the chapter holds, are described some of the most pivotal moments in the Imperium's history. These will never be lauded by thankful populaces, and there are no statues to Grey Knights upon worlds they have saved, for there must be no witnesses. The danger of unrestricted knowledge of the demonic as proven in the blood of entire worlds in which it was allowed to fester. Thus, not even the Grey Knight's greatest victories upon worlds that have been thoroughly sanctified can be known to Imperial citizens. Men and women who survive a demonic incursion, even those who have impressed the Grey Knights with their stoic resolve in the face of mind-wrenching madness, are ruthlessly purged during the extensive post-battle processing by the Ordo Malleus. The existence of such survivors is obviated by the Inquisition so completely that no records remain of certain regiments or ship's crew even being assigned to the system in question. It is likely that some forces recorded as being lost in the warp en route to their deployment actually reached their destination and fought with courage, only for the survivors to be rounded up, interrogated, and executed. The Grey Knights are sometimes party to these purges as well, but the Ordo Malleus has resources and experience to conduct many by itself. Particularly valued individuals, such as warriors of other Space Marine chapters, and occasionally high-ranking commanders of the Astra Militarum or Navis Imperialis, are instead often psychically relieved of all memory of the battle. There have been occasions of resistance to such necessary mental excisions. At least one chapter was forced to undertake an extended Pentient crusade to the Galactic Rim, rather than risk being branded excommunicate traitores over their objections. Within the ancient warp storm known as Geldrith's Eye, the Grey Knights uncovered a hidden ritual. Unfocused visions from the Augurium led a fleet of the First and Second Brotherhoods to discover an armada of Word-Bearers Traitor Legion vessels inside the warp, positioned in an octagonal formation. A coven of sorcerers and dark apostles were enacting a murderous ritual from within their ships. Already, warp routes skirting Geldrith's Eye were being perverted. The Geller fields of Imperial ships making these passages were weakened enough for lurking swarms of warp predators to tear them open and feast on their crews. Though their own Geller fields were similarly weakened, the combined aegis of the Grey Knights kept the circling demons at bay. With their warp sight, the Grey Knights sensed the geometries of the ritual, otherwise invisible through the churning warp that enveloped them. They saw the psychic construction was almost complete, but could also see the nodes that could be unpicked to force the structure to unravel. The strike cruiser, Saristor, led its sister ships in precision attacks that smashed through the gun decks of the Word-Bearer's peripheral cruisers. Grey Knights made coordinated teleport strikes against bridge controls and engineeriums. The ancient teleportariums were boosted by the psychic powers of the warriors so that none were scattered, even through the fluxing of the warp's local currents. The Chaos ships struggled to maintain their crucial positioning for the ritual. Their own gunnery inflicted minimal damage as it was buffeted by the energies of the halted ceremony. Grey Knights disengaged as the ritual came apart, and the warp's tides rushed in, tearing apart most of the Word-Bearer's vessels. Antraxes was a mining world famed throughout the Sudar subsector for its rare bloodstone. When the prognosticars foretold a great evil would arise there, a demi-brotherhood, led by Brother Captain Stern, discovered the planet already in the grip of a rebellion. The Lord of Change, McCatchin, had spread an uprising from the Red Talon Citadel, and the demon had also tainted the Bloodstone mines, binding warp nightmares into the rock. With its export, McCatchin's influence spread through the Sudar subsector, sowing discord and mayhem as citizens wearing Bloodstone tokens succumbed to possession. Stern ordered half of his strike force to attack and destroy Antraxi's orbital shipyards, while he led the rest in a targeted strike at the Red Talon Citadel. Teleporting into the midst of thousands of cultists enthralled to McCatchin, Stern and his warriors fought towards the demon. He invoked the liturgies of banishment, dueling the greater demon in a battle of wills as his brothers kept the surging cultists at bay with sweeps of their nemesis blades and volleys of bolt fire. Under Stern's psychic onslaught, McCatchin's spells could not save it, and its mortal form burst apart in blue fire. The Grey Knights teleported clear as the flaming debris of the destroyed shipyard struck. The returned Primarch, Rabute Gilliman, had not been upon Terra long before the cataclysmic eruption of the Cicatrix Maledictum. Upon the throne world, the descending blackness drove millions to insanity, and rebellious cults arose in many of Terra's hive cities. Warp storms surrounding the planet split open, and legions of coronate demons assaulted the Lion's Gate. This bastion at the heart of the Imperial Palace was flanked by battleship-sized gun batteries, but alone they had no hope of prevailing. A demi-brotherhood of Grey Knights, dispatched in haste to Terra, fought shoulder to shoulder with thousands of the Adeptus Custodes and countless more defenders. The Grey Knight's specialist knowledge, coordinated strikes, and empiric powers helped stem the tide of 88 cohorts of blood-drenched demons. With the deployment of Sisters of Silence, the Grey Knights fought on with their superlative martial might, even without their powers, stoically enduring the excruciating touch of the Knoll Maiden's psychic void. When the Lion's Gate was at last reinforced from other portions of the palace, the demons were finally cast down and banished. Undeniable is our loyalty. Undeniable is our zeal. Undeniable is our fury. Undeniable is our martial power. Undeniable is our devotion to the Emperor of mankind, and to the memory of our Primarch. Among the Adeptus Astartes, it is we who have stood the longest, who have bled the most, who have wavered the least. Our legacy has been over 10,000 years in the making. Yet, in a single instant, in a single moment of laxity, it might all be for naught. There are those who once called themselves Dark Angels of the First Legion, those who betrayed everything. They declared war on their brothers and their Gene Father, they were led by the man who should have been most loyal, the most staunch in his love for the Primarch. To this day, his weakness, his vanity, threatens to undo everything the Lion sought to build. By his false loyalties was noble Caliban torn asunder. We mourn its devastation still. By his late realization of his own frailty were his fell followers scattered. By his tainted hand was our Gene Father struck down and lost. By our righteous hand will his followers be made to repent. Sons of the Lion. The Dark Angel's deepest history is shrouded in mystery, not merely due to being thousands of years in the past. Successive Dark Angels masters and veterans have deliberately obscured it. The truth is hidden within chapter mythology, concealed by circles of metaphor and allegory, or sealed behind barred doors. Knowingly or otherwise, the events of the chapters past have shaped the life of every son of the Lion, and will likely do so far into the future. Only the most veteran warriors of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters know what happened when Lion L. Johnson returned to Caliban after the Horus Heresy came to an end. Luther was a knight of Caliban who had discovered the infant Primarch of the Dark Angels, a feral child living wild and unkempt. He appeared at first to Luther to be a savage creature. Rather than slay the young lion, Luther brought him to civilization. A deep bond of brotherhood and friendship formed as they hunted together from Caliban's dark keeps, and Luther was granted guardianship of the planet during the Horus Heresy. In L. Johnson's absence, however, something bitter entered Luther's heart, and he fostered rebellion in those Dark Angels serving under him. When L. Johnson's fleet reached Caliban after years abroad, Luther ordered his warriors to fire upon it. The battle that followed shook the Dark Angels' legion to its very core. Thousands were slain by those they once called brothers. Caliban cracked and heaved as supernuclear ordnance and high-powered laser blasts struck it from orbit on the Lion's orders, before the Primarch ordered his warriors to make planetfall. The most pivotal battle of all was fought between L. Johnson and Luther, who was infused with the powers of the Dark Gods, and more than a match for the Lion. Though the Primarch was victorious, he could not bring himself to slay his former friend. In this moment of noble hesitation, Luther struck back. The Lion was left mortally wounded. As Luther looked upon the grievously injured form of the Primarch, a veil was lifted from his eyes. He realized the full magnitude of what he had done. His sanity was shattered. It is told that Luther's anguish echoed through the warp, churning and boiling so violently it brought psychers across the galaxy to their knees. Its power was so great that a warp storm emerged to engulf Caliban, though how this came about is beyond the speculation of even the most learned of the chapter's librarians. The tempest destroyed almost all of the planet, weakened as it was by the fleet's bombardments, and pulled those fallen Dark Angels who served under Luther into the warp, casting them throughout time and space. When the surviving loyalist Dark Angels sought out their Primarch amidst the ruins, all they found was Luther, reduced to a gibbering wreck. He ranted that the Watchers in the dark had taken the lion away, and that one day the Primarch would return and forgive him. Luther was captured, imprisoned, and hidden from sight. The Dark Angels searched everywhere for their Gene Father, to no avail. With but a portion of their homeworld still intact, thousands of their number dead, and their Primarch lost, the Dark Angels faced numerous challenges and obstacles as they looked to an uncertain future. The Lion had imbued in his Gene Sons a stoicism and self-sufficiency, built over years of being the First Legion, that which paved the way for those that followed. Never before had the Dark Angels drawn upon their resolve as they did in this moment, for the Imperium was now a very different place to what it had been before Horus had turned on the Emperor. In the aftermath of Horus's failed rebellion, the Imperium seethed with mistrust and anarchy. Even with the eventual success of the Scouring, many Imperial worlds operated without oversight. Piracy was rampant, ignorance was widespread. The authorities that attempted to fill the void left by the Emperor, by now ensconced on the Golden Throne, had 1,000,001 tasks following up any leads of treachery that still tainted the Imperium. Suspicion hung over everyone and everything. Investigation after investigation yielded corruption in every strata of the Imperial society on thousands of worlds. Pyres burnt for weeks on end as heretics were put to the torch. Blood flowed in rivers as executioners' axes were blunted on the necks of traitors. The Imperium was steeped in paranoia, recriminations, and vengeance. That innocents were slaughtered in these campaigns of retribution is certain, and the Dark Angels knew they were guilty. They believed that should any learn of what had occurred in Caliban's last days, they too would be declared excommunicate traitores. Already an insular brotherhood, the Dark Angels' Legion turned inward further. The Masters enacted a plan to ensure the Legion survived what it had endured. They were determined it would. The Dark Angels were, in a manner of speaking, reborn, rededicated to serving the Imperium. None could be allowed to doubt their resolve or commitment in such trying times. The Masters knew, however, that zeal alone could not be enough. All of the Legion was sworn to secrecy. No brother was to ever reveal the events that transpired on Caliban. They knew no one outside the Legion could learn of what had happened. What the Dark Angels did with the tens of thousands of serfs, astropaths, tech priests, and other non-Space Marine support staff that undoubtedly bore witness to Luther's treachery and the destruction of Caliban has long since faded even from the Dark Angels' records. In addition to the vows of secrecy, the senior elements of the Legion formed a secret conclave known as the Inner Circle. Though these were dangerous times indeed for the Dark Angels, they were not without their advantages. The Imperial authorities launched a multitude of inquiries into the chapter. It was impossible to conceal the loss of Caliban, Lionel Johnson, and a considerable portion of the Legion's strength and fleet. But the inquiries found nothing. Thanks to the upheaval in the Imperium, traitors remained in abundance, Xeno species kept in check for decades grew in confidence, striking again and again. The investigators lacked the time and resources to carry out the kind of thorough inquiry that might have revealed the cracks in the Dark Angel's cover story. The Legion's intensely reclusive manner was put down to the terrible losses that they had sustained, and they were largely left to do what the Imperium needed them so desperately to do: fight humanity's enemies. The Dark Angels sought new recruiting worlds and readied their fleets for fresh campaigns. They fought with remorseless dedication, earning admiration and gratitude from all quarters. Countless were the battles fought in these times, the names and details of which are almost all lost to history, their accounts buried in vast data stacks or rotted away in forgotten corners. Nonetheless, the Dark Angel's reputation as a legion made up a truly steadfast warriors was reinforced during those years and continues to be maintained. The Dark Angels only learned later that many of the Fallen had survived the events on Caliban. This was a new vulnerability. Any one of the Fallen could reveal what happened. Yet it was also a boon, for if the Dark Angels slew the Fallen, absolution could be theirs. Thus, they made it their mission to hunt them all. The Inner Circle. After Horus's rebellion failed, the shattered Imperium was in a state of turmoil as Imperial authorities sought to regain control. It was in this time that the Inner Circle was formed, a closed network of the Dark Angel's most senior warriors. The Dark Angels swiftly agreed that what transpired on Caliban was to be kept secret at all costs. Every surviving battle brother was sworn to silence. All recognized that the Imperium's state of paranoia could easily result in the Legion being declared excommunicate traitores. Though the Dark Angels were subject to scrutiny, Caliban's destruction was impossible to hide. The sheer scale of the challenges faced by almost every Imperial world and every branch of its organizational structure meant that the Sons of the Lions never suffered the intense inquiry that might have revealed the weakness in the Legion's cover-up story. The Inner Circle took shape over a period of decades and centuries, evolving from an ad hoc formation into a formal conclave. The Inner Circle ensured that the Dark Angel's ways grew more monastic and ritualistic. They emphasized the need for strictness, discipline, and brotherhood, as did the second founding chapters after the Dark Angels embraced the Codex Astartes, an act they undertook to avoid further suspicion. As time went by, the number of warriors who had witnessed what had befallen Caliban dwindled to none. The dark secret of that grim time lived only in the memories of later generations of the Unforgiven chapter's inner circles. To this day, only the Deathwing, Select Masters, the Interrogator Chaplains, and librarians of the chapter have any real knowledge of the Unforgiven's past, and most of them are deeply ignorant of the full extent of the Dark Angel's hidden knowledge. Ezekiel is a stern and uncompromising character who rarely speaks outside of chapter rituals or during interrogations of the fallen. Even the purest of the chapter feel unsettled by his gaze, as Ezekiel has the ability to read the intentions of any individual. One glance into his good eye, the other was replaced with a bionic at the Battle of the Silurian Gate, reveals the look of one who has stared deeply into souls and found something wanting. It is this trait in particular that is so vital for assessing the worthiness of candidates for the inner circle. 1 in 3 politely decline promotion, knowing Ezekiel will probe their minds for as long as it takes to ensure their worth. Stories persist of those who have failed to meet Ezekiel's exacting standards, or whose minds were not strong enough to withstand his psychic interrogations. Some are said to have vanished or been locked away in dark cells, though none will confirm or deny what is told of them. Regardless of the truth, these tales ensure only the most pure of heart consider themselves worthy for elevation. Ezekiel was recruited on Delphina 3, discovered, branded, and scarred in lightless Obulet by Dark Angel forces, purging the heretic population. Codicil Meroth, part of the Dark Angel's force, could sense the young Ezekiel's immense psychic potential from many miles away. Ezekiel progressed through the Librarius ranks incredibly quickly, outranking Meroth within 10 years. Such was his awesome power that he gained the rank of Grand Master of the Librarius, because the former Grand Master, Danathium, stepped down from his position and awarded it to Ezekiel. As Grand Master of the Librarius, Ezekiel is the keeper of the keys. With the privileges associated with this title, he can open all portals on the rock, save but a handful. He has never been told of these locations, but as he walks the rock's corridors and passageways, he can sense the area shielded from his psychic gaze by ancient esoteric technologies. Another vital duty of his role is guardianship of the Book of Salvation. Within it, the name of every fallen ever captured is written in the traitor's own blood. Most archangels have no idea of the tome's true significance, but will die to protect it. As keeper of the unseen ritual, Lazarus is responsible for collating ancient knowledge of Caliban's ancient orders, much of which is held only by the inner circle. In recent years, he has more than earned this esteemed position. He has fought in many wars against the forces of chaos, those combating Magnus the Red in particular. He earned the esteem of his superiors defending the rock from tides of demonic invaders as a sergeant of the 5th Company. But seeing his revered home tainted by such creatures affected him deeply. He wanted vengeance. By the time of the Stygius campaign, when Magnus the Red was attempting to draw an entire sector into his grasp, Lazarus had become the master of the 5th Company and had been inducted into the inner circle. Though eager to fight the forces of the arch-enemy, he maintained a cool head. Thanks to his careful leadership, the disaster at Rhymnach was prevented from developing into a full rout, though he was savagely wounded. Such were his injuries that the only way to preserve his life was for him to cross the Rubicon Primaris. He survived the ordeal, and included with his new war gear was the Spirit Shield helm, newly forged and gifted to him by the Dark Angel's Tech Marines. Incorporating a shard of one of old Caliban's Stone Guardians, this masterwork projects a mystical warding field, protecting Master Lazarus and nearby warriors from all but the most devastating attacks. Lazarus has seen too many battle brothers slain by the evils of the warp, and the only time his trademark calm fades is when he wages wars against Psychers. He faced the forces of Magnus the Red in battle alongside the Grey Knights in a daring raid against the planet of the Sorcerers to disrupt a terrible ritual of the Crimson King. Though the strike was ultimately successful, a great many Dark Angels were slain or had to be abandoned in the withdrawal. Each day Lazarus carries his shame for these losses, and his hatred for the forces of chaos and the Thousand Suns burns ever deeper. On every tier of their chapter's organization, the Dark Angels have a bewildering array of ancient rites and traditions. From the Feast of Malediction and the Rite of Sins Renounced, to the 3-day mind chant of the Iron Penance, and the recital of the Liturgy of the Thrice Avenged. Most sacraments are led by the Dark Angels' chaplains, often accompanied by company masters. Many of these only involve small groups of robed and hooded figures, but others are delivered to whole companies, or even, though very rarely, the entire chapter. Some are instructional, some involve oath-taking, while others are mysterious, leaving neophytes in awe at the unusual proceedings. All, however, are cold and solemn ceremonies, for the Sons of the Lion are serious-minded and believe in a singularity of purpose, that of absolute devotion to defeating the Imperium's foes. None of the Dark Angels' ceremonies are without meaning. Whether or not all of the participants understand it is another matter. The door is truly opened when a Dark Angel joins the inner circle and learns some of the chapter's secrets. The epiphany of the moment strikes like a silent thunderbolt as all the lessons, rituals, and apocryphal tales coalesce into a single terrible truth. Through devotion to these traditions, the Masters strive to make their brethren stronger in mind, body, and spirit. Indeed, with the galaxy torn asunder and the power of the warp rife throughout it, never have these ceremonies and observances been of greater import to the Dark Angels. Hunt for the Fallen. The Fallen's continued existence is anathema to the Dark Angels. It is a persistent stain on their honor that must be purged in its totality. That those who turned upon the Lion and caused his demise are still alive is an affront to those of El Johnson's sons who fight for the Imperium still. For the unforgiven to be redeemed, their traitorous brethren must be hunted down and made to repent. Those loyalist Dark Angels that survived the destruction of Caliban believed their traitorous brothers were all slain in the warp storm that tore Caliban apart. During later attempts to discover their lost Primarch, the Dark Angels' librarians came across the psychic signatures of the Fallen. They determined that their traitorous brethren yet lived. The Dark Angels' masters met this revelation with typical stoicism, despite the turmoil it caused. Many feared the Fallen would reveal the Legion's secrets, for the traitors had no reason to conceal what they knew, and were in themselves evidence of the calamitous events on Caliban. On the other hand, the Fallen were an opportunity for absolution. Should the Dark Angels successfully capture them and force them to repent? Thus began the Dark Angels' secret mission, and the driving force behind their actions for millennia to come. Each of the Fallen found their own way of surviving in the wider galaxy after being spat out by the warp, whether alone or in groups. Many embraced chaos, becoming heretic Astartes. Some of these even ascended to demonhood. Others lived life as pirates and raiders. Fighting was all they knew and all they believed they could do. A handful rose to become mighty tyrants, enslaving worlds or even star systems. Not only were many of the Fallen scattered throughout space, many also found themselves spread through time. For these souls, thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The realization of what had happened to them and what was lost drove many to madness. Thus they wreak horrific violence and rave aloud the terrible knowledge they hold in memories unaffected by the passage of years. Not all of the Fallen who dwell in the galaxy are the same warriors who fought for Luther at the end of the Scouring. Some who escaped Caliban had the skills and knowledge to produce Space Marines, and a handful somehow acquired the means to do so. A number of Fallen groups have even managed to build considerable strength and replace the losses they have sustained over the millennia. To the Unforgiven's inner circles, these are among the most dangerous of all, for each new Space Marine created by these traitors pushes the Dark Angel's absolution further away, and makes their secret harder to contain. Some of the Fallen regret their past actions. They live a lonely existence, becoming mercenaries, or integrate themselves into hidden parts of Imperium society to work toward some kind of noble cause. The hunt for the Fallen has never ceased, and never will until all are captured, though the Unforgiven can fight for decades with no sign of them. L. Johnson's loyal sons are nonetheless eternally vigilant. Most of the wars they partake in have little or nothing to do with the Fallen, though they scour every battlefield for signs of sedition, corruption, and human augmentation. Though most Dark Angels have little idea what it is they are searching for, those of the inner circle understand the subtle clues that might aid them in hunting the Fallen. The Unforgiven have other means of finding their quarry. The Master of the Watchers is responsible for a network of tens of thousands of human agents scattered throughout the galaxy, ever vigilant for the slightest clue. Almost all of these people are heavily psycho-indoctrinated with no idea that they even serve the Dark Angels. Most live normal lives in deep mines, at the top of hive spires, aboard void-crossing vessels, and everywhere in between. Most will never encounter the kind of information that could spur them into action. But should they discover anything, they follow pre-programmed protocols to ensure what they learn reaches the chapter. They will use methods so subtle and signals so banal that even if identified by others, their communications resemble nothing of significance at all. On occasion, a member of the Fallen has been captured by other Imperial forces, with no idea who they have in their midst. Often, none believe the tales these captives tell, the stories deemed as heretical lies to all but the most well-informed of Inquisitors and Space Marine captains. More than one inquisitorial safe house has fallen silent over the years, its captives going missing after a mysterious and devastating raid by unknown assailants. Those fallen captured by the Dark Angels are taken to the Rock, where they are subject to hideous excruciation and forced to repent. Those that do die quickly. For others, their fate is more agonizing. Many die with curses on their lips. Some accept their fate, seeing it as the price they pay for their actions. Others expect a different kind of salvation for their souls in the warp after death. The Rock. The Dark Angels have had no fixed home world since Caliban was shattered in the wake of Luther's rebellion. What is now known as the Rock is all that is left of that world, preserved by mighty force fields and honeycombed with labyrinthian tunnels and chambers. A void-born hunk of solid rock, fitted with enormous engines. It is larger than the heaviest class of Imperial warship, and is fitted with a vast range of formidable defensive weapons, cavernous docking bays, and wide-reaching comm arrays. Following the breaking of Caliban, the Dark Angels made the Rock their new base of operations. There are few gloomier places, for although the warp storm that devastated Caliban could not penetrate the Dark Angels' fortress monastery's ancient shields, the tempest left an indelible mark. The force field over the fortress monastery held, but was rent with cracks. To this day, there exists a disturbance within the field's protective shell, as if part of that storm still rages within. Chain lightning arcs around the artificial atmosphere that surrounds the Rock, briefly outlining the ruins that crown the vast craft. The Dark Angels explored the halls and dungeons beneath the fortress monastery in the aftermath of the battle. There they reclaimed the hoard of machinery that had sat untouched since the little understood age of technology. Many of the devices from that apex of human invention still worked, like the Great Shield generator itself. But their mechanisms were now unfathomable. Although the existent halls were large, a massive labor carved out deeper and deeper catacombs beneath the asteroid's bedrock, excavating room for the entirety of what was left of the Legion. With the aid of the tech priests of Mars, docks were later added, allowing for the entrance of spacecraft. Although it took centuries to complete, the Rock was also outfitted with warp engines, allowing the Dark Angels' headquarters to travel across the galaxy. While artisans crafted halls full of clustered columns rising to arched vaults and much decorated ceremonial crypts to hold the Legion's precious heirlooms, the Rock is nonetheless a grim place, full of echoes and cold stone. Given the Rock's vast size, plethora of heavy weaponry, and the large fleet of Dark Angel vessels that escort it, it is hard for those that have laid eyes upon it to not immediately consider it impregnable. To the horror of the Dark Angels, in recent years the Rock has felt the tainting presence of the followers of the archenemy. In the wake of Noctis Aeterna, the fallen demon prince Marbaz and legions of his demonic followers invaded the Rock. How he achieved this feat remains a pressing mystery to the Dark Angels, one that the chapter's librarians, interrogator chaplains, and tech marines labor to solve by order of Supreme Grand Master Azrael himself. The slaughter Marbas inflicted and the damage he caused was terrible, yet the Demon Prince's forces disappeared as swiftly as they arrived. Only Azrael has any understanding as to why the attack happened, and why it ended so suddenly. Thanks to knowledge of secrets only he is privy to. A Supreme Grand Master leads each chapter of the Unforgiven. Rule over each chapter falls to a council formed by the Supreme Grand Master and the most senior members of the chapter's inner circle, including the Grand Masters of the First Company, Second Company, Reclusium, and Librarius. It also includes a number of company masters, some of which carry titles from the Codex Astartes, such as Master of the Fleet or Master of the Arsenal. Others bear appellations that are unique to their chapter, such as Master of the Watchers, Keeper of the Unseen Ritual, the Silent Champion, Seneschal of the 500, or Master of Condemnation. Not all titles are in use at any given time, and many have a purely ceremonial role, the original purpose of which has long been forgotten or suppressed. The Unforgiven chapters largely follow the Codex Astartes. However, while the Codex's mandates concerning organization and size are followed in companies 3 through 10, the first two companies deviate in nature. In the case of the Dark Angels, these two companies are titled the Deathwing and Ravenwing, and rumors persist that they do not conform to the standard company complement of 100 Space Marines. The Dark Angel's equivalent to the Master of the Forge is the Master of the Rock. Upon ascending to this rank, the Master of the Rock is permanently spliced into the control nave of machine banks deep within the rock. It is his solemn duty to placate the rock's machine spirits and direct the maintenance of the engines that allow the enormous vessel to travel the galaxy. It is his mind alone that perceives the workings of the force field that shields the rock. His augur senses monitoring every inch of the asteroid's outer shell. The previous masters of the rock, whose flesh has withered, are left in place, their mechanical upgrades still working while their bones eventually fall in dusty heaps below. Because of their allegiance to both the Chapter and the Adeptus Mechanicus, no Tech Marines can join the Inner Circle, and this includes the Master of the Rock. He is, however, privy to many secrets relating to the fortress's vast hoard of ancient technology that few Dark Angels know of and are barred to other Tech Marines. During the salutation to the new servants of the Machine God, new Tech Marines are told that 3 areas of the rock are off limits: the upper reaches of the old fortress monastery, the vault at the end of the Halls of Silence, and the Door of Secrets. They are also ordered to ignore the strange signals from the storms over the rock's ruins. The Ultima founding sent shockwaves through the chapters of the Unforgiven. Almost overnight, thousands of Space Marines who had not undergone the strenuous trials the Dark Angels and their successors put their recruits through were to join the chapter's ranks. Not only that, but there were numerous new chapters made using Lionel Johnson's gene seed. While some of the Unforgiven were welcoming of their Primaris brethren, Others regarded the Grey Shields and Ultima founding Space Marines with a great deal of mistrust. Over a period of years, these warriors proved themselves in battle, and Azrael eventually decided that they could be inducted into the inner circle if declared worthy. None bar him know his full reasons for doing so, for none are completely privy to his theories on events rumored to be taking place in the Somnium stars. The Raven Wing. Black-clad huntsmen and masters of the art of lightning warfare, the Raven Wing race before their chapter like thunder before a storm, prizing speed and mobility above all else. They are an integral part of the Dark Angel's battlefield strategies, as well as a powerful asset in the Unforgiven's secret quest. The Raven Wing is the Dark Angel's second company, and is a specialized formation that takes to the field in rapid assault vehicles manned by the chapter's most capable riders and pilots. The warriors of the Raven Wing are selected for their skills with the fastest assets, and are given more advanced training upon their induction to the company, so that they can perform even more incredible maneuvers, adopting new formations that only the Raven Wing know. A new inductee can expect to master the beat of the unfurled wing, the strike of the piercing beak, and the slash of the bladed claw within months of joining, pushing himself and his allocated vehicle beyond what he thought possible. Detachments of the Raven Wing accompany most Dark Angel's strike forces, where their skills are put to use in reconnaissance missions and voxing back what they have learned to the main force. On occasion, warriors of the Raven Wing form their own strike forces for missions of particular import to the chapter. Regardless of their battlefield tasks, when the Raven Wing fight, they strike at precise moments, gunning into action in a burst of thunderous acceleration. Their squadrons, formerly made up of a mixture of bikes, land speeders, storm speeders, invader ATVs, and others, break up into their constituent parts. They sweep aside all resistance in a roaring tide of black armor, moving between numerous attack patterns seamlessly to encircle, entrap, flank, harass, and break apart enemy formations. Such a relentlessly fluid way of making war ensures they are not bogged down even by the most numerous foes, and allows them to wear down much larger forces. Some of the Raven Wing's most important assets are the teleport homers many of them bring to battle. These are the devices by which Deathwing Terminators can manifest onto the battlefield with unerring accuracy, delivering the death blow to an enemy already ravaged by the Raven Wing. This also gives us a clue as to the Raven Wing's role in the chapter. Though none in the second company bar the Grand Master and Black Knights are aware, it is their task to hunt down the fallen. To carry out such a vital duty, each warrior of the Raven Wing must be exceptionally skilled, as well as having a dedication to the chapter that is beyond any doubt. Few Dark Angels are as likely as they to be exposed to the malicious lies of the fallen, and therefore they must be thoroughly unquestioning. The warriors of the Raven Wing are always monitored to ensure there is no weakness in their armor of indoctrination, and that no spiritual turmoil or corruption simmers in their minds. Talon Masters are the Raven Wing equivalent to the Lieutenant, and typically are elevated to this role from the Black Knights. They are selected for their commitment to the hunt as well as their aptitude for command. They also have to be independent of thought, for they are often given command of smaller detachments as part of a devastating flanking attack or secret missions. Those who survive in the Raven Wing long enough learn to take mobile warfare to another level of proficiency. If they can pass the 7 rites of the Raven, brutal ceremonies that test not only skill but also the extremes of chapter loyalty, they will be inducted into the Black Knights and initiated into the Inner Circle. There, after taking part in the long and solemn ritual that culminates in the vow of the Beast Slayer, they will learn the real reason behind the Ravenwing hunt. Whether deployed on their own or forming a veteran corps in the center of a larger Ravenwing spearhead, the Black Knights, mounted upon Mk4 Raven pattern bikes, are the ultimate weapon of the Grand Master of the Ravenwing. Although Dark Angels rarely recount battle deeds or heroic tales unless doing so addresses some special need, the Black Knight's Ravenring brethren often cannot hold their tongues as they speak in wonder about the fighting prowess of their company's elite battle brothers. The STC for the large chassis of what was later named the Landspeeder Vengeance was discovered in M36. It was around this engine that the Dark Shroud was developed. Of all the archaic relics deployed upon the field of battle by the Unforgiven, the Dark Shroud is perhaps the most unusual. Those who have witnessed it at close range and felt its colliginous paw are disturbed forevermore. How such a device came to be is a tale that began when much of the planet of Caliban was engulfed and ripped apart by a warp storm. Only that which was protected by an ancient force field of prodigious strength survived. The collision of that storm with the indestructible force field, however, had many repercussions. Some contaminant leaked past the shield's perimeter. Amidst the debris of the ruined fortress monastery that survived the warp storm, there stood statues, carved figures from a past age. Their stone eyes had seen the tragedy that had befallen the Emperor's First Legion, and they now glowed with mysterious power, imbued with the energies released on that fateful day. The Stone Guardians, or 10 Brothers of the Order as they were known, were taken into the rock and locked in stasis in the Reclusium for years. It wasn't until the desperation of the Vendetta campaign that the Dark Angels at last felt compelled to unleash the statue's arcane power upon the battlefield. Each statue was mounted upon the chassis of a Landspeeder Vengeance, with great cables siphoning off their esoteric energy and amplifying it. A power field of indeterminable origin rippled outwards from this ominous relic, obscuring Ravenwing brothers from enemy fire. The Ravenwing's oversized second and third squads have traditionally provided the pilots for the Dark Angels' arsenal of sleek aerial fighters, of which the Dark Talons and Nephilim jet fighters are unique to the chapters of the Unforgiven. Though lightning fast and equipped with ancient and esoteric weaponry, the most terrifying feature of the Dark Talon is not a weapon at all. Concealed within the craft's hull is a small chamber, little more than a metal tomb that echoes with sinister, whispering voices, into which a captured Fallen can be loaded for transport back to the rock. This holding cell has the capacity to engage a stasis field to prevent escape if deemed necessary. For the captive, such an act would be a mercy. Otherwise, they spend days or longer trapped in a void dark casket with the voices of the lost gnawing at their mind, knowing that at the end of this torture, another awaits them on the rock. The STC for the Nephilim jet fighter was discovered on the hunt for suspected fallen Balor the Imposter. The technology, designated the Lionheart engine, was used to modify older designs, though to placate machine spirits, many elements were left untouched. The result was a highly agile fighter capable of achieving aerial dominance. On the suggestion of Ravenwing Battle Brothers since then, the Nephilim has been improved on a number of occasions, producing an aircraft that can rival almost any other in the galaxy. The Deathwing. Renowned as one of the finest fighting forces in the Imperium, the Deathwing are the chapter's mailed fist. No foe is too great for them to subdue, and no mission is too difficult or dangerous for them to complete. Their reputation is such that the mere sight of their bone-white armor is enough to put many foes to flight. The Dark Angels have such incredible resources that they can outfit their entire first company, the Deathwing, with nigh-on impenetrable Terminator armor, lightning-wreathed power weapons, and towering relic shields. All being members of the Inner Circle, the Deathwing are the primary force to which the task of capturing the Fallen is assigned. Thus it follows that they be equipped for such a task, for the Fallen are duplicitous and dangerous in the extreme. Only the most skilled and loyal Dark Angels can join the Deathwing, and must survive exacting rites of initiation that stretch and test them mentally, physically, and spiritually. Among other things, they must go through the March of the Shattered Crowns, perfectly perform all 13 blade sequences of the Argent Spire, and recite from memory the hours-long 9-fold invocation, an ancient tract written in Old Calibanite that none can fully translate. Only when they have completed these tasks to the satisfaction of their betters do they begin to learn the truth of Luther, gradually taught in a tightly controlled manner. In this time, their shame and contempt grows. They become more angry, more hate-filled, and thus more committed to capturing the Fallen to secure the chapter's vengeance and absolution. Such a mentality breeds devoted and unquestioning warriors who follow any order to complete the chapter's goals, no matter their callousness. The Deathwing are a hard-hitting assault force, launching battle-deciding attacks to shatter the foe in a short time frame. They do so either by pinpoint teleportation strike or aboard a variety of armored assault vehicles, such as Land Raiders and Repulsors. Their trademark is the perfectly placed strike aimed at the enemy's most vulnerable point. Such assaults are almost impossible for the enemy to stop, and have won battles on numerous occasions. When not dispatched to engage the Fallen, Deathwing warriors are sent on the most desperate missions, boarding infested space hulks, carrying out unsupported alpha strikes, or attacking the most horrific enemies. Possessed horrors, Xenos monstrosities, earth-shaking demon engines, and any other monstrous terrors that call the galaxy home. A number of Deathwing accompany most Dark Angels strike forces, not only for the veterans' conflict-winning power, but also because, should it be required, they can undertake secret missions on orders originating outside their strike force's command structure. Those who join the Deathwing and learn the chapter's secrets believe they have discovered everything there is to know about the Dark Angel's past. They are wrong. They have merely entered the first ring of the inner circle. There is more to uncover, only revealed to them when they are deemed ready. Warriors new to the Deathwing are prepared for the secrets they've yet to learn in the same way that other Dark Angels are gradually prepared for greater levels of understanding. The Deathwing prize only combat skill, monastic asceticism, and selflessness, and care little, if at all, for the strong reputation they have earned throughout the galaxy, or the esteem in which they are held by their allies. They detest arrogance and false platitudes, seeing these as weaknesses that were possessed by Luther and those who followed him. They view their abilities as the minimum standard required to accomplish their goals, and feel no compassion, remorse, or fear. Devotion to the chapter is all that matters to them. The Deathwing Knights are the most proven warriors of the Dark Angel's first company. Robed and cowled, Deathwing Knights are an imposing sight, for in them lives on some semblance of the Lion himself. They too embody silent strength and a veiled yet palpable nobility. In the stratified circles of the Dark Angels, few are higher than they, and there are few who do not aspire to one day join them. Displaying might in battle is not enough to join the Deathwing Knights. A Deathwing warrior must be wholly dedicated to the chapter and obsessed with the secret hunt for the fallen. When a member of the Deathwing is deemed potentially worthy, he is brought into the Chamber of Judgments to face a series of individualized challenges to test his strength, resolve, and loyalty to the chapter, past any breaking point he may have. Should he prevail, he is granted the title of Knight. The appearance of Deathwing Knights upon a battlefield is portentous, for they are rarely deployed without either great need or because there is a strong prospect of the fallen's presence. Often, their only appearance in a campaign will be at its final battle, where they will teleport in to annihilate the greatest of threats. So have towering war machines, mighty Xenos creatures, despotic rulers, and monstrous demons been destroyed. Strike Masters serve as the Deathwing's lieutenants, but have additional vital functions. Ranked more senior even than the Deathwing Knights, to Strike Masters falls the onerous duty of managing the jails deep within the rock, where the most treacherous prisoners are held and the most dangerous relics secured. To some chapters, managing their cells is a menial task, best left to lower-ranking Space Marines, or even trusted serfs. For the Dark Angels, the danger posed by those they keep prisoner is so great that none less than some of the chapter's greatest heroes are sufficient for the task. It is the Deathwing Strike Masters who thrice write the name of each jailed prisoner upon the stiff pages of the volumatis illicitatum with the black quill upon the captive's internment, and scratch out the name upon the detainee's death. It is the strike masters who cleanse the cells of since-executed prisoners, reciting the 121 canticles of the Argent Crows as they do so to purify the space. They arrange the guards as they see fit, depending on the nature of the prisoners at a given moment, choosing the rotation of the black shrouds, the rotation of the bloody claws, or one of many dozen others devised by the Deathwing over the millennia. It is they who allocate and prepare the correct cell to those prisoners being brought to the Rock. Not all of the Dark Angel's captives are of the Fallen, or are even Space Marines. Some are conniving Xenos, who require cells constructed with ancient technology that snuffs out all sound to ensure the occupants' lies cannot corrupt those nearby. Others are enormously powerful rogue human psychers, whose cells are lined with silver plating and psychic nullifiers. A fraction are former agents of the Dark Angel's sleeper cells, brought to the Rock for interrogation and execution after their worth has been exhausted. All of these detainees share two things in common, however. The first is that, even in the slightest ways, they have knowledge of the Fallen. The second is they will never leave alive. The Rock's cells are secured by more than lock and key. Some only respond to specific invocations spoken in languages known to but a handful of individuals. Some will only open once in a given cycle of time, when an extremely rare incense is burned in their presence. Others are secured by rune sequences thousands of characters long that must be committed to memory and change every handful of days. Many more require specific biomarkers, psychic signatures, and esoteric coding mechanisms, the workings of which even the Deathwing barely understand. The most revered land raiders, repulsors, and on occasion other battle tanks, those that have served the Dark Angel's chapter the longest or with notable accomplishments, are granted a great honor, induction into the Deathwing. The hulls of these vehicles are painted bone white, and the signs and markings of the Deathwing are wrought upon them so that forevermore they are reserved for use by the First Company. Some venerable dreadnoughts bear the bone-white armor of the Deathwing, their occupants veterans who served with distinction in the First Company before being laid low. Many of these interred warriors have bore witness to the chapter's secret hunt for millennia, and it is not uncommon for current members of the Inner Circle to enter the lower bays of the armory in order to seek out their sage advice. Samael, leader of the hunt. Grand Master of the Ravenwing and Captain of the Second Company, Samael is the 348th Dark Angel to hold this role. He has served in this capacity for over a century, an unusually long period of time. The Ravenwing have suffered the loss of a master more than any other company in the Dark Angel's chapter. He was also the youngest Dark Angel to ever be accepted into the Ravenwing, when then Grand Master Gideon elevated him to the Brotherhood from the 8th Company. After numerous early successes fighting orcs, Terralians, and traitors, Samael was later inducted into the Inner Circle and the Black Knights by Grandmaster Gideon after fighting against Eldari pirates on Kafon Betis. With the world subject to relentless harassment from the Xenos Raiders, the Fallen were given ample opportunity to stoke the fires of rebellion among the population. Once the Eldari attacks were defeated, Samael interrogated a number of captured rebels, learning that an individual called Cypher was responsible for the uprising. It was this discovery that saw Samael elevated to the inner circle. Samael was made Grand Master during the Capua uprising, in which the Ravenwing engaged in brutal clashes with heretic Astartes of the Black Legion and Wordbearers. In later fighting, the Ravenwing engaged the Chaos Reaver Titan Traitorous Ire, and Grandmaster Gideon was mortally wounded. Through blood-flecked lips, the old master declared Samael his successor and handed him the Raven Sword. This is the blade wielded by all Grand Masters of the Ravenwing, and forged from the same meteorite as the Sword of Secrets, the weapon carried by the Dark Angel's supreme Grand Master. Samael is noted for his boldness, which often verges on recklessness. He prefers to take the fight to the enemy, drawing the Raven Sword to slash his foes down. Such traits are vital in the warrior commanding a company with a role dedicated to high speed and hard-hitting surprise. Nonetheless, he is a master at orchestrating feints, distracting maneuvers, and employing traps and ploys in his relentless pursuit of the foe. Samael can master his own desire to fight the enemy up close when he recognizes that victory is best achieved through calling in aid. The Ravenwing are the only Dark Angels outside the First Company trusted with the teleport homers that enable Deathwing Terminators to accurately deploy into a battle zone. And none have more daring than Samael when it comes to placing these devices. The Grand Master of the Ravenwing never sacrifices his duty for the sake of his personal pride, as is fitting for a warrior of the Dark Angels. So many are Samael's victories that none can recount them all. He uprooted the Hrud infestation that plagued the Qualivar system and turned its once proud merchant cities to decaying rubble. He purged the world of Lintus Arbedium of the enslavers that had taken over the minds of the planet's ruling body and governor, seizing the world's vital tithes of grania paste that fed much of the subsector. It was Samael who opposed the Onyx Tyrant of Santa Tlusa, who had turned the once glorious Paradise Enclave into a hellish pit of brutal sadism. Though few of his Ravenwing brothers knew, the Onyx Tyrant was a member of the Fallen, who had been hunted to no avail for 2,000 years. Since the Great Rift's emergence, it has become harder and harder for Samael to conceal the Fallen's existence from those of his warriors not inducted into the inner circle, as Fallen activity has dramatically increased since turmoil in the galaxy surged. Whilst he has had great success hunting his chapter's quarry, Samael broods on those Fallen who have escaped him, and his determination to see them all brought to justice has never been greater. Belial, Grand Master of the Deathwing. Countless are the great deeds Belial has carried out to earn the title of Grand Master of the Deathwing. Combined, they mark him as one of the chapter's most loyal paladins, and to know of his history is to read the account of a warrior destined for greatness. The annals in which Belial's life are recorded are locked away, preserved only for the eyes of future grandmasters who might learn from his many victories. They tell that he hails from the semi-feudal world of Burgundia, born into a knightly order known as the Society of the Ebon Star. Imbued with a deep sense of honor and duty from birth, the record tells that when a Dark Angel's chaplain arrived on the world seeking fresh aspirants, Belial challenged him to single combat. Though the young, unaugmented Belial was inevitably defeated, he impressed the chaplain so much he was swiftly recruited. He brought to the Rock with him that same determination and courage, and soon excelled in all areas of training. His ascension to Master of the Third Company came after he slayed the Chaos Lord Furion of the Skull Scythes warband in single combat. Furion, a follower of Khorne, had already raised 17 star systems by the time he reached the cardinal world of Durga Principe. The Third Company began constructing defenses in the vast temple Saturnus. Such was the Chaos Lord's bloodlust that he force-marched his army through the night, catching the Dark Angels unaware. Brutal fighting spread into latticeworks of corridors, cloisters, and chambers. Master Nadel fell early in the fighting, with Belial acting in his stead. Ordering the withdrawal of his company, he led a rear guard into the maze. In the ensuing conflict, he struck down Furion in combat. It was Azrael himself who then made Belial master of the Third Company, at the same time awarding him with the Sword of Silence, a blade forged from the same meteorite as the Sword of Secrets, and traditionally granted to the chapter's greatest fighter. Belial earned yet more renown at the Battle of Pesquina IV, defending the world's capital, Cadillus Harbor. He led the Third Company in a weeks-long delaying battle against the Greenskin Horde. At their head, none other than Ghazghkull Thraka, that outnumbered his warriors thousands to one. Belial was wounded facing the gigantic orc warlord, but continued to lead his warriors for weeks longer, time enough for the rest of the Dark Angels chapter to arrive and save Pesquina IV. Belial's heroics there were noticed by the upper echelons of the chapter, and he was promoted to the rank of Grand Master of the Deathwing following the death of Gabriel, the previous holder of the title. Though Belial's tally of victories is long and great indeed, he celebrates none of them, instead dwelling on his defeats and perceived failures. No doubt bred into him by his severe upbringing as well as the Dark Angel's stern ways, he leads his warriors in the same way. Even after winning glorious victories, he gives each combatant their own specific penance, whether it be battle drills, hymnals, or arduous rites of atonement. Those beneath him welcome this, each seeing it as a way to improve themselves. Belial's methods have led to unparalleled success in battle, converting the most skeptical in the chapter to his ways. These achievements include the purging of the labyrinthian seabed fortress of Akloth, the destruction of the 100 orbital cities of Lycir, and the clearing of the scorching deserts of Aspor. As a warrior, Belial's combat technique has no great style, flourish, or artifice. Instead, it is driven by a ruthless killing efficiency and well-honed strength. Each of his parries and thrusts is a decisive and precise act, and Belial's strategies and tactics on the battlefield are no different. leading him to victory in ruinous, bomb-churned cityscapes, in fierce boarding actions, in grueling space hulk clearances, and every other environment of war. Interrogator chaplains. Menacing figures, the Dark Angels' interrogator chaplains unsettle even their own battle brothers with their silent scrutiny. Sworn to the inner circle during a convoluted ceremony in the Hall of Secrets, every interrogator chaplain has passed the test of faith, taken the solemn vow of the Deathwing, and learned the dark secrets of his chapter's history. Interrogator chaplains are changed warriors. The battle brothers they were before they took their oaths no longer truly exist. And as the years go by, the difference grows all the starker. Once close battle brothers no longer look them in the eye and greet them only with the most formal words and gestures. A warrior who might have been relatively jovial amongst the Dark Angels develops a deep, intense silence upon becoming an interrogator chaplain. They have no time for the concerns of their previous life. Now, their every waking moment is spent identifying hints of heresy or weakness within the chapter and without. What the interrogator chaplains learn of their chapter's deep and disturbing history contributes greatly to the shift in their manner, as learning of the true fallibility of their brothers is a reality-shaking experience. But it is their unique duties that affect them most. It is their responsibility to extract confessions from the captured fallen that are brought back to the rock, and they must do so by any means necessary. Even for a mind as attuned to the dispensation and witnessing of incredible violence as a Space Marine's, the horrific acts an interrogator chaplain must inflict on their captives are a tremendous burden to bear indeed. Their will must truly be unshakable, not only to carry out deeds over a period of weeks that would cause even other Space Marines to blanch, but also because of what they might hear during that time. The fallen they excruciate unleash endless heretical rantings, lie profusely, and speak of events and individuals no Dark Angel has ever heard of. The interrogator chaplains must listen to all of this and extract rare truth from volumes of fiction whilst keeping their souls intact. It is a process that sours them, but one that must be borne if salvation is to be attained for the unforgiven. Asmodai is the Dark Angel's master interrogator chaplain and master of repentance. His talents for torture and interrogation first made themselves known during the Makarian heresy, when he set to work questioning the leaders of a rebel group. He displayed his ruthlessness and determination when hunting the instigator of the rebellion and fighting his way free of the traitor's deadly ambush that followed. Such an act saw him elevated to the inner circle, and he chose the path of the interrogator chaplain. Since then, he has earned a formidable reputation amongst the unforgiven, as well as the fallen themselves. A great many of the traitors have heard the tales of Asmodai, and there are few things they fear more than remorseless interrogation at his hands. Asmodai does not suffer fools or weakness of any kind. His interests lie only in the chapter's goals and in battle. Such is Asmodai's motivation. Many of his actions border on the indefensible. He ordered the orbital bombardment of the city of Hostengard, stating without regret or hesitation that the death of 50,000 innocents was preferable to one traitor escaping. Though over time, Azrael has covered up Asmodee's actions or moved swiftly to protect the Dark Angel's reputation, this was a statement too far. He revoked Asmodee's command status and placed the interrogator chaplain within the chapter's 10th company structure, where he oversaw the induction of aspirants. His methods were not softened by this censure. He went on to order the slaughter of all new recruits from the planet Narkium because of their lackluster answers to his inquiries raised the question of gene stock contamination. Later, upon hearing laughter in the halls of the Rock, he placed the penance of silence upon the entire 7th Company. For a standard Terran year, the formation was unable to utter a sound save for hymnals and in-battle communications. Asmodee has made enemies in the Inquisition and even risked conflict with other Space Marine chapters. But no Dark Angel can contest his dedication to the chapter. To him, the ends justify the means. In combat, Asmodee's zeal reaches new levels, inciting the fighting spirits of his battle brothers to a fever pitch. He led the frontal assault against the traitorous Helstinian 89th, smashing through the heretics. As the Dark Angels held the walls of the Fortress of Eternal Devotion, Asmodee's oratory filled the ravine the mighty bastion was built into, steeling the Dark Angels to hold for weeks against relentless demon assaults. Asmodee single-handedly stormed the Barbican of Helicon's citadel when the meta-heretics of Elancantis Nocturnus unleashed the power of their moonsingers, opening the gates to allow the Raven Wing to pierce the heart of the enemy fortress. In addition to his Crozius Arcanum, Asmodee bears the Blades of Reason, normally kept in a sacred reliquary made from stone hewn from old Caliban's bedrock. The Blades of Reason are an ancient, arcane, and horrific device that resembles a knife with many honed and polished blades. It is etched with scriptures of repentance, and crisscrossing the weapon are cables and fine neural wires, mysterious technology that amplifies pain beyond endurance. None who feel its touch live to tell the tale. It is said that the fallen fear the Blades of Reason above even death itself, for none can suffer beneath it and resist the urge to beg for forgiveness or death. Whilst not primarily designed for combat, numerous Master Interrogator chaplains have used the Blades of Reason throughout the ages, incapacitating the most dangerous foes. Azrael, Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels. Azrael is arguably the greatest to ever hold the title of Supreme Grand Master. His martial skill and strategic nose are well regarded throughout the Imperium. Deeply committed to his chapter's secret agenda, the hunt for the fallen is never far from his mind, and in recent years, his thoughts on their threat have only grown more grave. Though doubtless recorded in the Dark Angel's archives, Azrael's origins are largely a mystery to most of the chapter and outsiders. Rumors persist, however, that he was recruited from the savage headhunting tribes of the feral world of Chimeria, one of the multiple Dark Angel's recruiting worlds. Azrael climbed through the ranks rapidly. He consistently demonstrated his warrior and leadership skills during his time in the Deathwing, as captain of the 3rd Company and Grand Master of the Deathwing, before he was chosen to succeed Supreme Grandmaster Niberius. Though an individual of few words, as befits a warrior of the Dark Angels, when Azrael does speak, it is with an unbreakable conviction in absolute righteousness. He has the fullest confidence of his battle brothers, repeatedly earned on countless bloody battlefields, where he not only leads from the front, cutting down the Unforgiven's enemies, but demonstrates near peerless mastery of the arts of war. He is as capable of employing multi-system campaign strategies as he is the fine craft of squad-based tactics, orchestrating warriors from no fewer than 8 Unforgiven chapters. He brought about the ruin of the stellar empire of Azarul, a word-bearer's warlord who had subjected a dozen worlds to his twisted and blasphemous tyranny. In contrast, Azrael led the insertion of Elegus Hive on the hive world of Kalini in person, at the head of a handful of Deathwing squads. Together, they slaughtered the rebel leadership who had stubbornly held there for years against Astra Militarum sieges, ending their revolution in a matter of hours. Successor chapters. The Dark Angels swiftly agreed to Guilliman's decree to break up the Space Marine legions. To do otherwise was to invite unwelcome scrutiny at a time of immense turmoil. The Dark Angels have a strong bond with the vast majority of their successor chapters, born out of their shared guilt and mission. Even after the dissolution of the Legion, the successors met regularly in clandestine fashion, sharing battlefield intelligence and maintaining ancient traditions. This has extended to all their successor chapters founded since. Most of the Dark Angels' successors follow their parent chapter's distinctive organization, including equivalents to the Deathwing and Ravenwing. The Angels of Vengeance call theirs the Dreadwing and Raptorwing, respectively. The Angels of Redemption's first and second companies are known as the Red Wings. The inner circle of the Guardians of the Covenant is called the Secret Order, and for the Angels of Absolution, it is the Hidden Brotherhood. Insignium Calibanus. The Dark Angels and their successors, like any chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, have great suites of different heraldry that they depict on their armor, weapons, banners, and the flanks of their armored vehicles and starships. The Dark Angels' organization largely follows that of the Codex Astartes, with its 3rd through 10th companies organized along Codex lines. The Deathwing, though unusual in its access to a considerable number of suits of Terminator armor, at least appears to follow a structure similar to that mandated for a chapter's first company. The chapters of the Unforgiven have a range of heraldic insignia and symbols, which to any Imperial observer have proven impossible to interpret and catalog. Any who has thought themselves successful has been proven wrong at the Dark Angel's next observed engagement. The symbols used are rooted in deep Imperial history, to the time of the Great Crusade and even before. They are a blend of ancient Calibanite knightly symbology as well as the various orders of the First Legion from before its reunion with the Lion. Their meaning and use has slowly evolved and changed over time, as old meanings had been lost or forgotten, or as battlefield expediency has dictated. There is also variety in their use across the Unforgiven chapters, who, for reasons known only to them, may place particular significance on different symbols and sigils. Each of the manifold horrors of the galaxy is enough to drive a human insane. Xenos monstrosities, otherworldly sorcerers, and unholy aberrations from darkest nightmares plague mankind. Against everything that threatens humanity's survival stand the massed ranks of the Astra Militarum. In a galaxy sometimes without light and often without hope, they fight and die that others shall not. From the million worlds of the Imperium, their immense armies march endlessly to war. Countless soldiers, heavy battle tanks, thunderous artillery, and sky-darkening flights of gunships are commanded by iron-willed officers whose chain of command is ruthlessly enforced. Not for naught is the Astra Militarum known as the Hammer of the Emperor. Occasionally unwieldy, often indiscriminate, it is the Imperium's weapon of total and unrelenting force. To be a soldier in one of the Astra Militarum's unnumbered armies is to be one amongst hundreds of thousands of all too mortal warriors. Yet, it is also to be a part of humanity's greatest ever war machine, and to lend one's faith, strength, and hate to that engine of devastation as it crushes all before it through sheer brute force. Hammer of the Emperor. The Astra Militarum is the largest coherent fighting force in the galaxy. Unnumbered human troops, supported by legions of heavy armor and thundering artillery, are fed into war zones across the galaxy every day. Through hellish wars of attrition, desperate invasions, and years-long sieges, the Imperial Guard fight a never-ending war for mankind's survival. The Imperium is vast on a scale incomprehensible to ordinary humans. Communication and travel between the glinting motes of this far-flung empire are laden with risk. The inimical realm of the warp provides the only conduit for interstellar movement or messages. Yet it also taints or temporarily displaces much of that which plunges into its depths, confounding the Imperium's attempts at a centralized control or unified strategy. On every border and every battlefront, humanity's worst nightmares press ever inwards, and are held at bay only through vast and constant sacrifice. In these dark times, warfare on a galactic scale is a matter of soulless, grinding logistics. Only the Astra Militarum can marshal the vast numbers to fight such wars. Astra Militarum formations are the Imperium's mainstay fighting force. Those deployed to a given war zone, ranging from companies of mere hundreds drawn from a single world to army groups comprising soldiers and armored vehicles from multiple regiments, plus auxiliary and support battalions. Though they often support more elite formations, many of mankind's largest wars are fought by the Imperial Guard alone. These forces fight punishing battles of attrition, in which incalculable lives may be expended for each objective achieved. An Imperial Guard army must utilize the twin advantages of vast numbers and overwhelming firepower to annihilate its foes. Where Xenos aircraft dance and weave with impossible grace, the Imperial Guard fills the sky with a thunderstorm of munitions that no amount of aerobatic skill can outmaneuver. Where heretical bastions stand defiant, Imperial Guard commanders call down artillery bombardments that reduce all to rubble. The greatest enemy threats are torn apart in the crossfire of thousands of heavy weapons, or smashed aside by the gallant charge of hundreds of Imperial tanks, while enemy infantry are cut down in disciplined volleys of lasfire or impaled upon forests of bayonets. The enemies of mankind may employ dark sciences, supernatural powers, or Xenos weapons beyond humanity's ken. But such defiance comes to naught in the face of honest human intolerance, fed by a wellspring of faith in the God Emperor and backed by sufficient guns. For all the might of its armor and artillery, the true backbone of the Astra Militarum is the countless waves of infantry who take the field. The sheer scale of the battles fought by the Imperial Guard is dehumanizing in the extreme. Entire regiments of brave warriors are reduced to statistics upon the scrolling screens of Imperial strategos, grains of sand sliding through the fingers of greater and more privileged individuals. Yet, every single company, every single squad, every single Imperial Guardsman who lifts their las guns and takes a stand in defense of their race is crucial. Without a constant deluge of new recruits, the Astra Militarum would cease to function. It is one of the most important functions of the Departamento Munitorum to ensure that the Astra Militarum's ranks are constantly refilled. This mammoth organization forms the military bureaucracy of the far larger administratum and constitutes the general staff of the Imperial Guard. The Departamento Munitorum monitors tithes imposed on almost all Imperial worlds. The bulk of these tithes are paid in the flesh of a world's sons and daughters. Often conscripted, these soldiers are raised as regiments and sent out to uphold their planet's pride on some distant battlefield. Other tithes are paid in material, anything from uniforms and rations to high explosive shells and super heavy battle tanks. The Departamento Munitorum administers the Imperium's numerous war zones. Its agents gather armies for each, liaise with the Navis Imperialis to transport them there, and, in the feared forms of commissars, ensure the loyalty of soldiers and officers once they reach the front lines. The unique demands of a war zone, the particular requests of senior officers, the availability of nearby recruiting worlds or in-transit forces, the tumultuous nature of the warp, all must be weighed against the importance of the world under threat. The organization of an Imperial response can take months, even years. Ill-suited regimental types may be forced together out of necessity. Soldiers from arid planets may be deployed to fight on ice worlds. Armies might even arrive to find the world they aimed to save long since dead. That sufficient Astra Militarum regiments arrive at any war zone at all is a testament to the untold millions of troops dispatched every day. A glorious tapestry. Individual regiments and their worlds of origin, should they ever hear of their soldiers' deeds at all, glorify the noble victories of their warriors. Famous last stands, tales of selfless sacrifice, and epic crusades across the stars are embroidered and aggrandized, held up as the ideal that the common soldier should aspire to, in histories sometimes dating back millennia. Dust-covered tapestries in the deepest of the Departamento Munitorum's archives hint at the Astra Militarum's founding. During the brutal reorganizations that swept the Imperium in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, what had been the Imperial Army ceased to exist. By a great treatise, the Tactica Imperium, the link between mankind's fleets and its armies was severed, as was the power the post-human Adeptus Astartes had held over immense mortal armies. No longer, it was hoped, would individuals be able to muster the combined forces required to strike at entire sectors without Terra's authority. Though huge portions of the Imperial army turned traitor during the heresy, faded frescoes proclaim that countless more stayed loyal, and a handful of regiments continue to claim lineage from those formations. Though no connection can ever be proved to such distant times, many guardsmen of the era Indomitus feel an intense amount of pride that, like their forebears of ages past, they fight in the name of the Emperor. Fragmentary legends and disassociated names from that time echo through the Imperial Guard's myths to the present. Stories of selfless Olanius Pius, the almost certainly fictitious Bresfet companions, and the final sally of Darrow Alpha Brigade have been repeated and altered the galaxy over. In the centuries after the Horus Heresy, with the spreading of the Imperial Creed, priests of the growing Adeptus Ministorum accompanied Imperial armies. These zealots found eager new adherents amongst the regiments of the Astra Militarum, and used the Imperium's growing religion to unify armies from clashing cultures. So too did adepts of the Machine God reaffirm their loyalty by maintaining their Genestealer agents amongst mankind's armies. They aided the Imperial Guard's conquests by soothing the weapons of war required to crush heretics and Xenos. The triumphs and tragedies of a single segmentum's armies during the age of the Imperium would occupy several hundred lifetimes of an army of scribes to collate. To present a cogent history of the Astra Militarum's exploits, then, is impossible. Yet there are noteworthy conflicts in which its amassed ranks played a pivotal role. After the Horus Heresy, Astra Militarum armies waged retributive campaigns as part of the scouring against the fleeing heretics that had assailed Terra, driving many into the depths of the Eye of Terror. The Cadian system and its fortress world Cadia became a bastion against heretical and warp-spawned invasions. The growing power of the ecclesiarchy came to a head during the infamous Reign of Blood, which marked the Age of Apostasy. High Lord of the Administratum, Goj Vandir, the Department Munitorum already under his control, seized yet greater power as ecclesiarch. At his command, Astra Militarum regiments enforced his tyranny on countless worlds. Loyalist regiments, rallying to the banner of the itinerant preacher Sebastian Thor, joined with other imperial forces that eventually ensured the despot's defeat. The Black Crusades of Abaddon the Despoiler and growing number of Xenos war at the Imperium, though hope flared all too briefly even in the darkest of decades. In the 41st millennium, Lord Commander Solar Macarius led an epic crusade into the Segmentum Pacificus, conquering 1,000 worlds. But war zones beyond count called for ever greater tithes of soldiers. Orc invasions of Armageddon eclipsed rumors of an earlier war there. The Damocles Crusade against the burgeoning Tau Empire and the defense of Ultramar during the First Tyrannic War consumed dozens of regiments, while the forces of the Dark Gods multiplied. Some pointed to these events as omens, yet none amongst the wise claimed to have foreseen the opening of the Great Rift. The fall of Cadia. The fortress world of Cadia had been the linchpin in the Imperium's defense against traitor forces raiding from the Eye of Terror for nigh on 10,000 years. Standing guard over the critical Cadian Gate region, the planet and its soldiers symbolized stoic duty against horrific odds. Their inviolability embedded in the wider Imperial Guard's consciousness. It was immediately before the opening of the Great Rift, at the culmination of Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, that Cadia fell at last. The planet had provided the Imperium with a cast-iron stronghold from which Imperial Guard campaigns had, for millennia, taken the fight to heretic fleets, cult uprisings, and demonic incursions. It had held fast against multiple invasions by traitors, mutants, and the monstrously powerful heretic Astartes. Each attempt to conquer Cadia had been repulsed, though at an increasingly immense cost to the regiments that defended its bastions, star forts, trench lines, and bunkers. Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade, however, unleashed chaos-worshipping heretics in numbers not seen since the Horus Heresy. Under sustained assault, the Astra Militarum on Cadia endured as Abaddon poured more and more of his limitless forces into crushing the world that had defied him. Thunderous artillery bombardments pounded the invaders. Massed Cadian tank divisions dueled with renegade armor formations through the city's outskirts. Cadian shock troops grimly held defensive positions, and the world's elite, the Kasrkin, launched precision strikes against the heretics, while other Imperial forces mustered to repel enemy advances. The rallying cry of Cadia stands was taken up by Imperial guardsmen and heard amongst the fortified Cassars of Cadia and elsewhere. The term Cassar being applied to both Cadia's militarized cities and to some of its fortress-like sister planets. No greater symbol was there of this will to push the heretics back than Ursarkar E. Creed, the Lord Castellan of Cadia. Formerly the colonel of the Cadian 8th, Creed was granted overwhelming authority as Lord Castellan of Cadia, after a gross betrayal resulted in the assassination of Cadian High Command. Creed led the defenders stand from the fortress of Kassar-Kraf. His foresight to reinforce the defenses of Cadia and to transmit ceaseless calls for aid bought a little time. Countless regiments of Imperial guardsmen, amongst them many of Cadia's lauded shock troops, as well as forces of Adeptus Astartes and Adepta Sororitas, flooded the fortress world. Despite these reinforcements, the defense was not enough. At the campaign's zenith of bloodshed, Abaddon sent a sabotaged Blackstone fortress plummeting from orbit into Cadia's surface. The colossal and ancient void station's impact would be the final death blow for Cadia, and its inexorable approach through the atmosphere was like that of a burning comet. Creed vowed to remain, leading a rearguard action to enable as many as possible to escape the doomed world. When the ancient craft hit, continents cracked. Fire, tsunamis, and hurricanes scoured the surface as the world's death throes were triggered. The warp, held back for so long, greedily enveloped Cadia. Anything that still lived on the planet's surface becoming a plaything for demons. Of nearly 1 billion souls who stood to defend Cadia, scarcely 3 million were evacuated. Lord Castellan Creed and the remnants of the Cadian 8th were not amongst them. Though their home planet was utterly sundered, the resolve of the Cadians has not been broken. Veteran survivors of the last battle for Cadia, along with regiments of their kin scattered throughout the galaxy, now fight even more doggedly against the Imperium's enemies. Whole generations of shock troopers are born, raised, and trained en route to war zones, and soldiers from other worlds with the mettle to withstand Cadian training are inducted into their ranks. The mantra, Cadia stands, oft repeated during the planet's violent final days, has gained purchase within the officer corps and amongst the platoons. For Cadia does indeed still stand. They assert, as long as a single Cadian soldier continues to fight. The grit and determination with which Cadia was so valiantly defended for all those millennia has long been lauded within the Astra Militarum. The professionalism of the world's soldiers remain influential, not only as inspiration to fuel lurid trenchline tales, but also through tactica penned by Cadian generals that are studied in regimental academies. Rare demobilized regiments of Cadians, granted rights of settlements on worlds they conquered, instill Cadia's legendary discipline into their new societies. Other regiments model their recruitment and training practices on Cadian doctrine, or seek to equip their forces in the Cadian style. All are eager to emulate a world so heavily militarized that it was said its people were taught how to field strip and shoot a las gun before they could even read. Cadia's surviving sons and daughters refuse to allow the destruction of their home world to keep them from unleashing the Emperor's wrath on their foes. The dauntless spirit in the face of ceaseless enemies masks several darker sentiments amongst the Cadian troops that continue to fight. Widespread hatred for mankind's enemies has deepened to a zealous degree. Many Cadians see their homeworld's fall as a personal failure and fight all the harder to regain what they perceive as lost honor. Some of those who were not present for the planet's tragic end resent those who failed in its defense, or else feel guilt for playing no part themselves. Others scorn the regiments of worlds they believed failed to aid Cadia in its darkest hour, and oppose the use of soldiers from other worlds to expand Cadian regiments, loath to share the burden of loss. In the view of many Imperial guardsmen, the planet broke before the guard did. The sacrifice of Ursarkar Creed and those under his command only reinforced for many the bloody-mindedness and hard-faced demeanor of the Astra Militarum. The men and women of the regiments of lost Cadia will continue to wade into unremitting firestorms and battle through trenches choked with blood and mud. Alongside deafening salvos from armored behemoths, they will advance into the teeth of enemy fire if that is where their orders lead them. They will do so again and again, continuing to fight until the day every traitor and thrall to the dark gods is defeated at last, and their world avenged 1,000 times over. The Era Indomitus. Humanity's response to the cataclysm of the Cicatrix Maledictum, the outpourings of heretics and traitors, the surges of mutation and Xenos aggression, was not the spiteful lash of a dying beast. It was the roar of a titan on the warpath, and its manifestation was arguably greater than the mythic battle groups and armies said to have been loosed in the Great Crusade. Millions of Imperial guardsmen had fallen on Cadia alone. Innumerably more were wiped down with the tearing open of the Great Rift. and the concomitant eruptions of warp storms old and new, or perished fighting the hellish enemies that had boiled out of their depths. The fate of half the galaxy, designated the Imperium Nihilus, remained unknown beyond the Great Rift, while threats of every conceivable evil assailed thousands of systems within the Imperium Sanctus. Everywhere, it seemed to the overburdened staff officers and Lord General of the Astra Militarum, Warzone commanders demanded urgent logistical support and mountains of additional ammunition, cried out for desperately needed reserves, or worse, fell ominously silent. Tithes were increased on already suffering worlds. Vicious conscription drives emptied entire hive cities. Heightened output needs pushed industrial worlds to their limits in desperate attempts to make up shortfalls. Each militarum regimentum, the total forces of a given world that fall under the remit of Astra Militarum, was stretched to breaking point, their individual regiments needed as never before. Rabute Guilliman's Indomitus Crusade was but one answer to the hurricane of woes that daily beset him as Lord Commander of the Imperium. Between Guilliman, his senior commanders, and his army of bureaucrats in the Officio Logisticarum, the Herculean effort of gathering the Crusade fleets began. To secret mustering points throughout the Sol system and beyond, thousands of regiments converged, joining with Space Marines, Sisters of Battle, the cybernetic hosts of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and more. Yet this was only the beginning. Each fleet's battle groups, once launched, fitfully made their way through the churning warp on predetermined courses, where they came to systems miraculously spared carnage. They each reaped a harvest of yet more regiments. Where their task forces found worlds in the grip of invasion, the Imperial Guard's regiments of massed infantry, battle tanks, and artillery almost always formed the vast majority of every Crusade force. In the wake of each victory, reinforcements from the recently saved world were demanded to replenish the ravaged ranks and replace wrecked vehicles. The fleets of the Indomitus Crusade continue Guilliman's vision of pushing back the corrupting armies of chaos and those enacting Xenos tyranny. Guilliman's objectives stretched beyond mere attack, however. His Officio Logisticarum was granted the authority to requisition tithed regiments for the protection of its own adepts and their hub fortresses. And senior Astra Militarum officers were ever amongst the luminary nobles and warrior generals assembled by the Indomitus Crusade. The demands of this crusade placed upon the Astra Militarum were unparalleled. As the battle groups moved from system to system, they subsumed innumerable newly raised regiments to replace their losses and swell their combat assets. Many regiments were also deployed to the Officio Logisticarum's hub fortresses in the Crusade's mustering sites, and commanders of the Crusade were instructed to found and man new hub fortresses in conquered systems. Guilliman's ambitious aims for the Indomitus Crusade were vital for the Imperium's future. But the battlefields its fleets were destined for made up only a fraction of the war zones the Imperial Guard fought in. Within thousands of subsectors that lay nowhere near the path of any Indomitus battle group, Astra Militarum forces were dispatched to new or escalating war fronts on a daily basis. Coordinated by the masters of localized Departamento Munitorum officios and their armies of scribes, adepts, logisticians, and strategos. Infantry regiments, armored battalions, artillery divisions, and super heavy tank companies were constantly deployed and redeployed, reinforced, consolidated, or evacuated. The grinding logistics involved in moving huge numbers of troops and material through storm-tossed warp channels only compounded this undertaking, adding its own dangers and delays. Xenos invasions were confronted. Orcs and Tyranids in the Octarius sector, Necrons in the Arrhenius cluster, Eldari raiders in the Deshka subsector, to name but some. Multiplying cult uprisings were crushed and uprooted, some in thrall to the dark gods of chaos, others bearing Xenos mutations or ideas, or fighting for successionist tenets fueled by political or religious heresy. Only 3 of the 5 Lord Commanders of the Segmente Majoris were in tentative contact with the wider Imperium. Of these, Leontis, the Lord Commander of Solar, was arguably the most embattled. The Segmentum Solar, home to Terra itself, was assailed from without by heretic fleets and countless Xenos, and from within by insurgents and traitors. Leontis refused to allow such threats to come to fruition under his watch. The chain of command. The Astra Militarum, for all its colossal size and necessarily decentralized organization, is built on a labyrinthian but rigid hierarchy. Discipline is ruthlessly enforced, and a fortified chain of command exists, ensuring every soldier, from the rawest recruit to the most decorated officer, knows their place in an unbroken line of authority, stretching ultimately to the Emperor. The titular head of the Departamento Munitorum is the Lord Commander Militant. This august individual represents the organization and the entire Astra Militarum before the Senate Imperialis, and hence, through that body's holy authority, before the Emperor himself. So great is the Lord Commander Militant's power and influence that they are often appointed one of the High Lords of Terra, but rarely leave the throne world. In theory, the Lord Commander of a segmentum gives orders to various sector officers and subsector commanders, who in turn relay orders to the individual militarum regimentos. In this way, the wishes of the High Lords of Terra are enacted by the Departamento Munitorum. In practice, the immense distances and delays in communication between worlds often make a mockery of such procedures, and the sheer scale of the Imperium prevents any meaningful central governance. Operational control of Astra Militarum forces in a given war zone is thereby assumed by a high-ranking Militarum Regimentum officer, carrying a title such as General, High Marshal, or Lord Hetman, who assumes responsibility for the completion of their given duties. This might be the initiation of a decades-long conflict to cleanse a star system of savage greenskins. Or it could involve the protection of cryptosite mines or promethium refineries from pirate raids. Just as common are military recolonizations of planets lost from the Imperium's fold. Whatever the task, the commander of the war zone's forces is responsible for the deployment and application of all resources at their disposal. Beneath a force's overall ground commander and their numerous attachés, advisors, and support staff are the individual regiments and their commanding officers. Each Militarum Regimentum comprises multiple regiments, all of which come from the same planet or system, because of the shared culture and fighting styles of regiments sourced from a single world. Soldiers, officers, and even officials of the Departamento Munitorum often interchange the term Militarum Regimentum and regiment, referring to all Imperium guardsmen from Cadia as being from the Cadian Regiment, for example. On their homeworlds, the forces who serve to defend the planet may be split into cohorts, militia groups, genocorps, or a host of other formations known by a variety of local terms. But in the Astra Militarum, these are all considered different types of regiment. Regiments are usually divided into multiple companies according to the tenets of the Tactica Imperium, each placed under the command of a senior officer. The number of companies depends upon the regiment's type and size, but may range from as few as 3 to several dozen. Companies are further divided into platoons or squadrons, and infantry platoons typically comprise an officer, their staff, and several squads of Imperial Guardsmen, each led by a sergeant. Combined arms regiments. Especially capable officers know that while the indiscriminate bludgeon of overwhelming force can eventually secure victory, sometimes more efficient measures must be taken. Combined arm regiments meld solid cores of infantry or armor with numerous supporting elements that can, together, grant victory over any foe. Except in rare circumstances, or within certain isolated sectors whose logistical strategies have deviated through necessity or laxity, true combined armed regiments are not normally raised within the Astra Militarum. Although there are many different classes of Imperial Guard regiment, each one is largely homogeneous in its composition. Infantry regiments, for example, are unlikely to contain much or any heavy artillery, while tank regiments contain little to no infantry. Success requires Astra Militarum regiments to work together. While this interdependence may at first seem like a weakness, It is a necessary precaution should a regiment rebel against the Emperor. The traitors will not have access to the supporting units needed to prosecute a full-scale war. Though a regiment may be equipped to function in a single role, battlefield reality often necessitates the interweaving of numerous tactical operations. Disastrous friendly fire tragedies by artillery or tank companies, or massacres of uncoordinated supporting infantry under the heavy treads of Allied armor, are usually seen as sufficiently wasteful to warrant cross-tactical training. Several Imperial worlds specialize in producing highly integrated formations of this kind, and such regiments are keenly sought by campaign commanders. What are commonly termed combined arms forces are usually formations comprising several separate regiments, or portions thereof. Typically, such forces are conceived in the Army's strategium well in advance of a given operation, and revolve around a core role. Infantry companies of the highly disciplined Cadian shock troops are particularly famed for forming the cores of especially successful combined arms regiments. Supported by squadrons of battle tanks to provide mobile heavy firepower and artillery to disrupt enemy cohesion, such troops are able to fan out, seizing ground and protecting their lumbering allies from the dangers of enemy infantry. Other combined arms forces are anchored by a core of tank companies, batteries of heavy artillery, or even exotic militarum auxilia forces, such as ratlings and ogrins. Such formations are created through circumstance, or where the foe's capabilities are unknown despite the best efforts of intelligence officers and the mountains of data fed into the thrumming cogitator banks aboard orbiting vessels. Should a regiment survive a campaign, it is unlikely that it will return to its home world, moving instead from one war zone to another. As casualties reduce the overall strength of fighting forces, regiments are often amalgamated so that, united, they can continue to wage the Emperor's wars. Where possible, two half-strength regiments from the same militarum regimentum will combine, but it is not uncommon for two disparate cultures to find themselves brothers in arms. In some cases, two or more regiments of entirely different roles may be forced together, as occurred with the Valhallan 611th Infantry Regiment and the 1082nd Recon Armored Division. This resulted in a highly unorthodox mechanized regiment with a high casualty rate. The Voltan Recon Hussars, whose infantry clung to the hulls of tanks that had no capacity to transport them in safety. Many commanders declare that the reduced efficiency of these combined regiments makes them barely worth their rations. Conflicting doctrines and mutually unintelligible languages forming barriers to integration, and cultural clashes and seething mistrust further hamper their battlefield cohesion. Other officers are interested only in the number of soldiers that can be fielded, regardless of origin. their successful integration as fighting units a secondary concern. With few exceptions, new recruits are not added to existing regiments. Understrength formations are instead simply merged together. Where possible, the formations are joined from the same home world, as was the case when the Acadian 12th and 78th were combined after the fall of Icehive Magnox. Sometimes, however, two very different regiments are combined, such as when the Catacan 182nd was merged with the Elysian 90th. As this took place on the Departamento Munitorum world of Prosan, the composite regiment was designated the Prosan 314th. The new regiment became expert in air-mobile jungle warfare after being issued Valkyries during the Seikong Justification Wars. Death World regiments. Amongst the worlds inhabited by Imperial citizens, there are many on which even basic existence is a battle fought every single day. Designated Death Worlds by the Administratum, these planets are ideal recruiting grounds for the Astra Militarum, as they forge populations hardened to lives of constant struggle, little different to the hardships of the Imperium's endless wars. Death worlds are those that are theoretically capable of sustaining human life, but whose conditions represent an almost certain death sentence for those not accustomed to their rigors. In the case of some, it may be the climate or environment that is deadly. Excoriating radiation, lashing electrical storms, or poisonous fumes can kill unprotected inhabitants. Rampant volcanic activity, razor-sharp mica hurricanes, and tectonic fluxes can flatten structures. On other death worlds, the plant life may be injurious to mankind, releasing psychotoxins or mutagens into the air or water, rupturing foundations or preying more directly on passers-by. Many, meanwhile, harbor varieties of animals, from the microscopic to the gargantuan, that infest, hunt, or unknowingly crush formative human societies before they even have a chance to take hold. Some death worlds even exhibit all of these features. The human inhabitants of death worlds are survivors, the ones whose far-off ancestors somehow managed to cling to life during their first years as colonists. They are commonly alert, with instincts heightened to danger, emotions inured to loss, and ingrained with a respect for those they know to be more experienced. After all, where death worlders come from, inattention and wayward behavior can lead to a painful demise. Their rapid adoption of orders alone, at least, from those respected officers who have shared their hardships, makes them ideally suited to life in the Imperial Guard. The skills with which death worlders are able to overcome the dangers of their native environments can benefit any general taking charge of such regiments. Some of these formations are characterized by soldiers with vastly increased muscle mass, such as the fearsome Katakans, who some call baby ogrins, denser bones, or increased immunities. Such changes may have arisen through enforced isolation and a biological need to adapt in order to survive. Others may be the result of genetic experimentation with now lost technologies, or the pervasive use of stim cocktails. On the whole, Death World regiments are incredibly adaptable in the face of sudden threats, a trait not widely seen within the usually lumbering Astra Militarum war machine. Abrupt assaults by unseen foes, rapid changes in temperature and humidity, or seemingly impassable terrain not foreseen by regimental intelligence, all bring out the survivalist spirit of Death Worlders. Reconnaissance outposts, hunting parties, and eagle-eyed pickets are readily formed from those used to safeguarding against ravening beasts. Gorges are forded and foundering battle tanks righted by those familiar with crossing icy canyons or negotiating quake-riven landscapes, feats that would otherwise require combat engineers or the specialists of the Adeptus Mechanicus. To these hardy men and women, war in service to the Emperor simply transplants one set of life and death struggles for another. Mechanized infantry regiments. Some war zones call for swift advances, often under heavy enemy fire. Conditions in which foot-slogging Imperial guardsmen would soon perish without appreciable gains to show for their deaths. Whether redeploying infantry to new battlefields or carrying them into blitzkrieg assaults, mechanized regiments form a wall of steel that enables more troops to enter the fight. Fully equipped with transport tanks, mechanized infantry regiments are more mobile than almost any Astra Militarum formation. In addition to being deployed in their entirety, squads or companies may be detached and assigned to more unwieldy forces. In this way, they provide a rapid response capability to plug breaches in defensive lines or encircle more static foes to bring the Emperor's wrath from a different angle. These speeding, steel-armored units are often known as armored fist squads. Entire mechanized infantry regiments are invaluable to commanders in war zones whose multiple smaller engagements are widespread, or where the enemy is too swift to be pinned down by more ponderous regiments. They are often used to forge ahead of the main advance to seize vital ground until the amassed ranks of infantry regiments arrive to garrison their gains, at which point the mechanized forces move on to fresh targets. Other tactics often utilized by such regiments include massed reconnaissance observation, breakthroughs into pockets to allow encircled Imperial Guard forces to escape, and, when fitted with heavy-duty dozer blades or advanced prospecting gear, brutally clearing paths through ruins, rubble, vegetation, and corpses to allow heavier battle tanks to follow in their wake. Mechanized infantry regiments are commonly much smaller than infantry regiments on foot. It is difficult for most planetary governors to obtain and maintain the vehicles needed for such formations, though larger forces of them have been known. The Chimera is the Imperial Guard's most commonly used armored troop carrier. These vehicles are extremely durable and practical, capable of mounting an array of support weapons. Over the millennia, the Chimera has been pressed into service in a variety of different forms, proving its reliability and worth time and again. These ubiquitous workhorses are versatile vehicles capable of operation in hostile environments. Their amphibious design allows them to negotiate dense swamps, marshes, and even rivers. Many an enemy army has been destroyed after thinking their flanks protected by such obstructions, only to find ranks of Imperial Guardsmen, supported by their Chimera's fearsome anti-personnel weaponry, disgorging into the very heart of their position. Employed almost as widely is the Taurox. This high-speed transport's rugged quad-track units afforded the ability to negotiate even the most tangled terrain with ease. Axial servo dampeners redistribute the weight of the vehicle across these tracks as it moves, allowing jagged outcrops and uneven piles of rubble to be traversed at full throttle. The variety in local manufacture, the patterns used by supplying forge worlds, and the assets available to a commander in a given war zone mean that a regiment's transport vehicles can vary considerably. There are numerous versions of the Chimera, as well as classified or unorthodox vehicles rumored to drill beneath the surface, all the way up to the super heavy behemoths. The Banehammer and Doomhammer super heavy tanks are hulking mobile fortresses, able to carry a large complement of troops into battle, while excelling at defensive anchors and close-range Titan killers, respectively. Both variants typically deploy their infantry to occupy the foe's own troops, while the tank's primary weapons target bigger prey. The Stormlord, meanwhile, is a superlative assault vehicle. Whereas most super heavy transports form part of armored regiments, some Stormlords are intrinsic assets of the mechanized infantry regiments, and it is rumored that entire regiments have been transported inside of them. Embarked inside, dozens of Imperial Guardsmen level waves of shots at enemies from firing platforms. At the same time, the Stormlord's forward-mounted Vulcan Megabolter unleashes such overwhelming sheets of mass-reactive rounds into the enemy that, when its steel ramps slam down, the disembarking squads often find naught but settling clouds of vaporized blood. Because of the mobility of mechanized infantry regiments, their support elements must be just as swift and adaptable. Cavalry squadrons from Rough Rider regiments, the foremost of which hail from the world of Attila, are common auxiliary assets in mechanized forces, fulfilling numerous target acquisition, vanguard, and long-range scouting roles. They relish the greater dynamism of fighting alongside swift-moving infantry, and often form the spear-tipped mass of Chimera assaults, smashing through enemy front lines or shearing their flanks with an oblique charge. these consummate horsemen plunge their hunting lances into the foe, each bearing one of a variety of deadly fittings. A moment after they break through or veer away, detonations or the hissing roars of melta charges erupt amidst the foe before the Rough Riders double back for a rapid follow-up assault. Siege and artillery regiments. Where the sheer volume of heavy ordnance is concerned, few forces in the galaxy can compete with the siege and artillery regiments of the Astra Militarum. Whether on the offensive, retaking enemy strong points, or defending war fronts miles long, these fighting formations undertake their grim duties with relentless resolve, shelling targets into oblivion as wave after wave of foot soldiers advance to secure victory. The term siege regiment is used by a number of officios and sub-bureau within the Departamento Munitorum to refer to formations specially drilled or equipped to undertake the most grueling of battles. Large numbers of unflinching infantry and vast quantities of artillery of all sizes characterize the majority, though the term has been used at times to label any regiment hurled into high attrition war zones, regardless of their suitability. Those unfortunates aside, siege regiments are typically well equipped in terms of ordnance and the sheer numbers needed to overwhelm enemies. Whether tasked with assault or defensive campaigns, the majority of siege regiments are either raised as such from the start of their existence or are reclassified upon the assignment of support elements, particularly suitable for grinding battles of endurance. Siege regiments can vary widely in core composition, depending upon the militarum regimentum they are drawn from, their intended strategies, and the breadth or dearth of arms issued to their soldiers. Where a siege infantry regiment stops and an armored artillery regiment begins is open to the interpretation of the officers in command. Many siege regiments rely on overwhelming numbers of foot soldiers and are organized in much the same way as any other infantry regiments, whereas artillery regiments can be comprised mostly or entirely of artillery tanks and ordnance batteries in a hierarchy more akin to an armored regiment. Both kinds of regiment are sometimes trained in complementary tactics with attached battle tanks or super heavy assets, which are employed to force breakthroughs, initiate counterattacks, timed around bombardments, or closed weakened breaches. In a reflection of the many variations in such regiments' roles, the alternative names they go by are widespread, ranging from combat engineer, trench line, or sapper regiments to bombardier or heavy ordnance regiments. Deafeningly loud, psychologically shattering, and violently destructive, Imperial Guard artillery strikes are feared across the galaxy. Firing patterns are often kept up day and night, salvos blasting the foe's defenses, breaking up musterings of enemy troops, and inducing terrible combat fatigue and psychosis. To prevent the enemy learning to predict where and when rounds might fall, artillery commanders frequently alter the firing patterns they use. Field ordnance batteries are deployed in vast numbers by many siege regiments, providing a bedrock of long-range and powerful weapons that most of the regiment's infantry are denied. The battery's component ordnance teams usually comprise a gunner, loader, and gunnery sergeant or junior artillery officer, who together crew the artillery piece. Such batteries may be seconded by other regiments as well. Added to lighter infantry regiments, they usually operate as the heaviest firepower available, while amongst dedicated artillery regiments, their smaller footprint and silhouette enable them to deploy in dense terrain, impassable to larger artillery tanks. From the large and blunt to the monstrous and baroque, Imperial Guard self-propelled artillery pieces offer a variety of destructive potential. The Basilisk is a mainstay of many artillery regiments. A well-oiled Basilisk crew can fire arcing shells from their vehicle's Earthshaker cannon in quick succession, or lower the gun's huge barrel until it is horizontal, turning it into a fearsome direct-fire assault gun. Either singly or in whole batteries, basilisks are common sight supporting infantry and armored assaults. The Manticore, meanwhile, carries a limited arsenal of Storm Eagle rockets, each of which unleashes multiple independent warheads before impact, sowing widespread destruction. Siege warfare, as practiced by the Astra Militarum, is amongst the most dehumanizing, miserable, and filth-ridden modes of fighting there is. Attrition figures rocket as dizzying numbers of Imperial Guardsmen are poured into these engagements, whether manning trench networks that cross continents or storming the foe's own fortifications. Lives are spent every minute wearing down the enemy's resolve and expending their ammunition until they have nothing left with which to resist later Imperial assault waves. Few regiments have the capacity to endure such horror for the months or years it can span without rebellion becoming a serious risk. Legendary regimentos such as the Death Corps of Krieg, Baran Siege Masters, or Torquati Mire Dredgers are in high demand for their ability to bear losses that would cripple the cohesion of other forces, while still maintaining their fire discipline and willingness to step in the gaps in the line, regardless of the number of fallen comrades they must walk over. Many siege regiments are skilled in combat engineering techniques, sabotaging enemy communications outposts, laying advanced mines in fields of death miles across, or establishing crossings of boggy craters left in the aftermath of repeated shelling. Tunnel networks may be dug in a maze that extends far beneath no man's land, enabling teams of veterans to infiltrate behind enemy lines to carry out reconnaissance, assassination, or sabotage missions. Sniper warfare is a common component of siege warfare. Regiments may employ snipers in hidden ruins, perched amongst craters, or sheltering in the carcasses of ruined tanks. Where the regiment itself does not have the marksmen or the weapons for such tactics, they may be assigned to units of abhuman ratlings. These diminutive soldiers are expert shots with their sniper rifles, and their small stature and uncanny ability to remain motionless make them hard for the enemy to locate. Snipers typically aim to kill the war leaders of whichever enemy faces them, adding to the confusion created by artillery bombardments by denying the foe vital links to command. Indeed, long-range kill shots are not limited to infantry marksmen. Leman Russ vanquishers and other specialist tanks often deploy in hidden gun nests to eliminate priority targets from afar. Infantry regiments. The beating heart of Astra Militarum armies, infantry regiments are raised by almost every world subject to the imperial tithe. Differing markedly from one regimentum to the next in uniform, training, quality, and equipment, infantry regiment soldiers are instilled with the knowledge that though individuals may fall, there are 10 more at their back to avenge them. It is in the taking and holding of ground that Astra Militarum infantry regiments excel. Their primary strength is their huge and expendable mass of soldiers. Opponents attempting to clear out Imperial Guard positions must first survive a blazing hail of las fire backed up by more powerful weapons such as heavy bolters and mortars. A fusillade that can stem the tide of all but the most determined attacks. Attached to primarily armored assaults, meanwhile, infantry companies are vital to protect tanks from enemy saboteurs and to flush out snipers from the protection of cover. During artillery bombardments, supporting infantry engagements, platoons of soldiers guard the vulnerable logistics trains, feeding the artillery batteries, and man the Aegis defense lines that surround gun emplacements, forming halos of iron, plascrete, las guns, and bayonets. Some infantry regiments are categorized by more specialist roles, complemented by additional training, equipment, or the intrinsic skills of their homeworld. Heavy infantry regiments typically deploy in supportive blocks with overlapping fields of fire and are especially well armed. Their infantry squads are more likely to be granted exotic armaments such as a flamer or plasma gun, and a powerful support weapon such as the versatile missile launcher or rapid-firing autocannon, each crewed by 2 squad members. These regiments often include entire companies composed purely of heavy weapon squads, ensuring the regiment's infantry are always supported by tremendous firepower, even in terrain that is impassable to tanks. Heavy infantry regiments may also be assigned auxiliary squads of abhuman ogrins as monstrously effective shock troops. While lacking great intelligence, these massively muscled humanoids are patiently trained to understand orders. Once their strength and resilience is corralled and directed, they are nigh on unstoppable. Formations described as light infantry or skirmishing regiments are usually deployed across large war fronts and dense terrain. Many light infantry regiments specialize in stealth and scout tactics, reconnaissance missions, and unorthodox warfare, using the landscape to its best advantage. They may be from heavily forested worlds, former rangers of mountainous peaks, or recruited from gang cultures in the maze-like underworlds of hive cities. Most light infantry regiments incorporate few transport vehicles or tank companies. Armored support is often limited to heavy weapon squads or the bipedal walking engines known as sentinels. Able to bear a variety of heavy weapons, these nimble single-pilot walkers can provide supporting fire for lighter regiments, or serve in reconnaissance roles for the heavier forces. Upon their raising, each regiment is equipped in the manner of their home world. Every guardsman issued with the same style of uniform and weapons as those of their fellow soldiers. Troopers may go to war in full battle dress or little more than primitive armor and tribal tattoos. While ostensibly issued with flak armor, the term is loosely applied to a variety of protection. Imperial guardsmen in advanced multi-weave fatigues beneath rigid breastplates have marched alongside others in hauberks of synthetic polymer chainmail, swathed in blast-resistant robes or clothed in hard-wearing greatcoats of heavy, resin-soaked fabric. The only near universal piece of equipment throughout the entirety of the Astra Militarum is the lasgun. This weapon is cheap and easy to manufacture and extremely reliable. It is therefore ideally suited to arm the massed armies of the Imperial Guard. Many infantry regiments are recruited from worlds with far lower technological bases than exist upon the Imperium's so-called civilized worlds. Others hail from systems where the spoken forms of Imperial Gothic diverge so far from that used by Imperial quartermasters that any complex instruction in the use of their new firearms would be all but unintelligible. The lasgun's ease of operation and simple maintenance rituals mean it can be thrust into the hands of factorum laborers, near feral barbarians, and spire-born socialites alike, without fear its use is beyond any of them. All lasguns operate on the same basic principles, by emitting a beam of focused light. The beam's energy causes the target's immediate surface area to vaporize in a miniature explosion. Lethal against unarmored opposition, the beam's efficacy diminishes with range, and significant armor can shrug off the damage. Where the lasgun comes into its own is in the sheer numbers that the infantry regiments can bring them to bear. The most formidable foe, so maintains the Astra Militarum doctrine, will fall to enough shots. Though lacking the stopping power of physical ammunition, concentrated blizzards of lasfire can bring down rampaging orcs and Tyranid biohorrors, and, given a timely prayer to the God Emperor, an Imperial Guardsman's lucky shot can even find a weak point in Heretic Astartes' power armor. Their ubiquity means that lasguns can differ in appearance almost as much as their bearers' uniforms. Constructed on the regiment's homeworld, on a local industrial world, or even an Adeptus Mechanicus forge world, the huge variety in standard patterns, local sub-patterns, and choice of materials all influence the end product. Some are highly advanced automatic rifles forged from rare materials and housing self-calibrating machine spirits. Others may resemble antiques with stocks crafted from polished ironwood, while millions of cheaply made machine-stamped pieces are churned out daily with unfinished edges that can shred the firer's flesh. From shortened carbine-style derivatives to multi-barreled versions and the long-last variant favored by snipers thanks to its extended reach, lasguns have appeared in almost every permutation of small arms. Armored regiments. Obliterating the enemies of the Imperium with explosive shells, energy bolts, or hypervelocity munitions, armored regiments are a punishingly effective and sometimes excessive response to invasion and insurrection. In spearheads of plated behemoths, each a steel cathedral to the Emperor's wrath, they crush whatever stands against them beneath their armored tracks. No other Imperial force can field as many tanks as the Astra Militarum. They are churned out in inconceivable numbers from factorums across the galaxy. Many are produced by industrialized worlds as intrinsic component of those planets' own regiments. The laborers taking pride in knowing that their craft will arm and shield soldiers from their own cities. Others, constructed on planets whose entire society is given over to manufacture, may form part of their resource tithe and go towards equipping regiments of other worlds. By far, the most precious and well-crafted are those tanks produced on forge worlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their creation is overseen by adepts of the Omnissiah, the cybernetic machine zealots known as tech priests. These tanks are known for the belligerence of their machine spirits, the reliability of their power cores, and the dread strength of their heavy weapons. While many armored regiments field a homogeneous mass of the same type or pattern of tank, others instead comprise a variety of armored behemoths. The exact composition of a regiment may be a strategic diktat passed down from the Departamento Munitorum, a time-honored tradition by the tithed world, or the result of limited resources. Tanks play a key role in Imperial strategy, and the greatest Imperial offensives see armored formations miles in breadth sweep all before them in a rumbling tide. The backbone of armored regiments, battle tanks are commonly organized into companies of 10 vehicles, each comprising a tank commander, or any equivalent title from the Imperium's varied and colorful military nomenclature, and 3 platoons of 3 tanks. The battle tanks of the Imperial Guard are constructed according to ancient standard template constructs. These holy designs dictate every aspect of the tank's form and function, and date back to far earlier ages when mankind's technology was at its peak. In some cases, even before the coming of the Emperor. In archaic data slates with fading power cells, many of the same war engines that fought alongside humanity in the deep past can be recognized as virtually identical to those that fight the Emperor's enemies today. The Lehman Russ battle tank is one such relic of the Imperium's martial history. These war machines are the mainstay of the Astra Militarum's armored forces. Lumbering slabs of armor and intolerance whose inexorable advances crushes foes to bloody ruin. Fitted with a signature battle cannon, every single Lehman Russ is capable of facing down almost any battlefield target. Alternatively, sub-patterns of the tank's versatile chassis replace its turret armaments with specialized or rare weapons. Exterminator autocannons, for example, perforate light armor and heavy infantry that dare break cover, while Eradicator Nova cannons unleash irradiated shock waves that pound dug-in enemies to ash. Where the various patterns of Lehman Russ tank fulfill a range of aggressive roles, ranging from spearheading all-out offensives to countering enemy breakthroughs, the Rogel Dorn battle tanks excel at strong point defense and anchoring battle lines. These mobile fire points carry either a single enormous oppressor cannon or a twin battle cannon in their turret, along with heavy weapons in hull and sponson positions that on some other tanks would be classed as primary armaments. Rogel Dorns are amongst the largest battle tanks in Imperial service, capable of enduring withering hails of heavy fire and still answering with devastating salvos of their own. Beyond even the size of the Rogel Dorn, the Astra Militarum's super heavy tanks are gargantuan fighting vehicles, each bristling with the firepower of an entire company of Imperial Guardsmen. The technological capacity to construct these massive tanks is increasingly rare, and entire regiments of them are uncommon. More usual for an armored regiment to field individual super heavy companies, squadrons, or lone vehicles that are often attached to other forces. Powered by enormous multi-fuel engines, and driven by ferociously bellicose machine spirits, these giant war machines are remnants of the dark age of technology that continue to exemplify the implacability of mankind. The Baneblade is the most common variant. Its primary weapon is capable of delivering apocalyptic bombardments at a terrifying range. Other patterns grant super heavy tanks dominance in specific roles, from the trimmer shells of the Banehammer, whose rippling explosions can cripple highly mobile foes, to the Shadow Sword's volcano cannon, the ultimate Titan killer, against which only the most powerful energy fields stand any chance. Scions of the Storm. The Tempestus Scions constitute the most elite shock assault corps of the Astra Militarum. Rather than forming a regimentum from a single world, these rigidly disciplined, pious, and professional killers comprise a semi-autonomous arm of the Imperial Guard, one molded by a remorseless recruitment process that forges them into an efficient and deadly whole. Tempestus Scions training is designed to break, homogenize, and rebuild the orphaned sons and daughters of the Imperial elite. It transforms them from frightened civilians into loyal warriors, ready to fight and die in the name of the Emperor. So conditioned, Tempestus Scions regularly undertake the most arduous and high-profile missions. They strike into the most inhospitable war zones, infiltrate behind enemy lines on recon or assassination forays, and traverse deadly terrain aboard rugged Telrox primes to rescue lone agents and officials, or at least to prize vital intelligence from their dead hands. The genesis of these elite soldiers lies, like many other superior Imperial servants, in the training halls, fortified scolums, and drill abbeys of the Scala Progenium. This vast organization takes the young of those Imperial servants, typically of noble birth, who have given their lives for the Emperor. The orphans are fed, clothed, and educated, but there is no altruism or charity at work in this labyrinthian institution. At the mercy of inflexible instructors, they are indoctrinated with an unswerving adoration for the God Emperor, and undergo brutal regimens of mental, physical, and spiritual conditioning, preparing them for lives of worth to the Imperium. Some may be destined to join the priesthood of the Adeptus Ministorum, or their holy warriors, the Adepta Sororitas. Some may be sponsored for high office within the Administratum, or disappear alongside inquisitors, or into the black holds of unnamed and warded warships. Of those who survive the scourges of the Schola Progenium's ferocious drill abbots, many of the most physically superior and iron-willed cadets, known formally as progena, once they have graduated, are inducted into the regiments of the Militarum Tempestus. Loyal to the Emperor above all else, Tempestus Scions provide Astra Militarum High Command with a core of flexible and adaptable warriors, supremely confident in their superiority to Orthodox troops. Tempestus Scions are used to enact missions that the regular Imperial Guard cannot accomplish, and are therefore outfitted with some of the best weaponry and war gear available to the Astra Militarum. Each soldier is protected by rigid armoplas and reinforced ceramide plates, and though some regiments are known to deploy in parade berets strengthened with a dense flak weave, this full carapace armor typically incorporates all-enclosing omnishield helms fitted with resc-mask arrays. Tempestus Scions wield a sophisticated range of high-powered weapons that perfectly complement their shock assault role. The standard issue weapon is the hotshot lasgun, fitted with a potent external power cell that allows them to penetrate thicker armor than the mass-produced lasguns used by rank-and-file Imperial Guardsmen. When deployed against armored enemy infantry, Tempestus Scions are often equipped with hotshot volley guns. With a more powerful blast and a copious rate of fire, these weapons are perfect for bringing down traitor space marines and large Xenos beasts. The potential of Tempestus Scions is channeled through unwavering duty and obedience, regardless of how inhuman their orders may seem. They are trained to carry out commands with a merciless pragmatism. In many engagements, squads of Tempestus Scions are attached as a near-autonomous asset to other forces. When larger numbers are required, however, the Militarum Tempestus's own command structure takes to the field to marshal their specialized soldiers. Tempestor Primes are officers who have worked their way up through the ranks of the elite regiment that they now lead. Supported by a command squad of veterans and specialists, and having committed to memory thousands of military doctrines, these hard-bitten officers are able to guide their squads on the ground, processing split-second decisions that can mean the difference between mission success and failure. Squads of Tempestus Scions train unstintingly in numerous deployment modes, but perhaps their most celebrated and effective method of arrival is airborne assault using powerful gunships such as the Valkyrie. These atmospheric transports and their flight crews are not technically a part of the Astra Militarum, at least not permanently, though some long-standing relationships have granted some forces dispensation to repaint the aircraft in regimental liveries or camouflage schemes. Rather, they are detached from entire wings of such gunships operated by the Aeronautica Imperialis. This branch of the Imperial Navy fulfills all atmospheric combat duties, including air superiority, saturation bombing, tactical ordnance, and orbital transfer. missions that are often coordinated via an officer of the fleet. Valkyries are ideal for both insertion of soldiers into fire-swept landing zones and last-ditch evacuations of valued command assets. These aircraft are ruggedly engineered to designs that have endured for uncounted years. They have to be, for they must survive dedicated anti-air firepower on their approach, and heavy munitions from ground troops when they use their directional thrusters to slow suddenly, sweeping in as low and graceful as an anti-grav vehicle. Though seen by some generals and Tempestor primes as purely a means of swift and secure transport, Valkyries are very heavily armed even by the standards of Astra Militarum personnel carriers. A fuselage-mounted las cannon, or rapid-firing multi-laser, gives the aircraft deadly stopping power against other aerial dangers, and fortified defenses at the landing zone. This is often supplemented by wing-mounted Hellstrike missiles or multi-shot rocket pods, while additional crew can fire heavy bolters from side hatches. Entering landing zones that are surrounded by enemies is a dangerous tactic, but one often necessary in order to disembark Imperial Guard squads who have not trained for such aerial deployments. Regiments of the Militarum Tempestus, however, are seasoned specialists in high-altitude disembarkation, hurling themselves from a Valkyrie's open ramps in mid-air, and employing grav chutes to slow their descent. These troops can perform silent infiltrations of mountaintop fastness, daredevil drops into icy or desertified plains, or rapid strikes into dense vegetation or urban sprawl that defies landing. Tempestus scions have even been known to perform shocking mid-battle insertions in maneuvers that would kill soldiers any less skilled. Forces of Chaos. The followers of the Chaos Gods are myriad in both number and nature. Endless hordes of crazed cultists, grotesque mutants, and cackling demons rush into battle alongside the hate-filled and indefatigable warriors of the heretic Astartes, and the towering war engines of the Chaos Knight households. Rising up to overthrow the Emperor's rule, or bursting into reality from warped-based bastions, they live only to do the Dark God's bidding and to see the galaxy burn. The worshippers of the ruinous powers are turncoats and traitors, the desperate, the damned, and the hopelessly insane. Some are motivated by their hatred of those they believe have failed them, or whose weak rule they despise and resent. Others seek a chance to change their fortunes, making dark pacts with ineffable entities, and trading away their souls in exchange for a better hand than life has dealt them. They are unified by their propensity for anarchy and destruction, and in the main, their vehement hatred of the Imperium. But in many ways they are disparate indeed. The worshippers of chaos are led by mighty champions, individuals who have long served the dark gods and have been utterly twisted by the experience. On occasion, the goals of one champion might align with another long enough to see their forces combined into a unified and terrifying host. Once a planet has been razed, plundered, and its populace offered up for sacrifice, these alliances often crumble. Only the greatest and most powerful of Chaos Warlords are able to hold such alliances together through a mixture of fear and manipulation, to bloodily defeat the challengers from within their own ranks, and to garner the mercurial support of warp entities from beyond the veil. Such so-called allies care nothing for loyalty or honor, but they can be compelled to offer aid in return for the correct sacrifices. Combining the awesome military strength of the Adeptus Astartes with the foul power of the Chaos Gods, the Heretic Astartes are amongst the most dangerous of threats to the Emperor's realm. Some have fought against the Emperor since the dark days of the Horus Heresy, the dreaded demon primarchs first among them. Others are more recent turncoats. Wherever the Chaos Space Marines strike, death and ruin follow, as these most terrible of warriors slay, enslave, and plunder. Many heretic Astartes worship a particular Chaos God, with some exhibiting the kind of perverted blessings that suggest favor from their deity in return. The Death Guard, traitor legion of the demon Primarch Mortarion, have thrown in their lot with Nurgle, each of their number a rotting host to unnatural maladies said to be concoctions of the plague god himself. When they march to war, their forces are accompanied by dense clouds of fat, disease-ridden flies, and thick clouds of toxic miasma. The Thousand Sons, by comparison, are followers of Tzeentch, their many sorcerers infused with vast empiric power, yielded from intense study of forbidden and esoteric texts. Their armor gleaming with eldritch energy, Thousand Sun hosts march in perfectly formed ranks, bolters firing as their empowered champions unleash deadly blasts of warp fire upon the enemy. The most infamous of the heretic Astartes are the Black Legion, who are led by Abaddon the Despoiler, the War Master of Chaos, and Gene-son of Horus himself. Bound together and given purpose by their hatred of the Imperium and the fearsome will of their master, the Black Legion serve no single Chaos God. Instead, they offer worship to the Pantheon in whatever way best serves their own egotistical aspirations. They possess the greatest number of any single Chaos Space Marine force, for they recruit not only through their own gene seeds and twisted novitiates, but also from amongst the disillusioned and disaffected of other traitor legions. The Black Legion, and Abaddon most of all, are the poisoned heart whose thunderous beat keeps the long war alive. The War Master aims to see the throne world burn, and he will stop at nothing to achieve this. Once noble and honorable champions of the Imperium, The Chaos Knights have since been horribly corrupted by the ruinous powers. These bipedal engines of destruction tower over the battlefield. Each is piloted from within by a single fallen noble who integrates with their mighty knight suit through biomechanical uplinks and parasitic neuroempath relays, allowing them to move and fight as though their knight was a monstrous extension of their own mutated limbs. Even a single Chaos Knight is a deadly war engine that boasts the firepower and close-quarter savagery to devastate regiments of the foe. When they march out en masse, entire worlds are razed. Amongst the most dangerous of all the Dark God's followers are the Demons of Chaos. Formed of the very stuff of the warp, their numberless hordes seek nothing but to turn the material realm into an endless maelstrom of torture and madness. Taking countless horrifying forms, they leap, charge, writhe, and slaver across the battlefield, unfazed by incoming fire and hungry for mortal souls. The Demons of Chaos are as insidious and cunning as they are ferocious. Many tear open the minds of psychers as gateways into real space, or else tempt the weak-willed into compliance. Those who are seduced by the power of the warp often wrongly believe that they are the ones with the upper hand in any bargain struck. They discover far too late what fools they have been, and what terrible fate they will suffer for falling to a demon's silken promises. For 10,000 years, the worshippers of the Dark Gods have sought to conquer real space. Since the opening of the Great Rift, they are closer to this goal than ever before. Cults rise in greater numbers as more worlds are thrown into turmoil, and more systems stormed and sacked. Each cultist, Chaos Knight, Demon, and Chaos Space Marine works to bring about the downfall of humanity even as they fight to overthrow their rival sects, all in the service of conspiring powers bent on consuming the entire galaxy. Despite the ghastly peril facing all of reality, the people of the Imperium are kept largely ignorant of the threat of chaos, in all but the most abstract terms. It must be so, for with knowledge of its true nature comes madness, terror, and mutation, that, if left unchecked, would bring the Imperium to its knees. The Inquisition and other secret forces work tirelessly and ruthlessly to maintain mankind's shield of ignorance, with no price considered too high and no butcher's bill too bloody. In this way, the insidious corruption of chaos works to undermine the Imperium's strength by influencing the actions of its most faithful defenders. For the Inquisition thinks nothing of mind-wiping whole regiments or euthanizing entire worlds to maintain its most dire of secrets. Heretic Astartes. They are humanity's fallen heroes and the Imperium's scourge, who have sold their souls for the promise of power gifted from the Dark Gods. They are the Heretic Astartes, the Chaos Space Marines. From the Eye of Terror, the Maelstrom, the Great Rift, and 1,000 other strongholds, they strike at the realm they were once sworn to defend, driven by hate, bitterness, and bloodlust. Blessed with the Emperor's gifts of preternatural strength, speed, and endurance, and made even deadlier by superlative armor and devastating weaponry, the heretic Astartes are incredibly powerful warriors. Being space marines, they are dangerous enough. But with the blessings of the Chaos Gods, secured through dark and unholy pacts, they are rendered even more powerful by fearsome mutations and supernatural powers. Openly rejecting the righteous discipline of the Imperium, the heretic Astartes are as varied in their approach to battle as they are in their horrific appearance. The heretic Astartes often bear a superficial resemblance to their imperial counterparts. Though distorted, many of their weapons follow a similar pattern to those wielded by the Loyalists, be it bolt guns, chain swords, missile launchers, crack grenades, plasma pistols, and the like. They even field mainline battle tanks and armored transports based off the redoubtable hulls of the Rhino APC or the formidable Land Raider. In truth, however, the heretic Astartes and the Adeptus Astartes are little alike. The longer a Chaos Space Marine spends following the Dark Gods, the more corrupted they become. Horns and spikes protrude from their armor, and they may even be gifted with heinous mutations by their new patrons, whether it be whip-like tentacles, additional limbs, or other stranger alterations. Their flesh and armor often fuse into one, making them and their plate a single horrific organism. With their warpsmiths and dark mechanicum allies channeling the unfettered energies of chaos into the creation of heinous war machines, heretic Astarte hosts are joined by throngs of demon engines. These abominations combine armored brass and iron chassis and hellish weapon systems with a bound demonic essence that animates the engine and drives it into battle. The answer as to what motivates psycho-indoctrinated superhuman warriors of the Imperium to rebel against the empire they were bred to serve is as varied and complex as each individual Space Marine. There are those who seek to throw off the chains of servitude and turn their might to their own advancement. Others claim to have been betrayed by the Imperium, or else are driven mad by exposure to forbidden secrets and fell powers. Some walk yet stranger paths to glory or damnation, raiding, pillaging, and slaughtering as they go. Most appear to do this to satisfy their cruel desire for slaughter and mayhem, their inhuman abilities and potent war gear making them a threat to even the most formidable of foes. They may believe themselves to be their own masters, choosing to give their worship to the Dark Gods in preference to the Emperor. The truth is, however, that the majority of renegade Space Marines have simply exchanged one distant and uncaring master for another. Those who truly excel may be rewarded with dark blessings, even immortal demonhood, but for many there is only brutality, hardship, and an eventual grisly end. Just as there are hundreds upon hundreds of loyalist Space Marine chapters, so there are vast numbers of factions within the ranks of the heretic Astartes. 10,000 years on from the Horus heresy, there are those traitor legions still clinging to cohesion, still fighting the long war. Alongside them fight warbands of renegades, turncoats, and lunatics who have fallen into chaos worship in the millennia since. The dark god's insidious tendrils quest constantly for the hearts and souls of the Emperor's greatest warriors. Wherever a chink is found, wherever spiritual rot takes hold, there is formed a new warband of the heretic Astartes, sworn to revenge themselves upon the Imperium that created them. Black Legion. The Black Legion is a name synonymous with evil, living reminders of the Imperium's greatest catastrophe and its greatest threat. The Black Legion's warriors are the bringers of death and ruin, with souls as dark as their name. Abaddon the Despoiler leads them in their relentless campaign against the Imperium, and under him, they will stop at nothing to achieve their goal. Once named the Sons of Horus, the Black Legion's journey to preeminence amongst the traitor legions was hard fought. Only Abaddon had the strength to break the cycle of internecine warfare between the traitors, and to forge the Black Legion into a notorious host that continues to ravage the Imperium 10,000 years later. More numerous by far than any other faction of heretic Astartes, the Black Legion is made up of countless warbands consisting of turncoat space marines who have bent the knee to Abaddon. The only requirement for one who wishes to join this brotherhood is a hatred of the Emperor. Since the Horus heresy, warriors from other traitor legions and renegades of all stripes have donned the black and gold of Abaddon's hosts. While many worship the Chaos Pantheon in Tyre, others dedicate themselves to a single god. Over the millennia, many of the old Sons of Horus have done this, as have all manner of renegades. Equally, those dedicated to and seemingly chosen by a single god, the Death Guard, the World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and Thousand Sons, have on occasion abandoned their own legions to join Abaddon's own. The Despoiler cares not to which god or gods any of his followers give offering, nor does he care, for the most part, where they raid, pillage, and kill. His warlords are extended both Abaddon's trust and the high expectations that come with it. The Despoiler cares only that they answer his call when he summons them, and follow his orders when he gives them. Failure in this is unwise. Abaddon has had long millennia in which to dream up suitable punishments for those who let him down. In battle, the Black Legion's fighting style is as varied as the warbands involved. But in the firm grasp of Abaddon's command, the disparate heretic Astartes fight as one. Imperial observers with rare access to secret archives see ruthlessly efficient combat patterns of swift, decisive strikes that overwhelm the enemy, followed by Terminator attacks that break the foe's back. Tactics not dissimilar to those used by the Sons of Horus of old. The Traitor Legions. 10,000 years ago, at the height of the Great Crusade, the War Master Horus turned against the Emperor. Fully half the Space Marine legions followed his path of corruption and heresy. And in the 41st millennium, these legions continue unrelentingly to fight their long war. Once the names of those now known as the Traitor Legions were uttered throughout the Imperium with respect and admiration. No longer. The cunning and duplicitous Alpha Legion, the zealous fanatics of the World Bearers, the grim siege masters of the Iron Warriors, the terror troops of the Night Lords, the potent psychers of the Thousand Sons, the relentless and indomitable Death Guard, the ferocious World Eaters, the magnificent and perfectionist Emperor's Children, and the audacious Sons of Horus were the Space Marine legions that turned against the Emperor at the end of the Great Crusade. Now they are amongst mankind's most dangerous and feared enemies. Those that escaped the Siege of Terra and the scouring that followed scattered across the galaxy, with many fleeing to the warp rift known as the Eye of Terror. For years they warred amongst themselves, for after treachery has been committed once, it is easier to commit again. They vied for territory, slaves, and supplies. Immersed in the unnatural currents of the warp, these traitors fractured and mutated, their lifespans unnaturally extended, so that many who besieged the Emperor's palace still fight against his waning Imperium 10 millennia later. Thousands of years of constant warfare, rivalries, and jealousies have broken once unified legions into splintered warbands, led by champions who rule through might and cunning. The bitterness of defeat has festered in their hearts throughout the years, and combatants once motivated by duty now find themselves consumed by hate. While setting the Imperium aflame is no little reward, those following the Chaos Gods often aspire to even greater ends. For those who glorify their dark patrons through heinous rituals, mass slaughter, and the desiccation of sacred sites, there is a chance that they will be granted demonhood by their masters, gaining vast power and immortality. To walk the path to glory is enormously dangerous, for the gods are fickle, cruel, and indifferent to the plights of mortals. A champion who puts an entire world's population to the sword might have his arms warped into bladed weapons, or be gifted with a brass collar protecting him from psychic powers. Another champion might open a huge warp rift that enables legions of demonic horrors to spill into reality and turn a world into a twisted nightmare, for which the gods might reward him with incredible knowledge and wisdom, or a number of semi-autonomous tentacles. He might then turn a highly militarized fortress world into a den of hedonism and torturous ecstasy, in the hopes of being blessed with ways to deepen every sensation, and and instead have his eyes rendered sightless and his ears made incapable of hearing. The gods are as capricious as they are ineffable. Some champions may labor all their unnaturally long lives and never once receive a Chaos God's boon. Others might catch the regard of their patron only to be showered with so many unnatural blessings that their bodies mutate out of control, their minds snap, and they devolve into hideous chaos spawn. For all the lofty goals of demonhood and the wreaking of vengeance, many amongst the traitor legions fight chiefly for material gain. A war that has lasted for thousands of years cannot be sustained by hate alone. And what cannot be fashioned through slave labor must be stolen by the heretic Astartes in raids. Their gore-encrusted weapons and vessels are relics from the Age of Darkness, yet they have been repaired and made serviceable many times over, and modified with material ripped from the dead hands of Imperial servants, or the hulks of devastated loyalist ships. In the Era Indomitus, the traitor legions strike from their warped bastions and armadas at the weakened Imperium with a vigor and audacity not seen for millennia. Recorded sightings have not necessarily increased, but that is only because so many worlds have fallen silent beneath their blades before being able to send word. It is feared by many in the Imperium's highest echelons that what information they have barely scratches at the surface of what the traitor legions have achieved. Cults bearing the three-headed hydra of the Alpha Legion are becoming frighteningly common, and terrified calls for aid scream from the worlds engulfed in complete darkness by the Night Lords. The Iron Warriors have constructed massive labyrinthian bastions on fallen Imperial worlds, while what scattered bands of World Eaters remain butcher with wild abandon, leaving mountains of skulls in their wakes. Indominus Crusade battle groups have discovered systems captured by the Emperor's children that have descended into pits of twisted hedonism, while sightings of soldiers clad in the spiked deep crimson armor of the Word-Bearers are inevitably followed by mass demonic incursions and the raising of dread Noctilith crowns. It is nigh impossible for the servants of the Emperor to contain every heinous depravity, blasphemous assault, and blood-chilling atrocity. The traitor legion's terrifying success has provided them with immense bounties of supplies and slaves with which to further their evil cause, even before the boons and rewards bestowed upon them by their malefic deities are counted. Every victory brings them closer to seeing the throne world in flames, and the devastation promised by the Horus heresy brought at last to gruesome fruition. Renegades. Not all heretic Astartes can trace their history back to the Horus heresy. Over 10,000 years, many more Space Marines have fallen from the Emperor's light, driven by bitterness, greed, or lust for power. These traitors now fight against the Imperium they once served. Despite years of psycho-indoctrination, hypno-conditioning, arduous training, incredible mental robustness, and strength of character, not even Space Marines of the Adeptus Astartes are completely immune to human weakness. They too can fall to the subtle temptations of the Chaos Gods. Though the Administratum would never openly admit such a thing, over the course of its long history, individual Space Marines, squads, and even entire chapters have turned renegade in alarming numbers. There are many reasons for this heretical phenomena, with each new band of renegades evidencing their own weaknesses or buried desires. Some are simply power-hungry and chafe against the shackles placed upon them by the Imperium's labyrinthian rules and bureaucracy. Others grow disillusioned, holding too tightly to a sense of entitlement, and looking with scorn upon the human cattle they are told it is their purpose to protect. Some are exiled in dishonor, cast aside in the wake of tragedy, heresy, or rampant politicking. These Space Marines may even be preemptively attacked, driving the survivors into a life of piracy as they are forced to flee the Imperium that betrayed them. All renegades are reavers of a kind, raiding, pillaging, and murdering in their constant battle to survive, secure new territories, and defend their strongholds. On those rare, devastating occasions where a whole chapter turns traitor, entire systems can swiftly collapse. Assailed by the deadliest warriors in the galaxy in full strength and without restraint. Such merciless assaults leave worlds stripped of material, their populations enslaved or massacred, and vast fortifications erected on their surface to honor the dark gods. Many renegades dwell in the Eye of Terror, following in the footsteps of the traitor legions before them. Many more operate from hidden bases in asteroid fields, from vast space hulks that drift through the void without course, or as nomads aboard fleets or single ships. No matter what caused them to turn, all Space Marine renegades eventually fall to chaos, by accident or by design. Free from the bounds of Imperial doctrine, some indulge their desires for the sake of aggrandizement, glory, or greed. Others, close to extinction or on the brink of catastrophic defeat, hand their souls over to the dark gods in exchange for the smallest chance of survival. The Crimson Slaughter, the Purge, the Red Corsairs, the Cleaved, the Scourged, and many more are renegade warbands whose names strike fear into the heart of Imperial rulers. For the Inquisition and the Imperium's High Command, they are a stark reminder of the innate risks that Space Marines pose, and how humanity's greatest asset can swiftly become its greatest danger. Despite the obvious need for the Adeptus Astartes in defense of the Imperium, they too are susceptible to heresy and should be closely observed without complacency. The mere existence of such renegade warbands stirs deep hatred within the loyalist Adeptus Astartes. Not only do they despise their traitor brethren for their heretical crimes, but also for the fact that they dishonor all that it means to be a Space Marine, casting doubt upon the loyalties of those who remain true. wars between Loyalist and Renegade Space Marines escalate rapidly, enveloping entire subsectors in terrible, all-consuming conflict. Many renegades relish these wars for the opportunity to harvest gene seed and equipment. After all, though they combine the martial might of the Adeptus Astartes with the dark and unnatural blessings of the Chaos Gods, renegade warbands rarely boast any but the most rudimentary supply chains. Most are forced to survive by cannibalizing the war gear and even the biological components of loyalist warriors, or else by preying upon other, less powerful renegade bands. No one, save perhaps the Emperor, knows just how many Space Marines have turned renegade over the millennia. Even one loyal warrior falling in this fashion is too many, as each new renegade warband joins the long war on the side of the Dark Gods, so they take with them yet more of the Imperium's military might, now turned to the perverse power of tearing down humanity's realm, one world at a time. In the tumult of havoc that has raged across the Imperium since the Great Rift's emergence, raids of such a nature have become frighteningly common. Renegades seize every opportunity to capitalize upon the confusion, hardships, and panic of isolated Imperial forces and worlds. The Imperium's armies are overstretched and overwhelmed on multiple fronts, making too many worlds easy prey for Chaos Renegades, who are well learned in the art of plundering, grieving, and raiding. Death Guard. The Death Guard, one of the original traitor legions who turned against the Emperor in the Horus Heresy, are favored by Nurgle over all others in his service. Led by the demon Primarch Mortarion, their fleets launch from the Plague Planet to ravage the worlds of the Imperium. To face the Death Guard in battle is to fight that which repulses, cripples with nausea, and loosen bowels with fear. Their hulking plague marines are clad in the hues of their patron deity, displaying the panoply of unbridled filth and the heraldry of contagious disease. Coils of foul-smelling entrails burst forth from their cracks in their armor, and some are gifted with writhing tentacles in place of their limbs. Covered in hungry suckers and wicked claws that seem to have a malevolent sentience of their own. Accompanying their every step wafts a horrendous aroma, a vomit-inducing combination of diseased flesh, noxious fumes, corpse gas, and acid-decayed metal, emanating from every inch of their bodies, and billowing from corroded power packs and purpose-built vats. Upon sight of the Death Guard's inexorable march, their enemies unleash punishing volumes of fire, desperate to bring down Mortarion's sons. Yet the Death Guard are implacable warriors, favored with unnatural, diseased resilience. They have been rendered immune to pain by Nurgle's blessings, and jovially weather volleys of fire that would destroy lesser armies. In return, the Death Guard ply their infamous close-range fighting skills. Salvos of bolt rounds are combined with noxious streams of toxic slime, or barrages of armor-piercing shells that unleash corrosive iron blight within the hulls of armored vehicles. Whether battling street to street, plowing through trench networks, or marching unstoppably through suppurating swamps, the Death Guard are unstoppable once they close with their foes. Bubbo-covered cultists and deathless poxwalkers add to the traitors' ranks, eager to kill and infect. Foetid bloat drones hover overhead to drench the foe in toxic slime, or hunt enemy armor with hails of corrosive shot. Plague-burst crawlers launch barrages of spore-spewing shells as they smash aside enemy defenses with their ram blades. Mephitic blight haulers harry enemy tanks with multi-meltas and missile launchers as their gaping maws of razor-sharp teeth snap and drool in hunger. Combined, Death Guard forces grind their foes down into virulent sludge, ripe for molding in Grandfather Nurgle's hands. 1,000 Suns. Clad in ornate armor of rich lapis lazuli and purest gold, the 1,000 Suns were one of the Emperor's original legions, but are now enthralled to Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways. Led by both their demon primarch Magnus the Red and by sorcerers drunk on arcane power, the 1,000 Suns seek to bring about the Imperium's lasting destruction. When the 1,000 Suns make war, it is to claim lost knowledge, to complete arcane rituals, and to revenge themselves on their hated Imperial foes. Each action, however, huge in scale to the outside observer, is but one component in a complex plan potentially eons in the making. Few can even begin to divine the patterns established, so labyrinthian and circuitous are they. The mere presence of the 1,000 Suns warps the nature of the battlefield around them. Time itself is contorted and made sinuous, while the air whips with the eldritch winds of unbound change. Gleaming ranks of rubric marines march in lifeless lockstep, their physical bodies reduced to glittering dust within their animated armor, and their souls little more than possessor ghosts bound to reality by the same sorceries that consumed them. The only sounds they make are the roars of their bolters as they fire punishing volleys of inferno bolts which detonate with the power of the Imperium. These rubric marines are supported by scarab occult terminators who deliver hails of armor-piercing rockets and wield wicked Kopesh blades, their advance as unstoppable as it is unnaturally coordinated. For every lifeless rubric golem, hundreds of deranged cultists and avian Zangors follow in their wake. Brays, chants, and prayers directed at the god of change echo across the battlefield, building to a crescendo of excitement as the shrieking zealots close with the enemy. Packs of hideous demons join them, a menagerie of beasts bounding, leaping, and soaring across the battlefield in myriad colors. These unholy throngs mutate and fling searing warp flame even as they surge into battle. Cursed tanks and demon engines lend their fire to the fray, their machine spirits twisted and spiteful. So do the cults of the 1,000 Suns unleash the magics of chaos upon their foes, and in doing so, give praise to the ineffable changer of ways. So do they also serve the will of Magnus the Red, who seeks to gather the forbidden lore that his father the Emperor once forbade him. Only then can he earn vindication for himself and all those psychers who offer him their committed service. Chaos Demons. No foe of the Imperium is more malignant nor more terrible than the demons of chaos, the numberless foot soldiers of the ruinous powers. Spawned in the depths of the warp and fashioned from the very essence of the Imperium, they take the form of monsters from mortals' darkest nightmares and cruelest desires, and they will stop at nothing to see reality itself torn apart. Wherever demons set foot within real space, death and despair follow. Their every deed is motivated by the singular desire to further the agenda of their patron chaos god, and in the process, ensure that those of their rival are violently stymied. On the battlefield, no mercy can be expected from them, for such a concept is utterly alien to beings as strange and inimical as these. Relentless, tireless, they sweep forward to tear their victims apart with hellish weapons and raking talons, or unleash floods of unholy and unclean sorceries. Despite being entities native only to the warp, there are many ways in which demons can pierce the veil of reality. To these malevolent and ever-hungry creatures, mortal souls appear as shining beacons within the Imperium. Those that shine the brightest are psychers, who to the demons of chaos are the richest pickings of all. Should such individuals be ignorant of their own power, or be caught unawares, the slightest moment of weakness will see demons rush in to consume their souls, or worse still, transform them into a tortured, living conduit between the warp and real space. Vessels that ply the Imperium to cross the galactic void are equally vulnerable. Imperial craft employ Geller fields to stave off demonic incursion by surrounding the ship with a bubble of reality. Yet, should these shields flicker for even a moment, they will admit a torrent of malevolent entities hell-bent on slaughter and possession. For ships that come under full-scale attack, those on board have to fight a near-hopeless battle against evil made manifest. Countless craft are lost this way, their hulks left to drift in the warp or the void for millennia, with all souls lost. Then there are warp storms, vicious tempests of unreality where the skin of real space splits and the stuff of the Imperium spills violently through. Worlds engulfed by, or even unlucky enough to lie close to, such storms are doomed to weather wave upon wave of demonic incursions. The proximity of the Imperium fuels and sustains the Dark God's legions, allowing them to march upon nation after nation, world after world, without losing their tenuous grip upon reality. Demons can even be summoned by those mortals foolish or powerful enough to do so. Wanton slaughter, blood sacrifice, and forbidden rituals all serve to rip open reality. So are the demonic hordes admitted freely through the veil, often at a cost far higher and more hideous than any summoner could have imagined. Each Chaos God's legions manifest physical characteristics, twisted abilities, and overarching drives that embody that deity's essential nature. Khorne's blood legions are relentlessly violent and endlessly wrathful, equipped to spill vital fluids and take skulls with tooth, claw, and blade. The most favored of Khorne's followers charge into the fray on massive juggernauts, brass-fleshed fusions of horned beast and machine. They are led by mighty bloodthirsters, bestial-headed mountains of fury. These demon lords carry huge axes and cruelly barbed whips while clad in armor of magic-resistant brass. Tzeentch's scintillating legions are writhing masses of warp flesh, their bodies swathed in empiric energy. The Change God's minions take the form of cackling, sanity-blasting distortions that can wield deadly warp flame and conjure sorcery capable of mutating foes into gibbering spawn or twisting the strands of fate itself. Such is the trickery of the Changer of the Ways, that to cut down one of his horrors is to unleash two more. Led by towering avian terrors known as Lords of Change, Tzeentch's armies are devious, spiteful, and utterly unpredictable. Enemies double over in nausea at the hideous stench of Nurgle's plague legions before they even set eyes on the grandfather's foul offspring. The plague god delegates much authority to the great unclean ones, vast, bloated monstrosities that heave themselves across the battlefield, their open sores weeping pus and their steaming entrails dragging behind them. All of Nurgle's progeny delight in the spreading of unholy contagions, seeking to infest the galaxy with the fungal growths, unending plagues, and fleshy inflorescences that they see as Nurgle's gift to an ungrateful but fortunate galaxy. It is said that no sight amongst the stars is as alluring yet repellent as that of Slaanesh's legions of excess. Demonettes and fiends bound across the battlefield, each a lithe, graceful, and androgynous creature that beguiles and repulses in equal measure. Some demonettes ride sinuous steeds of Slaanesh, while others are mounted on chariots made from hosts of razor-sharp blades, the slightest sting from which inflicts agonies fit to drive mortals mad. Lightning fast, all of Slaanesh's demons wield their blades and claws with lethal skill, their sensuous movements serving to distract the foe in the moment before the killing strike. Towering above all of Slaanesh's demonic minions are the Keepers of Secrets, four-armed androgynous demon lords that strut proudly before their followers, the most skilled and horribly alluring of all. Since the opening of the Great Rift, the predations of the demons of chaos have become far more widespread, if it were possible, even more gruesome. Demonic legions fall upon world after world, sustained by the pulsing tides of warp energy that spill from the Cicatrix Maledictum. Amidst the darkness of the Noctis Aeterna and the endless madness of the Imperium Nihilus, the demonic servants of the Chaos Gods wage their unnatural wars with newfound vigor. Never have these entities presented a greater threat to the Emperor's realm, nor to the minds and souls of those who dwell within. Chaos Knights. Towering monstrosities, the Chaos Knights are twisted and malignant masters of war, wielding devastating heavy weaponry and deadly close combat armaments. These fallen nobles annihilate all before them and set entire worlds ablaze in their nigh unstoppable fury. When a house of knights stride onto the battlefield, tremors ripple through the ground, warriors topple, and the foundations of bastions crack. They are engines of destruction, designed for one purpose: war on a gigantic scale. Across the Imperium, the Night Houses are the Emperor's strength incarnate, inspiring boundless courage and embodying the power of the Imperium. When these machines and their noble pilots turn to chaos, however, such feelings are replaced by dread and despair. Toxic fumes billow from corroded exhaust vents as lances of Chaos Knights storm through the ranks of their enemies, scattering and trampling all before them without mercy. Warped and tainted by heinous sorceries and malefic re-engineering, once honorable knight suits become walking nightmares. Evil-looking spikes protrude from pauldrons, skulls of defeated foes hang from heavy chains, and Imperial sigils are desecrated and replaced with evil symbols and images of unholy beasts. The fallen nobles who pilot these colossal war machines are prideful and arrogant, all too aware of their immense power. Many will only pledge allegiance to the most successful and legendary Chaos champions. Others retain ancient ties to the Dark Mechanicum that date back to the horrors of the Age of Darkness, and to this day are pledged to the heretics who rule the chaotic demon forges. Many fallen households make war alone, deeming none but the dark gods themselves worthy of their allegiance. When a household marches out with their dark pennants snapping in the winds of war, and their diabolical weapons primed for the slaughter, they crush enemy armies and burn entire worlds. Not all Chaos Knights fight as part of a household, however. Some wage their hateful wars alone as dreadblades, roving from battle to battle, according to whims and desires only they can comprehend. The motivations that make a knight and its noble pilot turn from the emperor of mankind are manifold. Some belong to households that followed the traitor legions in rebellion during the dread times of the Horus heresy, while others are simply insane, their minds warped by profane visions or the exploitation of dark entities. Some fall through duplicity or ill fate, their thrones mechanicum tainted with demonic ichor, or their homeworlds consumed by violent warp storms. Whatever the reason behind their turning renegade, these tormented and oath-sworn killers are mighty champions of chaos indeed. From the moment they turn traitor, a noble and their knight suit alike begin a grim descent into irreversible damnation. One taints the other through their neural uplinks, while both suffer the howls and cries of the ancestral ghosts trapped within their throne mechanicum, whipped to madness by their acts of base betrayal. The pilot impresses upon their armor every burst of hatred and bitterness they possess, and in turn, the animal ferocity of a knight suit turned bestial berserker spreads corruption and mutation throughout the fallen noble's body and soul. In the aftermath of the Great Rift's opening, more and more night houses have fallen to chaos. Many have found themselves in close proximity to raw warp energy, twisting and transforming them beyond imagination. Others have been so beset by endless hordes of foes that slaughter itself has become their duty. The need to kill amid so much death consumes them and their throne mechanicum, and their fall to chaos is assured. To look upon the demon legions of the dark gods is to see glorious damnation made manifest. The hosts of Khorne march beneath brazen icons and howl their bloodlust as they brandish smoldering blades aloft. The legions of Tzeentch coruscate with kaleidoscopic flame, capering and gibbering even as they endlessly mutate. Nurgle's clades lumber to war amidst roaring storms of plague flies, some slouching, slump-shouldered and grim, others ebullient in their festering and malevolent mirth. Those of Slaanesh, meanwhile, advance with deceptive grace, wreathed in perfumed clouds and glittering illusions that drive mortals wild with want, even as they repel and dismay. Khorne. Khorne is known across the galaxy as the Blood God, the Lord of Battles, and the Great Butcher, amongst countless other titles. He is the patron of warriors, whether they worship him consciously or not, and the wellspring of all conflict, hatred, and bloodshed. The demons of Khorne are embodiments of his murderous rage and raw martial might. Territorial aggression, uncontrolled anger, and the urge to violence are among the most basic and common drivers of most mortal species. As they develop, civilizations may claim to have left such barbarity behind. Yet, even the most advanced, star-spanning empires make war upon their foes. Perhaps their peoples and their holdings require defending against less enlightened invaders. Maybe they desire new territories in which they can expand. Champions fight for their lords, their honor, or their faith. Warriors do battle to defend their homes and families, or to cast down those they believe their enemies. Drunkards brawl in void dock taverns. Assassins strike from the shadows. Fetid generals direct mighty armies in countless campaigns of conquest. No matter the cause, no matter the scale, the result is the same. Every violent act and expression of rage or hate flows into the warp. There, it empowers the entity that mortals know as Khorne, the Blood God. Myriad civilizations throughout the galaxy and across the span of millennia have offered worship to Khorne. He is a patron of warriors, a deity easily perceived to be a source of strength and catalyst to conquest. Moreover, all too many peoples throughout the long and tragic history of the galaxy have been quick to anger and ready to hate. Entire alien empires have risen and fallen in service to the Blood God, inevitably ending amidst calamitous violence and vast loss of life. Some, like the Abdor-Hero clans or the arachnoids Veka, were barbarous and feral species, drawn to the brute strength and ferocious aspect of Khorne. Others, such as the somber Palatornid of Ink, began as noble and highly advanced beings who were drawn into Khorne's worship during their quest for martial excellence. Countless human cultures, too, have offered praise to Khorne. Indeed, many still do. either in secret within the bowels of imperial society, or else openly upon renegade worlds long sundered from the guidance of the ecclesiarchy. On Corlin, too, he is known as Karg the Red Hound. To the blood sects of the Reaving Stars, he is Orn the Endless Howl. The Skinner gangs of the Kardec Underhives know him simply as the Bladesman, honoring him by flinching the skulls of their rivals and piling them into pyramids. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed prophets of fury know him as the Skull Star, whose furious glare guides their slaughter fleets to each new battleground. Khorne is depicted in many different aspects across the span of the galaxy. He is rendered in gory cave paintings, in mosaics of brass and bone, or on the billowing banners of those renegade space marines who worship him, the dreaded world eaters, chief amongst them. Yet there are aspects to Khorne's portrayal that appear repeatedly, even amongst cultures separated by immense gulfs of space and time. Many envision him as a towering warrior with the head of a snarling hound. He is said to wear a mighty suit of brass and blackened iron, and to bellow his demands for bloodshed while seated on a brass throne atop a colossal mountain of skulls. Those who worship Khorne believe that every worthy head they take is added to that pile, and that when their time comes, their own skull will be added. Furthermore, every sect or civilization ever to depict Khorne shows him with a dread weapon at his side. Most often, this is a vast, two-handed battle blade. Others may envision an axe, a halberd, or whatever strange local melee weapon seems most in keeping to them. Whatever the case, Khorne's blade is always said to be a huge and terrible thing. War itself, wrought in bloodied iron, that can cut reality itself asunder with a single swing. It has been called Woe-bringer, War-maker, and the end of all things. On some aspects of his nature, all worshippers agree. Khorne disdains trickery and hates sorcery and psychers worst of all. Khorne's true altar is the battlefield, and his sacrament is an endless tide of flowing blood. Most importantly, Khorne bestows his greatest favor upon those who butcher without restraint, and even turn their blades upon their allies in battle. Such slaughters, it is said, show their understanding of Khorne's most fundamental tenet. He does not care from whence the blood flows, only that it does. There can be no mistaking Khorne's demons as they surge from the warp to do battle. Furious manifestations of living brass, corded muscle, and bloodied bone. They embody all the blood god's boundless rage and his unending need for battle. brazen horns howl to herald these demons on set. Their clamor fills the skies, loud as crashing thunder, and echoing from all directions. Feral war cries rip through Vox networks and burst from comm beads, so sudden and deafeningly loud that they burn out entire channels and rupture eardrums. The ground shudders and cracks, chasms yawning wide to vomit boiling blood and clattering masses of skulls. Ragged rents split the fabric of reality, infernal firelight swelling from within. Carmine mist billows, blood warm and heavy, with a coppery stink, alive with prowling, half-seen shapes with eyes like burning coals. Warriors feel sudden fury grip them. Their discipline and training crumble before the inexplicable urge to turn their weapons upon comrades they have known and valued for years. The sky darkens with whirling ash, or else catches light as flames race through the boiling clouds. Then come the demons, falling upon their victims like an avalanche. Bloodletters lope into battle, hissing their hatred, hacking their way with their forge-hod hellblades, which they wield with terrifying savagery and skill. Every blow lops another head from enemies' shoulders, as the blood of their victims form lakes upon the battlefield. Still, more bloodletters claw their way up from beneath its surface to charge into battle. Blood crushers smash everything in their path with single-minded ferocity. The brass-skinned juggernauts shrugging off firepower that would reduce battle tanks to scrap. Skull cannons clatter into position, the wail of damned souls filling the air as macabre ammunition is stuffed into the weapon's crunching jaws. The air shudders as the cannons fire, raining screaming skulls down upon the foe to detonate in brimstone blasts. Yet even as warriors are butchered, even as shocking violence reduces everything to bloodied meat, still a special kind of terror is reserved for the bloodthirsters. These are the ultimate champions of Khorne, the generals and war leaders of his infernal legions. Towering giants, clad in Baroque armor and borne aloft upon vast, leathery wings. They are the damnation of humanity made manifest. Where their gaze falls, even the bravest of enemies quail in mindless terror. And wherever the bloodthirsters strike with their massive brazen weapons, even the mightiest armor is torn apart. Tzeentch, an ever-shifting multiplicity of concepts, are considered to fall within the purview of Tzeentch, as is only appropriate for this strange chaos god. Sorcery, fate, mutation, trickery, prophecy, infinite knowledge, boundless change. Tzeentch is said to preside over all these things and more. There are many reasons that mortals fall to the whispered temptations of Tzeentch. Within dank underhive slums, bond sworn to sweltering manufactorums, or mutated since birth and forced to hide amongst a society that reviles them, humans are robbed of power over their own lives. They long for something, anything, to change. Gradually, that longing becomes a desire for the power to force that change to manifest. Perhaps these desires are altruistic. The wish to feed one starving family, or the honest need to change the hand fate has dealt. Other motivations are more selfish and spiteful. A bullying overseer with all the power who needs to be taught a lesson. A desire to gain the insights needed in order to ensure some criminal enterprise succeeds. All such fervent wishes for change provide opportunities that Tzeentch's demons exploit. In the most psychically empowered of minds, these wants may be enough to open the way for entities to flow from the warp. In others, they are sufficient to see lost individuals, hear and obey the voices that whisper through their dreams, or to steer them into dangerous cults that soon see souls pledged to the changer of the ways. Nor is it only the downtrodden who wish for change. Even the greatest men and women can discover there are limits to their ability to understand or to alter the galaxy to their liking. Nobles and planetary governors yearn for the ability to outpolitic and outscheme their rivals, or to improve the lot of those they serve. Learned scholars and powerful sorcerers wish always for more knowledge, greater understanding, the unlocking of forbidden lore, no matter how good or evil their intentions might be. This thirst for insight leads them into the clutches of Tzeentch. Generals and priests, inquisitors and prophets alike, all have sought proscribed lore and thus been ensnared by the architect of fate. No matter why people turn to the worship of Tzeentch, or how intentionally they do so, every mortal race empowers him. All those who plot, who trick their rivals, or ambush their enemies, all who prize knowledge and understanding over brute force, who inscribe or study arcane lore, all are worshipping. Tzeentch has countless faithful scattered across the galaxy. Some form cults and covens sequestered within forbidden libraries, or lurking in fanes in the wilds. Others are cunning manipulators, hidden in plain sight amidst high society, or even renegade war bands of the heretic Astartes, most notably the cults of the Thousand Sons and their demon primarch Magnus the Red. It is easy to see why so many give their allegiance to the architect of fate. His demons whisper secrets into the minds of his faithful, insights they could not possibly glean by other means, and forbidden lore that renders them powerful. His champions' mortal forms undergo incredible changes that are hailed as boons and proof of Tzeentch's favor. Coiling and crushing tentacles, the ability to breathe gouts of warp flame, glassy scales harder than bonded ceramite, diaphanous wings, the power to hypnotize with but a glance, labyrinthian and inhuman mental architecture. All these and infinite other blessings may manifest within the bodies of those who offer their souls to the changer of the ways. Then there are the sorcerous powers bestowed upon so many of Tzeentch's worshippers. These allow them to hurl blasts of mutating fire, to scry the maddening strands of the future, or to transmogrify the very fabric of real space. Such boons are not freely given. It is said of Tzeentch that he is the great conspirator, the master of enigmatic and ineffable plans of such complexity and galaxy-spanning scope that none but he can comprehend them. Every one of his mortal servants, no matter how powerful they might think themselves, is but another puppet. Each is but the tiniest of cogs within an impossibly complex machine, intended to bring about eventual victory for the architect of fate. Snared in this eternal web, mortal worshippers are in truth trapped worse than they ever were before they sold their souls. More often than not, their fate is simply as the conjurers or screaming conduits by which Tzeentch's demonic hosts pour into real space. There have been many differing depictions of Tzeentch rendered by mortals as there are stars in the heavens. Some envision an enlightened being of illuminating flame, a constellation of all-seeing eyes, or an impossibly intricate puppeteer tugging at the strings of fate. Often, he is envisioned as a towering figure whose sunken visage is embedded low in his chest, and whose skin crawls with myriad faces that leer, mock, lie, and contradict. Great horns are depicted curling from Tzeentch's head, crackling with arcane fire, while about him wheel endless expanses of sorcerous energy and overlapping, fractured realities. He is said to be able to observe the fates and machinations of any mortal being from any moment in time amidst these whirling images, to hear the thoughts, hopes, plots, and schemes of every living thing within his mind. There are those who believe that Tzeentch's realm within the warp manifests as a vast crystal labyrinth through which his demonic legions prowl, supposedly replete with bizarre libraries, weird mirror realms, and fractal mazes of infernal madness. This convoluted infinity is said to dance with the fires of change and to grow and branch ever further as Tzeentch's power swells. Within the Ordo Malleus archives, there are indeed numerous references to extrusions from just such a labyrinth. It is recorded tearing through the skin of real space during especially apocalyptic incursions by the demons of Tzeentch. Dark rumor and recorded visions insist that somewhere in the labyrinth's uttermost depths lies the impossible fortress, wherein Tzeentch lurks and plots within his hidden library. Whatever the truth, entire worlds and vast regions of space have been swallowed into the ever-changing and beautiful mass of the crystal labyrinth, or left impossibly altered after its tunnels retreat back to the warp. Meanwhile, legions upon legions of demons have been seen to spill from within its shimmering depths. Those demons of Tzeentch are every bit as bizarre and mind-bending as their patron deity. The greatest of their number are the Lords of Change, which manifest as avian horrors with cruel talons, kaleidoscopic wings, flowing robes, and eyes like windows into the abyss. They are embodiments of Tzeentch's boundless cunning, devious manipulators, and conjurers of illusion, whose touch brings mutation. Their sorcerous powers eclipse those of the mightiest mortals. The Lords of Change serve as the generals of Tzeentch's demonic legions, and the arch-magisters of his infernal covens. Many also work his will upon real space by possessing mighty individuals and secretly abusing their power, or by posing as demigods to be worshipped by and to utterly corrupt primitive peoples. The closest thing to foot soldiers in the Tzeentchian hosts are the Horrors. These weird humanoid demons possess rubbery and malleable bodies with leering faces set into their chests, lurid pink flesh, and gangling arms that end in wicked talons or gross fungoid digits. They spill toward the enemy in a shimmering tide, tumbling and writhing over and about one another as they cackle, wail, and gibber cacophonously. As manifest motes of Tzeentch's power, each horror possesses formidable sorcerous abilities, and can hurl mutating warp fire to twist and burn their victims. Moreover, should a pink horror be slain, they are not banished, but instead split into two smaller blue horrors that gurgle and jabber with foul-tempered spite even as they continue to assail their victims. Lesser again are the brimstone horrors, swarming imps of living warp flame that cluster about their foes and engulf them in crawling fire. As warriors struggle to hold back the surging tide of sorcery and madness, even stranger entities engulf them from all sides. Blade-winged screamers flow through the air, slashing and sinuous. Flamers of Tzeentch bound into battle, spraying tongues of mutating warp flame from myriad yawning maws. With every moment the demon's victims are twisted and ruined in body and mind, until nothing remains but pleading eyes and screaming maws, dotted amidst heaving masses of unclean mutant flesh. Nurgle. Nurgle is the plague god. He is most often depicted as a hulking, leprous abomination, a mountain of disease-bloated flesh, whose pustulant innards spill through his splitting hide amidst a miasma of rot and droning plague flies. Nurgle, they say, hunches over his noxious cauldron and delights in brewing nightmarish contagions to unleash upon the peoples of real space. At first glance, it might seem that few mortal beings would choose to worship Nurgle, and that those who do must surely be mad. The ragged preachers of Nurgle's feculent faith cannot promise martial might on a par with that embodied by Khorne. They do not offer the boundless cunning and sorcerous potency of Tzeentch, nor even the hedonistic pleasures or obsessive fulfillments of Slaanesh. Nurgle's remit is plague. His boons are in themselves supernatural maladies, demonic parasites, and disfiguring mutations. Who but a nihilistic lunatic would willingly offer worship to the author of such woes? Yet, disease, decay, entropy, and the despair they bring are fundamental facts for populations and armies across the galaxy. On world after world, crops fail, food spoils, and sickness and starvation follow. Overcrowded field hospitals are hotbeds for swift-spreading infections and feeding grounds for rapacious parasites. Languishing in foetid slums, pinned down and wounded amidst the contaminating filth of no man's land, ravaged by noxious bioweapons and alien phages, souls beyond number confront the inescapable fact of their own mortality. Some cling to faith and hope until the last. Most pass beyond the limits of their endurance and cry out in their delirium for salvation, no matter its source. Whether they suffer until the end, or their will gives way, they all empower the plague god. It is said by the worshippers of Nurgle that, for all the cruelties he heaps upon real space, he is at heart a fond-hearted and grandfatherly deity. There are few whose supplication he would refuse, nor deny his rancid gifts. Thus, the worshippers of Nurgle become willing hosts for all his most grotesque contagions, precisely in order to survive their touch. They take into themselves that which would otherwise be their destroyer, becoming one with it, and glorifying in the unholy vitality and resilience such a gruesome bargain grants. Each mortal who makes this pact becomes another vector for Nurgle's supernatural contagions, and another catalyst to furthering the grandsire's power. In truth, succumbing to the worship of Nurgle is indeed a kind of madness. His mortal worshippers exult in all the repugnant signs of disease and mutation that should instinctively repel them. They willingly spread his plagues far and wide, even to comrades in arms or loyal friends they would have previously sought to protect. They do this in the certainty that they are sharing Nurgle's priceless gifts, echoing their deity's boundless generosity. The most fervent of Nurgle's mortal worshippers recognize that even amidst the misery of disease and the ruination of decay, new life is born. Squirming parasites and filth-grubbing nematodes, grotesque spore-spewing fungi, clouds of flies vast and dense as thunderheads, mutant viral strains and ravenous bacteria, all such progeny of rot proliferate where Nurgle's touch is felt. Nurgle's realm within the warp is described in moldering, maggot-riddled grimoires and ordo-malleus data slates alike. Many are the luckless mystics and gibbering heretic witches who claim to have looked upon that noxious netherworld in their visions. Most call it the Garden of Nurgle, at the heart of which squats the vast canker of his manse. In truth, it is likely that neither human words nor human imaginations can come close to accurately portraying the raw malignancy of the empiric reaches in which Nurgle's powers coalesce. Still, accounts speak of churning, vomitous marshes, thick with hissing reed beds of rotted bone. They tell of fungoid forests and of maggot-stuffed trees, festooned with rustling bells of pallid blooms growing from bloated and foul from soil fertilized with rotting corpses, and of the ghastly plague demons that roam the blighted wilds. The inhabitants of real space would be fortunate if Nurgle's demons stayed within that metaphysical garden. Yet wherever the grandfather's power waxes amidst epidemic and sorrow, there his festering legions spill through the veil like foulness gushing from a punctured boil. They come in a shambling mass, their ragged banners flapping in pestilent winds that carry the toiling of discordant bells and the groan of mucus-choked voices to their terrified foes. Daylight curdles to a jaundice hue that renders all in sickly shades of pallor and disease. The land itself turns rotten, water thickening to effluent sludge, while plants, animals, and horrified soldiers alike bloat and burst with septic pus and teeming maggots. To fight the demons of Nurgle is to be immersed in inescapable corruption, to have your weapons rust in your hands and fever rack your aching body, even as all you seek to protect falls into ruin around you. Hopeless horror rolls ahead of Nurgle's demons like a bow wave, mingling with masses of droning flies and billowing vapors to bring formerly staunch defenders to their knees. Those who stand and fight face a riot of pestilent grotesques whose diseased warped flesh and rotted innards render them all but impossible to slay. Tides of giggling, biting plague mites flow underfoot, malevolent little nurglings that spill up the legs of screaming victims and bury them in mounds of diseased flesh. Massed ranks of plague-bearers trudge to battle, slouched and rotten warriors of Nurgle, with but a single eye and crooked horn apiece. Bloated and foul, they maintain a droning count of Nurgle's countless maladies, even as they hack away with plague swords whose touch promises poison and disease. From the befouled skies come plague drones, revolting fly demons larger than an ogren, that attack with slobber-wet mouthparts and filthy stings. In their shadows bound the beasts of Nurgle, grotesquely ebullient masses of slug-like flesh and poisonous tentacles, whose secretions sicken and paralyze, and whose vigorous attentions leave their mortal playthings crushed and rotten in their wakes. Looming over all, booming with cruel mirth and stinking like a sewage-choked plague pit, come the great unclean ones, fashioned in the image of their master. These rancid hulks of diseased flesh oversee Nurgle's pretties like proud parents. They slay those who oppose them with befouling magics, clubbing blows of virulent blades and flails, and choking steams of noxious vomit, so inimical that they can dissolve tank armor in seconds, or drown entire squadrons of soldiery in gelid filth. Slaanesh. No mortal being is entirely free from desire, be it physical, mental, or even spiritual. The need for fulfillment goes hand in hand with most species' wish to find meaning and purpose in their lives. Yet, as innocent as such motivations may be, it is all too easy for desire to become obsession, debasement, and excess. So are the seeds of Slaaneish's power sown. To the cannibal tribes of Goma 6, Slaanesh is known as the Feast Bringer, depicted as a slavering maw, vast as a canyon, whose hunger for human flesh can never be sated. To the alien Jorvax, his name is a jarring cacophony of symphonic disharmony, looped at mind-shattering volume through the organic amplifiers that grow like parasites upon their bodies. The traitorous regiments of Toloso know him as the Cruel Mirror, and mutilate themselves ever more grotesquely in hopeless displays of worship vanity. To the dwindling Eldari, Slaanesh is named She Who Thirsts, and is both the product of and eternal punishment for their ancient empire's degeneration into murderous debauchery. The Dark Prince, the Lord of Excess, the Perfect One. There are many names for Slaanesh in the great span of the galaxy, as there are obsessions and perversions to waylay incautious and weak-willed mortals. Ultimately, it matters not what name or appearance people ascribe to this dark god. However they fixate upon him, they all worship him in their way. Slaanesh is empowered by need and want, by mortals' descents into obsession, and their succumbing to temptation in any form. Thus, while he is sometimes portrayed as being the least mighty of the four great chaos gods, in many ways, Slaanesh's power is simply more subtle and insidious than those of his infernal siblings. Moreover, its corrupting taint reaches into everything mortals strive for and want. As such, it is quite possible for Slaanesh to derive power from individuals and deeds that might, at first glance, seem dedicated wholesale to one of his rival deities. A murderous, blade-wielding gladiator, for instance, would seem on the surface to be an obvious servant of Khorne. Yet, in that warrior's obsessive need to perfect her blademanship, in her pride at each victory, and her lust for the adulation and accolades she wins, she instead gives unconscious worship to Slaanesh. Equally, a cunning noble overcoming his political opponents through elaborate scheming might appear to be a devotee of Tzeentch. Yet by the opulence and excess of his courtly lifestyle, not to mention his obsessive need to entrap his rivals in ever more Machiavellian plots, he too would empower the Dark Prince. be it something as blameless as a starving laborer's desire for food, or as twisted as a sadistic killer's fixation upon inflicting pain. Every mortal desire that is taken to extremes increases Slaaneish's might. In such a dark, violent, and desperate age as the 41st millennium, these energies rise like a flood tide. The demons of Slaanesh are manifestations of dark contradiction. Their aspect evokes the most desperate and hedonistic desires of mortal hearts, but also the fundamental wrongness and instinctive horror of such obsessions when they are taken to the nightmare extremes. They are repugnantly beautiful, jarringly graceful, beguiling and yet wholly terrifying. The mere sight of such impossible entities can steal a mortal's wits, trapping them in an ecstasy of horror and longing that leaves them unable, often unwilling, to fight back. The first warning of these demons' onset may be lilting music, half heard and strangely fascinating, borne to the ear upon a gently perfumed breeze. As the sounds and smells grow more intense, they bring with them the first ripple of unease to mortal hearts. There is something acrid beneath the heady fragrances on the air, something that hints at stale sweat, spilled blood, and vomit. The faint aria becomes more strident, its source unclear, its notes clashing and intermingling with wailing voices and insidious whispers. Mortals feel their pulses racing unaccountably, their flesh prickling with waves of pleasure and pain. Their minds stray to dark needs, or else slide inexorably into a state of numbing bliss that dulls reactions and slurs speech. Guns slip from nerveless fingers, tank engines idle as crews let their vehicles roll to a halt. By now, even the softest daylight has become harsh and glaring, curdled with prismatic accents ranging from unnaturally garish to the livid hues of a fresh bruise. Whispering voices slither through comms networks, beguiling, threatening, imploring, and tempting. Sulphurous breath caresses the napes of warriors' necks, and feather-light touches rake their skin, even inside fully sealed suits of armor. Overhead, the clouds contort into writhing, half-recognizable forms caught between bliss and agony. Bedrock trembles. Those not already lost whisper frantic prayers as all around them the world holds its breath in unwilling anticipation. Then come the demons of Slaanesh. The skin of reality splits open like silken hangings slashed with razor blades. spattering perfumed gore and ectoplasm. Sinuous shapes surge through the rents with discordant shrieks and squeals of unholy delight. Fiends of Slaanesh scuttle toward their disoriented victims. Nightmare amalgamations of insect, equine, and humanoid, wreathed in a billowing musk that curdles minds and bewitches souls. They rear over willing prey who drop to their knees with sobs of horrified delight before the fiend's claws and talons descend. Behind these grotesque beasts flow packs of demonettes, lissom and beguiling monsters that dance toward their victims with insatiable hunger in their eyes. The demonette's every claw stroke is a lethal caress. Their every cry of delight a soul-shredding screech, whose mere utterance makes their victims yearn for more. Some of these handmaidens of Slaanesh ride upon whip-swift steeds, freakish and etiolated abominations, whose trilling cries are often the last sound their luckless victims hear. Others ride aboard glittering chariots, fashioned in razor-sharp curves that drag musically clattering threshing blades behind them. Driven beyond sense or sanity, some mortals hurl themselves before the chariots, willingly succumbing to their ghastly fate. Those who choose to fight last little longer, for these elegant engines of slaughter shimmer unreally through even the fiercest fire and can travel swifter than a speeding combat bike. As the wanton slaughter gathers pace, and those with the wit to do so try to fight back, so the violence and horror unleashed by the demons escalates. Some torment the foe with sorcerous music, played upon instruments fashioned from contorted and still living mortal supplicants. Others conjure ghastly warp magics that corrupt and ruin their victims, or else drive the foe into wild rampages of cannibalistic debauchery that soon see them destroy themselves. Even amidst such a riot of insane excess, the keepers of secrets loom large as true avatars of the Dark Prince's will. These are the champions and generals of Slaanesh's demon legions, the stealers of souls and corrupters of worlds. At times, they do their work subtly by possessing those open to Slaanesh's wiles, or even better, those whose piety should render them resistant. Be it planetary governors or space marine chapter masters, humble preachers or artists possessed of interplanetary fame, beloved, trusted, or feared individuals, such as these can be employed as tools to lead billions into damnation on Slaanesh's behalf. Yet for all this, the keepers of secrets are the most terrifying when they manifest in person upon the battlefields of real space. Foes wail with desperate desire and prostrate themselves at the demon's approach, allowing themselves to be crushed with delicate cruelty beneath talon and hoof. Many warriors claw their eyes out at the sight of the demon's impossible beauty, or topple dead as their hearts rupture with self-loathing and lust. The keepers of secrets stalk through the madness, every motion inhumanly graceful, every blow delivered with the precision and might to shear a battle tank in two. Their sorceries can transform the most loyal soldier into a maddened traitor, or kill mortal foes with a barrage of excruciating bliss so delicately cruel that it literally sets their victims' nerves aflame. With these terrible entities dancing at their head, the demon legions of Slaanesh leave battlefields scattered with contorted corpses, their ruined features distorted by death screams of terrified ecstasy. Even to stand upon the same battlefield as the Thousand Sons is to risk not just your mortal form, but also your very sanity and soul. They are unmatched sorcerers, manipulating the perilous energies of the warp to reorder fate, mutate living flesh, and steal the will and wits of friend and foe alike. To do battle with this infernal legion is to face the Imperium unleashed. Their advance is heralded by magical firestorms and volley upon volley of warp-infused shells and bolts. As the battle lines close, shrieking herds of mutant Zangor, gibbering chaos spawn, flame-belching demon engines, and tank-sized bestial abominations surge forwards to hack and tear, throttle, immolate, and devour. Worse than the carnage the Thousand Sons wreak, however, worse even than their unholy twisting of reality itself, is the fear that however their enemies strive, those who battle them can never be sure of victory. Illusions and trickery are second nature to these diabolical champions of Tzeentch. Even those who believe the Thousand Sons bested may in truth be mere puppets, unknowingly serving the very foes they fight. Magnus the Red, the Crimson King of Sortiarius. The fate of the Thousand Sons is inextricably linked to their gene sire, the demon primarch Magnus the Red. In millennia lost to dust, he was a son of the Emperor himself, a beacon of wisdom and power, who served his master with the best of intentions. Now, Magnus is abhorrent, embittered, greater yet lesser than he was before, as is the legion he leads. Magnus the Red is a towering demonic demigod, whose might is augmented by the boundless gifts of Tzeentch. He is sorcery made flesh, a winged behemoth who commands the Imperium at will, whose mere presence breaks the fundamental bonds of reality and turns all to madness. Magnus's power is such that he can obliterate legions of foes with a word or a baleful glare. The warp-saturated blade he wields can take any form he wills, and with a single blow can sunder a fortress gate or mighty war engine. Magnus's rune-etched armor is proof against even the most powerful attacks, be they physical or spiritual. And his flesh is so drenched in warp energy that he can never be truly slain. The demon Primarch's very presence twists reality into myriad fractured reflections and shatters the sanity of even the staunchest foes. He is a locus of unbridled change, a nexus of plots uncounted, the greatest servant of Tzeentch, and a walking repository of forbidden and sanity-blasting secrets. Yet he was not always thus. What records endure regarding Magnus and his path to damnation are sealed in vaults deep beneath the Imperial Palace, or else kept by the Thousand Sons themselves. These latter cannot be trusted, for no written word remains long in the hands of Tzeentch's servants without turning to conflicting lies. Yet, Primarch Guilliman, if pressed, might recall a tall and powerful brother, red of skin and hair, quick to smile, and ever ready with learned counsel. He would recall, also, that Magnus's demeanor hid a troubled mind, for his legion, the Thousand Sons, were both gifted and cursed with a preponderance of psychic brethren, and so imperiled by this mutation and the suspicion of their brother legions. The Emperor, it is said, forbade Magnus and his sons to employ their powers or to delve further into the sorcerer's abilities they courted. Magnus, certain in his righteous enlightenment, pressed ahead. In doing so, he damned himself, his gene sons, and their adopted homeworld of Prospero. The Scalds of the Space Wolves still tell how their legion, led by Primarch Leman Russ himself, was sent to bring Magnus to heel. No records remain in the 41st millennium of the terrible conflict that followed. Yet its conclusion is beyond doubt. Russ's legion burned Prospero, shattered its crystal pyramids of learning, and would have crushed the betrayed and bewildered Thousand Sons. Yet, in this moment of bleakest need, when his faith in his father the Emperor had at last been broken beyond all redemption, Magnus offered himself up to Tzeentch in exchange for his legion's salvation. So were the Thousand Sons and Magnus spirited away to Sortiarius, the planet of the sorcerers, located deep within the warp. A place of insanity and unbridled change, but also of incalculable power. This would become the home world of the Thousand Sons for millennia to come. Yet their trials were far from over. For just as Magnus's body and mind had been irrevocably altered by his pact with the Changer of the Ways, so too had those of his gene sons. Ahriman, architect of the rubric. Ahriman is the greatest sorcerer of the 1,000 Sons, barring only his demonic gene-sire. All of his prodigious power he bends to a single cause, the salvation of his damned legion. It is an all too Zinchian irony that for all his sorcery, all his towering intellect, and thousands of years of seeking, Ahriman has thus far succeeded only in making matters worse. When the 1,000 Sons first came to Sortiarius, they believed it to be a sanctuary. Immersed as they were amidst the tides of the Imperium and free to practice their spellcraft as they wished, they soon discovered that it was indeed a place of damnation. Already prone to catastrophic physical mutation, a bane that the 1,000 Sons had fearfully named the flesh change, they now found this trait accelerating. Few could doubt that, if this curse did not abate, the Legion would soon be lost to madness and monstrosity. Yet Magnus, consumed by his own now limitless studies and brooding upon his need for vengeance, did nothing. Instead, it was Azek Ahriman, the Legion's former chief librarian, who took it upon himself to save his brothers. The spell that Ahriman and his co-conspirators worked was called the Rubric, and it was the final blow that cast the 1,000 Sons into eternal damnation. Admittedly, it did arrest the flesh change for all time, but its cost was monstrous indeed. As punishment, Magnus cast out his once favored gene son, banishing him until he could complete the impossible task of comprehending the true nature of Tzeentch. Yet Ahriman was unrepentant. His efforts now became focused upon a single goal. He would restore his legion to their true former glory, not only undoing the terrible changes he had wrought upon them with his sorcery, but restoring them to a position of power, not known since before the Emperor sent his wolves to lay them low. Since that time, Ahriman has blazed a trail of ruin across the stars. He gathers all those to him that he can use, be they thrall bands of Rubricae, mutant Tzeentch worshippers, or even masterless renegades for Ahriman to expend in the name of final exoneration. Believing with absolute conviction that it is within his gift to unpick the puzzle of restoring his brothers, the arch-sorcerer balks at no deed, no matter how dark, cruel, or taboo, providing it will aid him in his ultimate goal. To his foes, Ahriman's acts of violence and desecration seem random to the point of insanity. In truth, his schemes are nearly as sprawling as those of his demon Primarch. In battle, Ahriman wields the Black Staff, an abomination of a force stave that manifests in the warp as a burning black absence. Ahriman fashioned the staff himself. At its tip is the Stone of Hidden Truths, recovered from the runes of Tizca. Crowning the weapon are the severed horns of the demon prince Vadhakar the Annihilator, while its haft is built around the charred fragments of Ahriman's own Hekwa staff that burned on Prospero during the Space Wolves' invasion. Its blade, meanwhile, is forged from the desecrated remains of an ancient Eldari Farseer's stave. Each new edition is rich in the powers of sorcery, heavy with fate, and capable of amplifying Ahriman's own sorcerous abilities still further. The Rubric of Ahriman. Though the 1,000 Suns had long been plagued by the horrors of mutation, the Rubric of Ahriman was arguably the greatest single change inflicted upon them. For many of Magnus's gene sons, it was also the last. The spell's energies transformed the Traitor Legion from a brotherhood of warrior scholars into something altogether more grotesque and tragic. The power of the warp is ever in flux. When its influence is felt by the stuff of real space, it causes mutation and change. Unbound, unstable, this energy twists all it touches. Such changes take many forms, and can be beneficial for those who can harness them, at least while they remain under control. Many who embrace such empiric might are transformed over time so that they come to physically embody their own deepest obsessions, desires, or innermost secrets. Some believe the 1,000 Suns were marked by Tzeentch long before their true damnation. Others whisper that it was the Legion's manifold pursuit of knowledge, their use of the euphemistically titled tutelary familiars, actually demonic entities, or some facet of the sorcerous energies they courted that led to their anarchic and widespread physical change. Whatever the truth, by the time they became the masters of the planet of sorcerers, even the 1,000 Suns' own fluctuating records told a tale of mutation, degeneration, and madness. Once clean and powerful limbs became many-hued tentacles. Hands that had formerly scribed learned treatises now grew vicious talons or became snapping pincers. 1,000 Suns' battle brothers sprouted profusions of staring eyes, fire-hued wings with glass feathers, weird fanged maws that whispered sanity-eroding secrets, and countless other obscene mutations. Some changes were powerful boons that made their recipients better warriors or more talented sorcerers. Yet even these brought an erosion of sanity and self, while the more disfiguring curses reduced once proud soldier scholars to gibbering wrecks of heaving flesh and bone. Few doubt that Ahriman and his co-conspirators saved their legion from a final descent into unspeakable horror. Yet the fate to which they consigned their brothers was, in many ways, infinitely worse. Ahriman's cabal performed their spell without Magnus's approval. The Crimson King's own accounts tell how their efforts were hidden from him behind concealing glamours of incredible potency, and how the cabal operated with supernatural stealth and secrecy. Still, they might not have escaped Magnus's notice, but that his attention at this time was consumed by schemes for vengeance and the desire for fresh and unfettered learning. No reliable records remain of the part which the Thousand Sons played in the events of the apocalyptic Horus heresy. But perhaps those events, too, helped to obfuscate Ahriman's intentions until it was too late for Magnus to stop him. The ninefold tomes tell of the rubric of Ahriman. They describe how the spell was so unbelievably powerful that it sent a bow wave and a dolorous howl rolling through the Imperium into infinity. They describe a catastrophic superstorm of sorcery that engulfed Sortiarius, of an explosion of arresting and binding spellcraft so violent that it formed an impossible fixed point amidst the ever-changing madness of the warp. Writhing strands of fate were snatched into its grip like insects in amber and crushed into enforced stasis. Lightning strikes lashed down from Sortiarius' skies again and again, each strike blasting another of the Thousand Sons. At last, so the tomes say, Magnus ended the onslaught only by beseeching Tzeentch to intercede. By then, the damage was done. Every single Thousand Sons warrior struck by the sorcerous bolts had been reduced to ensorcelled dust, sealed forever within their battle armor. Their souls, their minds, all had become mere geists, doomed to haunt their cursed war gear and lend it a near mindless semblance of life. Never again would they be slaves to change. Instead, they became the golem-like servants of their former librarians, who alone had been unharmed by the rubric, and who had instead had their sorcerous abilities vastly enhanced. Thus was the Thousand Sons Legion transmogrified, cursed to the form it still wears unto this day. It is said that Magnus would have slain Ahriman and his conspirators, but such was not the will of Tzeentch. Instead, having banished his former chief librarian and favored Geneson, the Crimson King set about salvaging what he could of his legion. By necessity were the 1,000 Sons now divided into 2 camps. The sorcerers retained their full sentience. Indeed, their minds and their cunning had been vastly enhanced by the rubric. Thus they became the Legion's commanders and Magnus's champions. The rest of the Legion, the Rubricae, were now naught but dust and echoes, became the foot soldiers of the 1,000 Sons. They could still follow direct orders, responding only to those who could utter their true names and thus command them. They became the walking weapons of their sorceress masters, who in turn swore to work Magnus's will. Of course, more often than not, it was their own ambitions they served. Magnus could have been forgiven for fearing that his legion did not have long left to it. New Space Marines were created through the excision, culturing, and implantation of gene seed. This nigh supernatural substance creates the unique organs which transform a mortal human into a Space Marine. In the Rubricae, all was now dust, while the gene seed extracted from dead sorcerers seemed only to take root within recruits possessed of prodigious psychic talents. Such a small recruitment pool could never keep pace with the attrition of constant war. Contradiction and fabrication hide the truth of how this quandary was solved. But somehow, the 1,000 souls learned of the rituals of rebinding. Should a slain Rubricae's armor be pieced back together, and should the correct, highly perilous rites be performed, the fallen warrior's dust and ghost would manifest again. Their war gear would be restored, their power undimmed. The 1,000 Sun would be risen again to the cursed unlife he had so long endured. Thus, so long as a single sorcerer remained to scavenge fallen Rubricae from lost battlefields, and say the right words, the 1,000 Suns Legion would know the same damned immortality as did its luckless foot soldiers. Legions of Sortiarius. Since the rubric, the 1,000 Suns have become amongst the strangest and most eclectic of all the heretic Astartes forces. Their thrall bands comprise not only sorcerers and Rubricae, but also all manner of infernal war engines, mutant slave soldiers, and unnatural entities. They fight to plunder knowledge, to twist fate, to exact vengeance for ancient wrongs, or sometimes for reasons so inexplicable and esoteric that they seem like madness. Yet there is always a plan in motion. The core of most 1,000 Suns thrall bands remain the Rubricae. For all their cursed nature, These chilling, silent warriors have many advantages in battle. For one thing, their obedience is absolute. Rubricae fight entirely without question, obeying he who invokes their true names, and knowing nothing of fear, hesitation, or even an instinct for self-preservation. Rubricae are tremendously resilient, not only psychologically, but also physically. Lacking any true corporeal form to be wounded, they can only be stopped by the ruinous dismemberment or wholesale destruction of the armor that houses their essence. Should this feat be achieved, the ensorcelled dust of the rubric marine is typically scattered and lost. Yet no matter how long that warrior may spend effectively dead, still they can be restored to their cursed unlife time and again. Horrific whispers persist that the rubric somehow afflicted even those 1,000 suns who inhabited the time stream before its casting. How such a sanity-bending thing could be, none can say. Yet more than one thrall band has descended to plunder ancient battlefields from the days of Imperial prehistory. Though they have lost any true sentience, war recalls to the Rubricae the martial abilities they possessed in life. These remain undimmed, and are now augmented by an array of fearsome sorcerous armaments provided by their masters. Excellent shots all, the Rubricae lay down unceasing hails of fire from ensorcelled bolt guns and screaming Soul Reaper cannons, or engulf their foes in conflagrations of mutagenic fire that burn away not only the foes' bodies, but also their souls. The Rubricae remain just as skilled at close quarters, fighting in eerie silence, but with all the speed and poise of living, breathing Adeptus Astartes. Only when the fires of battle die and the foe are no more do they settle back into a state of mindless torpor until their masters call upon them to act again. Indeed, even this lifeless state can work to the 1,000 Suns' advantage. More than once, inert Rubricae have been disguised as statues amidst the confusion of urban war zones, striking suddenly and with complete surprise at a word from their masters. During the raid on Zvanorth Void Docks, 50 Rubricae were concealed within the airless interior spaces of a wrecked Imperial bulk hauler. The Rubricae drifted undetected through their enemies' patrol lines before reanimating and boarding the Imperial warship that came to investigate their seemingly abandoned transport. Some sorcerers have even been known to seal Rubricae inside Xenos tombs and other repositories of esoteric knowledge, ordering them to stand eternal guard over their arcane caches. Springing to life only should the incautious or acquisitive disturb them. The Rubric Marines and the elite Scarab Occult Terminators form a resilient and powerful core to any thrall band. They are, however, far from the only assets that the lords of Sortiarius have at their disposal. Many sorcerers bulk out their thrall bands with numerous but eminently expendable hosts of slaves and servants. Beyond counting are the cults of Tzeentch-worshipping humans scattered throughout the Imperium. The desperate, the insane, the mutated, and the deviously ambitious, all offering worship to Tzeentch. The underbelly of the Imperium teems with petty magisters and their pitiful followers, all offering themselves, body and soul, to the changer of the ways, in hopes of seizing even an iota of power to change their powerless lives. Armed and hurled into battle, such chaos cults support Thousand Sons invasions with cunningly timed uprisings, or pack out the holds of thrallband warships, ready to be expended like living ammunition once battle is joined. Herds of Zangor, too, provides the sorcerers with flesh and blood soldiery. These mutants are creatures of Tzeentch through and through, blessed with the Change God's mark, and protected by sorcery and unnatural fate. Savage meldings of human, avian, and savage beasts, these creatures nonetheless wield ensorcelled weapons with remarkable skills. The shamans who lead them, meanwhile, possess sufficient cunning and innate magical power to act as lieutenants to the sorcerer lords of the Thousand Sons, or even to lead feral raiding bands in their own right. The Thousand Sons can also call upon war engines with rumbling engines and thundering guns. Many of the Legion's battle tanks still survive, though some have undergone mutations of their own, or else been taken as hosts for predatory demonic entities. More such manifestations of Tzeentch's will are bound into the brazen shells of the Legion's demon engines. These bestial machines are built by warpsmiths, skilled in the infernal arts, and whose services the Thousand Sons have either bartered for or secured by force, trickery, or hypnotic compulsion. Hunting packs of tanks, armored transports, and rapacious demon engines are often employed to provide thrall bands with overwhelming firepower and increased maneuverability. Equally, the Thousand Sons are not above stealing such assets from other renegade warbands, or even from securing alliances with such forces. These arrangements are always temporary and invariably end badly for the sorcerer's unfortunate allies. The ruling cabals. It is a strange contradiction that the chosen traitor legion of the Change God organizes itself with a rigid hierarchical system. Imposed by Magnus in the wake of the rubric, this structure has been maintained by all of his gene sons, at least in appearance, through the bloody millennia since. Magnus the Red occupies the pinnacle of power on Sortiarius, both literally and figuratively. From his ensorcelled chambers atop the Tower of the Cyclops, the demon Primarch's single eye sees all, and his insidious will reaches out like Tzeentch's own to influence the plots and deeds of his cunning scions. Below Magnus are his most powerful lieutenants, known as the Rahadi, the Magister Templi who rule over the Legion's 9 great cults. Always there are 9 in this elite cabal, chosen sorcerer lords and demon princes whose empiric might and unnatural gifts surely indicate Tzeentch's favor. Of course, the changer of ways is ever fickle. When one of these warlords falls from grace, their fate is often a cautionary tale against unbridled ambition and treachery. While none but the hopelessly insane would think to scheme against Magnus himself, the jealous and rightly paranoid Rahadi have no wish to share power with their fellows. Thus, their ranks change often. All scheme constantly to reinforce their own positions, while undermining those of their rivals, staging grand conquests, performing devastating rituals, and concocting labyrinthian plots to further their own agendas. Should one of these eldritch beings take to the battlefield, it will always be in aid of such schemes, and the hapless foes soon become nothing more than victims sacrificed to the Rahadi's ambitions. Bearing some of the most powerful arcane treasures in the galaxy, wielding empiric powers that make them the masters of mutation, illusion, and unbridled change, each Magister Templi is the equal of entire armies. Below the Rahadi, the main power structure of the Thousand Sons comprises cabals of sorcerers, infernal masters, and further, less highly favored demon princes. Just as the Legion itself is divided into 9 great cults, so a coven of 9 such champions lead each of these cults and direct its efforts in real space. This is not, of course, the totality of every sorcerer and infernal champion that leads the Thousand Sons to war. None save perhaps Magnus himself could give an accurate account of how many there are, for the Legion has mustered its full strength only rarely in the last 10,000 years. Even then, with illusion and trickery being as natural to the Thousand Sons sorcerers as it is breathing, none could be sure that all of Magnus's gene sons answered his call to war. Just as the Rahadi scheme constantly against one another, so the rest of the Thousand Sons champions strive constantly to advance their own power and positions. Those sorcerers charged with leading the Rubricae into battle aspire to muster the arcane lore and infernal influence to rise to the rank of exalted, and command entire thrall bands. Those exalted sorcerers and infernal masters already leading such warbands to plot war constantly, seeking a path by which they might seize a position within their chosen cult's ruling cabal. Meanwhile, those who rule eye the mantles of the Rahadi jealously and lay their plans to assume the position of Magister Templi in their own right. The rubric of Ahriman left a scar upon the collective consciousness of the Thousand Sons, such that overt violence between champions is rare. Magnus will not suffer his scions to fritter their lives away over petty jealousies and punishes severely those he finds guilty of doing so. Besides this, there are too few Thousand Sons still truly living as it is. Few amongst their rank are willing to risk the future of their fraternity in such a crude fashion. On the other hand, the changer of the ways rewards cunning, manipulation, and trickery. His demons whisper into the minds of those Thousand Sons still sentient enough to hear them. They impart dark secrets, offer perilous pacts, and promise might beyond compare for those willing to outmaneuver and subtly sacrifice their rivals. Between these internecine machinations and the myriad dangers of the battlefield, many Thousand Sons champions secure the protection of the Sekhmet, formerly Magnus's own bodyguards. These elite Thousand Sons warriors fought in stylized Terminator armor and wielded ceremonial power blades based upon the ancient prospering Khopesh. They ritually etched passages of their legion's esoteric lore into the plates of their armor, seeing it as their duty to guard this precious knowledge. After the rubric, their essences were trapped forever within the arcane inscriptions they had wrought, absorbing their power and becoming all the more potent for it. Now, these Sekhmet guardians can be claimed by any Thousand Sons sorcerer, infernal master, or demon prince with sufficient lore to command them. They are utterly loyal once bound to service, and will fight with indefatigable ferocity to protect their ward against any and all peril. Below the ranks of the champions, the Thousand Sons and their allies proliferate anarchic profusion. Bands of Rubricae, herds of Zangor, and servile chaos cults fill the ranks alongside allied or enthralled renegade chaos space marine warbands. Magi of the Dark Mechanicum provide technological arcana or offer tribute of weapons and ammunitions from their surf worlds. Demonic entities are bound into service. Mortal psychers are taken as acolytes or offered up as sacrifice. There are few tools the Thousand Sons will not use to work their will, and few bargains they will not strike or later renege on in service of their goals. The Great Cults. The 9 Great Cults of the Thousand Suns are immensely powerful, if much fragmented bodies. Each offers worship to, and works the will of, a different aspect of the Changer of the Ways. In doing so, they further the overall cause of their legion, sometimes in competition with the other great cults, but always at the expense of their luckless foes. Each of the great cults specializes in a different facet of the Tzeentchian power, such as stolen knowledge, cunning scheming, or the manipulation of time itself. These foci color the way in which the cults make war, the kinds of strategies and tactics they employ, and even inform the grand plans they seek to put into motion across the galactic stage. In order to effect these plans, each cult maintains its own cabal of Tzeentch-marked champions to direct its efforts. Its own ranks of Sekhmet and Rubrike, squadrons of war engines, packs of demon engines, and hosts of lesser Tzeentch worshippers, whose number vary greatly even from one conflict to the next. Moreover, each great cult is further divided in numerous thrall bands. And as the cults differ, so too do their thrall bands. While all are raiding forces at their core, their strength, composition, and favored methods of war vary depending upon the whims and influence of the sorcerers who lead them. Some fight entirely alone, their leaders bent upon some nefarious design or self-motivated quest in which great numbers would prove more a hindrance than a help. Forces of this sort often cross the galaxy by secret paths, opening coruscating warp portals or stealing through isolated spars of the Eldari webway. The better to strike swiftly and silently. At other times, multiple thrall bands from these same or even different great cults gather their might to launch a great offensive, or to defend some site precious to the Legion's designs. It takes a great event indeed to draw the great cults together and see them fight as one. Yet, when they do, the very stars tremble. The most recent example was Magnus's vengeful attack upon the Space Wolves' home world of Fenris. By that apocalyptic conflict's end, Fenris itself was scarred and tainted. Space Wolves badly mauled, while the nearby world of Midgardia was sacrificed wholesale in order to power an almighty ritual. By Magnus's will did these energies draw Sortiarius out of the warp's depths, allowing it to manifest in real space around the same star as long-lamented Prospero. This conflict marked the greatest victory for the Thousand Suns Legion in millennia. Yet it was but the first stage in Magnus's labyrinthian plot for revenge and vindication. Sortiarius, the planet of the sorcerers. There is nothing natural or true about the planet of the sorcerers. Nothing that is not in perpetual flux. Sortiarius is a demon world. It is an agglomeration of raw empiric energy, bound escapably to the whims of the changer of the ways. The Thousand Suns have made this sanity-blasting realm their own, and have plundered its dark secrets without mercy or restraint. Though Magnus has succeeded in translocating Sortiarius from the warp back into real space, it remains a wholly unnatural planet, whose warped reality is anathema to natural life. The air swirls with kaleidoscopic storms of raw magic. Horizons glow with ominous and unnatural lights, or shimmer and resolve into new shapes before horrified onlookers' eyes. Striated clouds, the color of fire, race across an ever-changing sky, forming leering demonic faces and staring eyes before shattering apart again in eruptions of blue and purple lightning. Squalls of raw empiric energy fall like rain upon bone mountains and plains of writhing flesh and flame. Their energy flows in mutating torrents back to the unnatural oceans which boil between the world's ever-shifting continents. The only fixed point in the geography of the strange world is Tizca. Once the capital city of Prospero, its blasted remains were spirited away to Sortiarius along with the Thousand Suns themselves. Like the traitor legion who inhabit it, this damned city has changed beyond recognition over the millennia. Where before there stood gleaming crystalline pyramids, now there rise megalithic structures of veined stone, whose flanks glow with baleful runes and dancing warp flame, and whose impossible geometries are encrusted with leering gargoyles. Where before there stood magnificent towers of marble and gold, now there loom cloud-scraping obelisks, immense spars of tunneled-out bone and pupating flesh towers about which whirl flocks of demonic abominations. Legions are the mall-shapen edifices of Tizca, but they are all dwarfed by the innermost megalith, the Tower of the Cyclops. Looming ominously over the planet's surface, the highest levels contain Magnus's personal sanctum, and from the pinnacle comes a flood of iridescent light, cast by an entrapped tempest of glowing warp energy. This raging storm is enveloped by an orb of profane wards, and through the eye of the storm, Magnus watches the manifold paths of the past, present, and future. For thousands of years, Magnus has observed the material universe from his tower, biding his time and planning his master strokes of vengeance. Sortiarius serves the Thousand Sons as both a sanctum of study and experimentation, and also a staging ground for their endless wars. Within Tiska's towering structures are sprawling librariums of plundered and forbidden knowledge. These lie side by side with alchemical laboratories wreathed in unnatural fumes and ringing with the screams of endlessly mutating experimental subjects. Labyrinthian corridors lead to sorcerers' lairs, scrying chambers, sacrificial altars, summoning circles, troves of sorcerous arcana, and unholy armories without number. All are employed by the great cults of the Thousand Sons in order to strengthen their many-faceted war machine. Further facilities lie within Tiska's fluid bounds, their purpose to support Magnus's martial endeavors. The vast, nine-circled pit known as the Abyssal Maw, in which demon engines and brazen battle tanks are fashioned, repaired, or bound into servitude. The glimmering spire of glass, the living crystal void docks that rotate constantly through ninefold astral alignments high above the tower of the Cyclops. The sanctums sacrilegious, which contain fluctuating warp portals that, with skill, foresight, and favorable fate, can be used to travel thousands of light years across the galaxy and bypass even the most formidable enemy defenses with entire thrall bands. Amongst the most potent of Sortiarius's assets are the obelisks of ruin. Though each is different in form and precise function, these impero-geometrical constructs are the source of the demon world's orbital defenses. These constitute an overlapping and incredibly intricate interweaving of spells that wreathe the planet from one pole to the other. It is said that Sortiarius knows the weaknesses of all who attempt to approach it in anger, and delights in levering open the cracks in its enemies' defenses through twisted sorcery. Whether it is accurate to attribute such sentience to the demon world is questionable. It cannot be denied, however, that almost every attempted attack upon the Thousand Sons' unnatural homeworld has ended in disaster. Storms of writhing warp flame spring to life in the void, engulfing those foes who attempt to approach by stealth. Illusory glamours inveigle themselves into the minds of those who make a more overt approach, tricking them into firing on one another even as they seek to bombard the Sortiarian surface. Sensor networks fill with contradictory information, or crackle madly as they are possessed by unholy data demons, even as hatches open to depressurize decks, warheads detonate within sealed magazines, and warp drives implode to hideous effect. Such are but a few of the unnatural fates that have claimed those who dare approach Sortiarius with harmful intent. Beyond the bounds of Tisca, Sortiarius is freakish and ever-shifting. Certain landmarks and regions are known to the Thousand Suns, from nomad peaks to the shimmering amorphoric plains, the forests of tentacles, the glass fire chasms, and the predatory caverns of transmogrification. However, the locations of these places are ever in flux, dictated not only by the movement of the planet's land masses, but also the phases of Sortiarius' star and newfound sister worlds, and the ebb and flow of warp energies across the world's surface. It is amidst these strange environs that the Zangor herds scratch an existence. They prey upon one another, and on the mewling chaos spawn that haunt the wilds, avoiding only the enormous mutilith vortex beasts that are Sortiarius' unnatural apex predators. The Zangor labor to raise strange flux cairns where the planet's sorcerous ley lines converge, channeling Tzeentch's power through real space by erecting duplicate cairns in the wilds of other worlds. The longer these simulacra remain in place, the more mutating empiric energy bleeds through from Sortiarius, corrupting the natural landscapes before full-scale invasion. The fall of Ultimus. To do battle with the Thousand Suns is no simple or clean-cut matter. Duplicity, misdirection, the manipulation of fate, and the callous sacrifice of allies and enemies alike all play their parts in their intricate schemes. Worse, what looks to their foes to be the totality of the conflict may turn out to be but one strand of a far wider and more intricately woven web. Such was the case when Hasak Atali set his sights upon the bastion world of Ultimus and its hub fortress, Aquila in Cursus. When Indomitus Crusade Fleet Quintus pushed battle groups into the Mephisto sector, they reclaimed a valuable swathe of systems for the Imperium. In their wake, the battle groups left sturdy supply chains running through the bastion worlds of Ultimus and Vorsicon. Ultimus, in particular, was a seemingly impenetrable strongpoint. 10 regiments of Astra Militarum soldiery garrisoned its towering fortifications. Maniples of the Skitari occupied its subterranean bunker plexes. A manipule of the Legio Decimator Titans patrolled its irradiated deserts, and squadrons from Battlefleet Pacificus its orbital approaches. Despite, or indeed partly because of, all these defenses, Hasak Atali resolved to conquer Ultimus in Tzeentch's name. His reasons were many-faceted. Atali was a Rahadi Magister Templi of the cult of scheming, and he wished to prove his dominance, not to mention the might of his cult, by laying low an imperial world proclaimed impregnable. Moreover, Battle Group Delphi of Crusade Fleet Quintus continued to prosecute an effective offensive through the Omnicron Reach, drawing on supplies funneled through Ultimus. Their efforts threatened the sorceress sanctum that Atali maintained in that region upon the moon of Vigoria. The Magister Templi also sought a precious prize. He had learned from a demonic familiar that a precious magical relic, the Talisman of Glass, languished within a sealed inquisitorial vault on Ultimus. His rival Rahadi, Korskaris of the Cult of Magic, sought to seize this relic, and Atali had determined to secure it first. Atali's attack upon Ultimus began with misinformation centered around a world far away across the Mephisto sector. Employing duped mortal cult agents, he saw to it that an aspiring sorcerer within the Cult of Magic learned of an entirely fictitious demon sword. The lie went that this potent weapon lay entombed beneath the mountains of the world of Narthis, and was soon to be discovered by dig teams of the Adeptus Mechanicus. While his lies were seeping their way to the intended target, Atali made a pact with a demonic entity. This creature manifested before Hapfester, an exalted sorcerer of the Cult of Magic, who had recently fallen from the favor with his cult's Rahadi, and would do anything to curry that favor with his displeased master. From the demon's whisperings, Hapfester learned of the so-called precious secret being hoarded by his acolyte. Predictably, he was quick to punish the aspiring sorcerer, and to pass on the information about the blade on Narthis to his Rahadi master. Believing that the fabled demon blade would lend him might in his planned attack on Ultimus, Korskaris launched an attack upon Narthis. His thrall bands were soon embroiled in a running battle with the Adeptus Mechanicus. While his Narthis gambit was developing, Atali set other plans in motion. He triggered cultist sleeper cells on several Imperial-held worlds along the Star-Spun Way, the stable warp route connecting Ultimus to both Narthis and the Omnicron Reach. He fed small thrall bands and carefully picked kill teams into the escalating conflict, fanning the flames of war and imperiling the Star-Spun Way. At the same time, Atali himself met with the champions of several renegade bands of heretic Astartes within his sanctum on the moon of Vigoria. There, he promised these rapacious pirates power and sorcerous rewards in return for their aid. They were to launch diversionary attacks against key task force from the battle group Delphi, their intent to draw in the battle group's reserves. The Imperial commanders would thus be left with no additional forces that could threaten Atali's sanctum, nor respond should Ultimus call for aid. Next, Atali had several of his sorcerer lieutenants send nightmares of disaster and defeat to poison the sleep of General Gresmond, Ultimus's commanding officer. Filled with nameless dread, seeing the flames of war burning hotter along the star-spun way, Gresmond resolved that he had to act. Atali's lieutenants stoked Gresmond's growing panic with the skill of impresarios, ensuring his response was disproportionately heavy-handed. The general sent more than half his warships along the star-spun way, bearing 3 of his garrison regiments, most of his Scutari, and half the Titans to form a decisive army of reconquest. It was not long before this force detected the distress calls emanating from Narthus. Compelled to aid the hard-pressed Adeptus Mechanicus explorators, they fell upon the cult of magic thrall bands attacking the planet. Thus were Korskaris' thrall bands mauled. Atali, aided by his ally within the cult of prophecy, knew the precise moment to spring his trap. He unleashed demonic allies upon those same renegade warbands who had pledged to aid him in the Omricon Reach, offering his erstwhile allies up as sacrifices to the demons. Caught between their imperial foes and ravening demons, the piratical bands were slaughtered. In return for this offering, the Lord of Change, who led the demons, conjured up a short-lived warp storm that surrounded Narthus. It would burn out within 9 weeks, but that would be long enough. For until it did, more than half of Ultimus's garrisons was trapped. Still, Atali was not done. He dispatched thrall bands of Zangor to the agri worlds of Horgith and Cladak, and had them raise flux cairns in secret. So were the food stores destined for Ultimus infected with mutagenic magics. He swore a blood favor pact with a sorcerer of the Cult of Time, having them launch a raid against the planet Decimar. Atali's sworn allies used their temporal powers to cast Decimar a decade backwards along its own timeline. Everything that had happened upon that world for the last 10 years was undone, and while it would happen again as fate intended, this sent ripples through time and space. 4 of Ultimus's garrison regiments were Decimari, and now all 4 had not yet been raised. Thus, in an instant, they vanished from that world, and all forgot they had ever been there. At last, Rahadi Hasak Atali launched his invasion of Ultimus with vast and terrible forces. Against them stood a handful of warships, a demi-maniple of Titans, and a meager 3 regiments of Astra Militarum. Of course, the Imperial forces fought as hard as they could, but riven by a mysterious plague of mutation spreading through their ranks, from tainted rations and horribly overmatched in martial might, they could never prevail. Atali claimed the Talisman of Glass from amongst Ultimus's blasted ruins. But he also protected his personal sanctum, undermined an entire battle group of Indominus Fleet Quintus, and crippled the military might of his most despised Rahati rival. Meanwhile, the punishments and inquisitions as to how General Gresmond had come to leave a crucial redoubt world so woefully unprotected would rage on for years to come. This was fortunate, as Hasak Atali had several schemes already developing that would benefit greatly from that ongoing strife. Xenos Invaders. They came from the dark places between the stars, from the abyss into which even the Emperor's angels fear to gaze. Monstrous in form, endless in number, the swarm descended to devour all. The Xenos threat. Multitudinous are the Xenos that inhabit the galaxy, and all are hated and reviled by the Imperium. Some have been a thorn in humanity's side since the first colonies beyond Terra were settled. Others have only been encountered in recent years. Some have sector-spanning empires, others dwell only on a single world. It matters not whether Eldari, Orc, Tyranid, Tau, or Necron. All are a dire threat to the Imperium of man. The Eldari once ruled the galaxy, their vast empire spanning its entirety. Such was their technological mastery that stars lived and died at their whim, and worlds dedicated to their pleasure were created. Their incredible technologies made them masters of war, able to defeat even the most terrible foes. Yet, everything the Eldari had ever created came crashing down in the cataclysm known as the Fall, which annihilated much of their race and completely destroyed their empire. Some of those few Imperial scholars with knowledge of the period believe that this disastrous event caused the manifestation of the Chaos God Slanesh, and that this warp entity has hunted the Eldari ever since, its appetite for their souls insatiable. The terrible calamity of the Fall fragmented and scattered the Eldari race into a number of disparate factions, each battling to escape the embrace of She Who Thirsts, or fight back in one way or another. In the millennia since, these responses have come to define the cultures and martial traditions of these societies. Although but fractal reflections of their race's former glory, the craft world-dwelling Asuryani, the murderous Drakari, the enigmatic Harlequins, and the newly emerged Inari are significant players on the galactic stage. The Necrons, a race of deathless androids from the prehistory of the galaxy, spent tens of millions of years in hibernation until the days of the 41st millennium. Glistening phalanxes of metal warriors, accompanied by talon-limbed horrors, spectral assassins, and esoteric battle engines, emerge from long-forgotten tombs. Such are the hosts led by the Necron Lords, who are bent on reclaiming ancient empires and pursuing feuds millions of years old. While the behavior of awoken tomb worlds varies, The majority are highly aggressive, launching anything from small-scale raids to genocidal actions against enemies on their planets and further afield. Such hostility has brought the Necrons into conflict with all of the galaxy's major races. Orcs are a plague upon the stars, an endless green tide of brutish beasts that thrive on war, fighting, violence, and killing. So numerous and dangerous are they that should the entire race be united into a single force, Imperial researchers believe that they could conquer the entire galaxy. Fortunately for the Imperium, orcs are as likely to fight each other as any other species. And there is virtually no other form of Xenos that has not fought long, bloody wars against the Greenskin menace. The Eldari of Craftworld Bieltan hold a particular hatred for them, seeing their presence on any world as a tenacious infection. The Tau, after failed attempts at assimilating the orcs into their empire, declared them unworthy of such an honor, and established numerous protocols and defenses to contain further greenskin assaults on their domain. Many look upon the orcs with disdain and misjudge the threat they and their ramshackle vehicles, driven with unconcealed joy by their maniacal drivers, pose. Orcish ingenuity has proven itself in battle time and time again. However, and the death toll for underestimating the greenskins is incalculable. Totally committed to their ideal of the greater good, or Tau Va, the Tau are a young, technologically sophisticated, and ambitious race determined to share their creed with the rest of the galaxy. Such an ideology has led them to establish contact with numerous species. Those that do not join them are destroyed, and the Tau Fire Warriors have gained much experience cleansing new colony worlds of their inhabitants. The Tau's short but noteworthy history tells of rapid expansion from their home world in the Eastern Fringe, enabled by extremely advanced technology, formidable battle suits, and constant innovation. They have already fought many wars against the Imperium, disabusing humanity of the preconception that the Tau are just another short-lived upstart empire. The Tyranids are a Xenos race totally driven by consuming all life in the galaxy, coming from beyond the intergalactic void. Traversing these stars in vast, living hive fleets, their invasion swarms descend upon any worlds in their path with a single deadly purpose: to feed. Each and every Tyranid bioform and weapon is a highly evolved organism with a singular purpose for which it is perfectly suited. Where these creatures from beyond the stars go, nothing but dead worlds stripped of every cell of biomass are left behind. The Tyranids care not for the nature of what they consume, and countless species have been eradicated by them. The vast genetic resource accumulated by the hive fleets in wars against the Imperium, orcs, and Eldari have all contributed to the adaptation and spawning of different specialized bioforms, only making the Tyranids even more dangerous. Stowing away on Imperial ships, Tyranid Genestealers infiltrate human worlds with the intention of infecting as many of the planet's population with alien genetic structures as possible. The cults that form around these Genestealers are insidious and remain hidden, all the while infiltrating the local governments and sabotaging communications and supplies. The cults themselves are psychic beacons that draw Tyranid hive fleets to the planet. When they arrive, the cultists welcome them as gods descending from the heavens to save them, rising against their former Imperial overlords. Such a rebellion wreaks havoc and destabilizes the world's leadership and military, making it easy pickings for the Tyranids' endless swarms. Countless Xenos species swarm between the stars, and new threats to the Imperium are identified all the time. Inimical species such as the hyper-violent Barghesi and the chronomatic Hrud, parasites like the Enslavers, the Chitterics, or the Forpex, even mercenary races such as the Kroot, the Serpentine Slith, or the repugnant Moktori Bone Eaters, all fight for survival and conquest amidst the endless galactic war. Craft World Eldari. Since the cataclysmic event known as the Fall, the Asuryani have plied the stars in vast space vessels known as craft worlds. Once ruling an empire spanning the length and breadth of the galaxy, these Eldari represent but a fragment of their former power. Nonetheless, they are a proud people who fight their war for survival with immense skill and wondrous technology. A dying race, the Asuryani have been in perpetual decline since the fall. In the 41st millennium, the Asuryani are amongst the least numerous of the Imperium's foes. Despite this, their incomparable grasp of psychic power, long lives enabling decades of military training, highly advanced technology, and ruthless determination to survive make them incredibly deadly enemies. When Asuryani war hosts strike, they do so from hidden webway portals or from their craft world's sleek and elegant warships. With such few numbers relative to those of other major players on the galactic stage, the Asuryani commit to battle only to achieve the greatest results while minimizing their losses. They give no warning when they strike, and the motivations behind their attacks are near impossible for their enemies to determine. They make offers of allegiance without warning also, often disguised as a hidden blade. More than one Imperial garrison has found itself beset by foes before being relieved by graceful Eldari warriors and war machines, only then to be turned upon by those who were their saviors shortly before. All such acts contribute to a reputation for unpredictability and perfidiousness. For the Eldari and a select few of the Imperium who have learned of their ways, the reality is very different. Every act of war is carefully decided based on a detailed reading of the Scions of Fate, debated at length by council of Farseers, warlocks, and senior military leaders. Many disparate craft worlds sail the stars, each an independent entity with its own beliefs, culture, and way of war. Oathway is known for its formidable seers and ceaseless fight against chaos. Bealtan is highly aggressive, deploying large numbers of aspect warriors to destroy new human colonies, burgeoning orc infestations, and other incursions by lesser races. More than any other, Eondin commits the souls of its dead to war in wraithbone constructs, having been terribly bloodied by the Tyranids of Hive Fleet Kraken. Same Han's aggressive Windrider hosts have perfected fighting from the saddles of their lightning-fast jet bikes. Lyatok's numerous outcasts act as its eyes and ears, and its warriors have been identified engaging the soulless androids of the Necrons on multiple worlds. The Asuryani have developed the Path system, in which they each dedicate a portion of their life to a single discipline before taking on another. Though harsh, this system prevents the slide into excess all Eldari are vulnerable to. Although many of the paths are civilian in nature, for example those of the poet, potter, artist, and musician, a good number are martial. The path of the warrior has an irresistible lure to almost all Asuryani, and those who choose to follow it join a temple dedicated to a single aspect of Cain, the Eldari god of war. These aspect warriors form the backbone of the Craftworld armies, each squad performing a dedicated role. Fire dragons are experts in anti-tank combat, their fusion guns capable of melting through the thickest armor with ease. Striking scorpions slip in and out of cover as they silently advance to rip their enemies apart with chainswords. Crimson hunters race overhead at supersonic speeds, dominating the skies with their craft's deadly laser weapons. Dark reapers, howling banshees, shining spears, warp spiders, dire avengers, swooping hawks, all and more are found on Eldari craftworlds and play an essential part in their race's war for survival. In their lifetime, many Eldari return to the path of the warrior multiple times before taking the path of command. Such Asuryani are called autarchs and lead their craftworld's armies in the field. The aspect warriors do not always number enough for the task at hand. So few are the Asuryani that they train each of their citizens in the craft of war. Known as guardians, these squads of militia are still highly skilled warriors. While often fighting on foot, they are also expert riders of Windrider and Viper jet bikes, skilled in aggressive reconnaissance as Warwalker pilots, and bringers of death from afar as support weapon crew. Not least, they pilot the engines of Vol, the Asuryani's elegant and deadly anti-grav tanks and transports. Shielded wave serpents race to deliver their cargo of warriors to the front lines. Night spinners launch clouds of lethal monofilament wire that saturate the battlefield with death, and fire prisms unleash hugely powerful lasers capable of piercing armor as easily as a shuriken slices bare flesh. Every Asuryani wears a spirit stone on their person, its purpose to capture their essence in the moment of their death, so that it does not fall into Slaaneash's open maw. Once secured, their spirit is released into the Infinity Circuit, the psychic matrix that runs through the core of every craftworld. This not only ensures an afterlife for the Asuryani, but allows the living to commune with the dead. In times of war, however, spirit stones are often placed in huge wraithbone constructs to power them. Even the smallest Wraithguard and Wraithblade looms over the living Eldari warriors around them, with the gigantic Wraithlords twice the size again and gargantuan Wraith Knights as tall as an Imperial Knight. Combined, these ghost warriors form Wraith hosts, implacable walls of psychoplastic armed with some of the most fearsome weapons in the Eldari arsenal. Under the peerless command of an Autarch, and guided by the future-reading power of the Farseers, together the various Asuryani hosts fight with a power greater than the sum of their parts. Each individual and squad fit into carefully laid plans seamlessly. Every swift strike, nimble withdrawal, and onslaught of deadly accurate fire perfectly carried out to inflict as much damage as possible in the shortest time. Drakari. The Drakari are sadistic killers who feed off the despair, anguish, and suffering of their victims. Rapacious slavers, they raid their unsuspecting enemies with lightning speed before vanishing back to their lairs in Kamarad, the twisted nether city that lurks in the darkest corners of the webway. The wise fear the dark city of Kamarad and its twisted inhabitants. Sheltered in the webway since before the fall, the Drakari have thrived on violence, decadence, depravity, and excess. As time has drawn on, they have only grown more addicted to each in their drive to stave off death and an eternity of unbearable torment in the clutches of she who thirsts. Arrogance is a trait found in all Drakari, from the most inexperienced Kabbalite to the wizened Archon who recalls life before the fall. Having survived this catastrophe practically unscathed, the Kamarites felt little of the humbling imposed upon their Asurnari kin. Seeing no real decline in their strength or power, such a concept as repentance is practically unknowable to them. In no small part due to this, the Drakari feel no shame or concern in the seizing of billions of slaves from lesser races, and inflicting unspeakable horror upon them to feed their insatiable lust for extreme acts of perversion, decadence, and torture. Kamarad has always been a city of obscene wealth, shameless excess, and bloody internal strife, and this has only grown worse since the Drakari learned that such things are sufficient to deny she who thirsts their souls and grant them everlasting life. The great diversity of Eldari characters that were drawn to Kamarag's unique delights and experiences before the fall has since evolved as the Dark City's needs have changed, and many warring factions have emerged, each tailoring its activities to the demands of Kamarag's vast population. With the Dark City having access to hidden webway gates on thousands of planets throughout the galaxy, the Drakari are able to raid, slaughter, and plunder at will. Since the emergence of the Great Rift, or Dathidian as it's known to the Eldari, many worlds thought impregnable are now vulnerable, something that Drakari of all stripes have not hesitated to exploit to its furthest extent. Resembling criminal gangs, militant cartels, and noble households, the armies of the Cabals are amongst the most recognizable Drakari. Clad in sleek bladed armor, their devilish raids are commanded by Archons and made at enormous speeds. Their warriors mounted in gravity-defying flocks of barb-prowed raiders and venom transports. Even as the vessels descend from the skies, the Kabbalites' splinter weapons spit torrents of crystal shards that subject their targets to hideous pain. Every scream is sweet music to the Kabbalites, who revel in the thrill of the hunt, the torment they cause, demonstrating their superiority over the galaxy's lesser races, while partaking in debaucherous murder. Their raids yield countless millions of slaves with each passing day, sold in Komarog's vast flesh markets to be subjects for sick experiments, worked to death in choking and hellish weapon factories, or tormented, their drawn-out end giving untold pleasure and great sustenance to their buyers. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of cabals vying for supremacy in Komarog, each with their own agendas and styles of warfare. The Cabal of the Blackheart is the greatest and oldest of its kind, and the personal army of Astra Vecht, supreme overlord of Komarog. The Crimson Armored Cabal of the Flayed Skull are noted for their mastery of aerial combat. The Cabal of the Obsidian Rose's perfectly crafted weaponry is the envy of all in Komarog. The Cabal of the Poisoned Tongue is notorious for its skill in the art of infiltration, even amongst their duplicitous race. No matter a Cabal's idiosyncrasies, however, all must win battles and seize captives to survive. The many thousands of witch cults have evolved out of Komarog's insatiable appetite for depraved sensations. Not every Jakari wages war in real space, feasting off the pain of the fallen, yet all need sustenance. The daily and gruesome gladiatorial combats displayed by the witch cult in their hellish arenas satisfy the masses' deep needs. Each witch is an expert in the art of death and maiming, able to extract the maximum amount of pain from every thrust of the impaler or slash of the blade. All witches thrive on competition and constantly strive to outshine their rivals and show off their mesmerizing skill. The arena is not the only place where they can do this. Many of their number relish taking to the field of battle to test their worth against the myriad monsters and creatures the galaxy holds. Supported by reavers mounted on agile jetbikes and drug-fueled hellions riding nimble skyboards, the witches cut through their foes with breathless ease as they are driven ecstatic by the suffering they cause. As with the Cabals, the witches use these raids to take captives of their own. While many might be sold upon returning to Komarog, many more are kept by the cult. Myriad beasts and species dwell throughout the galaxy, each feeling pain and expressing misery in unique ways. The witch cult endeavors to showcase unique delights to their cheering spectators, and many of their strikes into real space are set the task of seizing never-before-seen wonders to torture and slay on the sands of their gladiatorial pits. Dwelling in dungeon strongholds in the very bowels of the Dark City, the abhorrent homunculi spark dread even amongst their own kin. Yet these malevolent torturer alchemists possess the power, through eldritch science and forbidden lore, to revivify even the most brutally slain Kabbalite or witch. Jealously do the homunculi coven guard their secrets, for the denizens of the Dark City will pay richly to guarantee resurrection in the event of untimely death. Not only this, but the homunculi also possess the gruesome knowledge and facilities needed to grow cloned Drakari in the amniotic breeding walls of their lairs. For a species with so low a birth rate and so brutally high a tally of attrition through murder, warfare, and duplicity, This monopoly on creation makes the homunculi powerful indeed. They conduct raids for their own horrifying and hideous ends, leading armies of laboratory-created abominations when they do. Huge engines of pain constructed from tortured flesh and metal, flawlessly obedient racks and insane grotesques inspire terror in their enemies as they carve them apart, seizing the most intriguing of victims for their masters to take back to Kamarok. Though these traits are common to most covens, each is a unique entity. Some create ever more monstrous minions with which to further their goals. Others take great pains to lure their targets into deadly traps. Many develop the arts of fear to new and terrible heights. Kamarite society is defined by cutthroat politics, rivalry, treachery, and paranoia. No one Drakari can truly trust another. An offer of allegiance can easily disguise the point of a blade or the end of a splinter pistol. Every drop of wine or bite of food at a feast can contain deadly, untraceable toxins. Thus it is, thus it always shall be. The supreme overlord of the Dark City would have it no other way. By such means are his people strengthened, his rivals kept occupied, and his supremacy assured. Harlequins. The Harlequins are devoted servants of Sigurach, the Laughing God, the only deity of the Eldari pantheon to survive the fall. In his name do they wage their war against the servants of Slaanesh, and play their cruel tricks upon their foes. Fighters of immense speed and agility, the Harlequins make battle a lethal dance. Every leap, thrust, charge, and parry is a perfectly choreographed step designed to bring about swift death to any foe. Clad in hollow suits that turn every deft movement and graceful stride into a polychromatic blur, they leave their terrified opponents facing little more than lethal geists. When the Harlequins choose to reveal themselves to their victims, their masks change, forming nightmarish images. Lightweight flip belts use anti-grav technology to allow their wearers to weave through dense terrain and over formidable obstacles with frightening ease in a ballet of psychedelic colors. Despite the haze that characterizes the Harlequins' every move, the kiss of their blades is undeniably real. Even facing one Harlequin on the battlefield is to fight a ghost set on causing as much mayhem as possible. To fight an entire mask is to engage in a mirage of blades and shuriken, and a riotous confusion of sound and color. Together, troops of Harlequins work in perfect synchronicity. Each attack is a dance of death, a waltz of bloodshed, and everyone tells a tale from Eldari legend. Each Harlequin knows their place, the exact time to swing the blade or pull the trigger. They make war into art, although to the untrained eye, none of this is perceptible. Such is its subtlety and the skill and speed with which it is applied. The Harlequin's lightning speed on foot is supplemented by hosts of rapidly moving anti-grav vehicles and jet bikes, striking from the webway at extreme velocity. Star Weaver transports bring hosts of warriors into battle. Void Weaver gunships blast the enemy with prismatic and haywire cannons, and Skyweaver jet bikes achieve nigh impossible feats of aerial acrobatics as they strike down foe after foe. Elite specialists lead and join the masks. Troop masters direct every move like the greatest impresario. Death jesters launch volleys of heavy shuriken, seeking out key targets to bring down. And mysterious shadow seers drench the battlefield with phantasmic power to terrify and misdirect. Solitaires are such masters of combat that they can do the bloody work of entire armies with their esoteric weaponry. Through the sacrifice they have made for such abilities are horrifying to comprehend. Every troop, mask, and grand mask is unique. Though they all fight Sigarak's war against Slaanesh, how they do this varies. The Midnight Sorrow fight chaos more aggressively than any other. The Frozen Stars care only for the restoration of the Eldari race. The Dreaming Shadow do whatever it takes to prevent the rebirth of the Necrons. Countless others have their own agendas. To achieve their aims, they are given singular freedom to move between the Eldari factions, and have been instrumental in uniting their race when needed most. Inari, known as the Pathless or the Reborn, the Inari are followers of Yanid, the Eldari god of the dead. A rising force in the galaxy, they believe that through the death of every Eldari, Yanid will rise and defeat the Chaos god Slaanesh forever. The Inari are made up of the Eldari from every faction of their dying race. They believe in the ancient prophecy that when the last of their peoples die, the slumbering god of the dead, Yanid, will awaken and slay Slaanesh, their most feared and hated enemy. It is also their belief that this can be achieved without the true death of their race. Thus the Asuryani, Drukhari, Harlequins, and others come together under the leadership of Urain, the emissary of Yanid. Such diverse hosts as those fielded by the Inari fight in a unique manner, with Eldari who have never fought side by side, combining their skills in deadly fashion. Kabbalite warriors unleash hails of agonizing splinters into the foe alongside Asuryani guardians launching volleys of armor-piercing shuriken. Harlequin troops perform their dances of death amongst Drukhari witch cults, cutting down enemies ensnared in the witches' shard nets. Windrider jet bikes race sky reavers across the battlefield, their riders whooping and laughing as they gun down enemies in droves. In addition to the impeccable warrior skills that all trained Eldari possess, as Inari they have access to energies that none of their kin elsewhere have. They can harness the power of the dead. When the Inari clash with their foes and bloodshed begins, they have the ability to siphon the souls of the slain as well as those within the spirit stones they wear to invigorate their attacks. Such an infusion enables them to fight with preternatural speed and unleash psychic powers that strike down enemies in seconds or fortify their kin. This makes them a deadly foe indeed, for should an enemy have the upper hand and slay a great many Inari, the Eldari will only be strengthened, fighting back with greater ferocity and vigor. This absorption of power makes each Inari a living horde of souls. Denying Slaanesh its bounty in such a way deeply angers she who thirsts, and holding so much power within them makes each Inari a sumptuous bounty to the Chaos God. Representing gluttonous feasts as well as dangerous threats, the Inari are uniquely targeted by Slaanesh, such that wherever they go, despite the hope they may offer by denying the Eldari race's greatest enemy its feast, death always follows them. Varaine and her loyal bodyguard, the Visarch, are unmoved by this threat. Neither are they persuaded to abandon the quest to restore Yenneed by those of the other factions who see them as dangerous or even tainted. With the support of invaluable allies, such as the Eldrad Ulthuan of Ulthwé and Iana Arianel of Eoden, and the ability to release the immense power of the Incarni, the Avatar of Yenneed formed the fracturing of Bealtawn's Craftworld's Infinity Circuit. Varaine remains determined that the salvation of the Eldari race is in her god's hands. Necrons. After 60 million years in hibernation, the android legions of the Necrons rise across the galaxy. Armies of burnished steel, once dormant and hidden, march again, inexorable in their advance to restore their ancient empire. Armed with arcane technology, nigh impervious to damage, and led by maniacal overlords, few Xenos races are as terrifyingly dangerous. Aeons ago, in a time of apocalyptic war between some of the first sentient beings in the galaxy, the Necrontyr sold their souls in their greed for the secret of eternal life, being born again as the Necrons. Thus did beings of flesh become beings of metal. The story of these events is shrouded in myth and allegory, even to the most ancient races. All that can be gleaned is that it was seen fit to commit the Necrons to the Great Sleep, legions of warriors placed into stasis crypts alongside esoteric battle engines, ready to wake again to rebuild and reclaim. Now that they have risen, they strike out, slaying those younger races who have since settled their worlds and dispatching fleets that cleanse the stars of lesser species. The Necrons command technologies that are capable of bending the laws of physics to their will, possessing an understanding of the sciences far exceeding that of the Imperium. On the battlefield, its effects are truly devastating. Even the Gauss flares, carried by the most rudimentary Necron warriors, unleash precision volleys of disassembling beams that can strip away almost any material to its constituent atoms in seconds. And even armored fighting vehicles are vulnerable to its fearsome power. Tesla weapons discharge bolts of living lightning that engulf the target, immolating and melting flesh and metal with equal impunity. Beam weapons use faster-than-light tectonic particles to transmute a sliver of metal into a lance of energy that simply erases the foe it strikes out of existence. When the Necrontyr traded their flesh and blood bodies for cold metal forms, they exchanged all the weaknesses of mortality for the unbendable strength of the machine. Those unfortunate enough to face the Necron in battle quickly learned that their traditional tactics and weaponry are of little avail against this new foe. Steel warriors march on its lockstep, immune to the bullets and flames that would lay low mere mortals. When heavy weapons are brought to bear against the Necrons, severed limbs made of living metal claw their way back together. The fallen Necron lurching back to its feet to continue its war of extermination and conquest. To witness such a harrowing sight is unsettling indeed, and is to know how hopeless resistance truly is. Those damaged beyond repair simply phase out, leaving no trace of their former presence. The majority of such vanished Necrons are not, in fact, destroyed. Rather, they are teleported back across time and space to their tomb complex, where arcane machineries make them ready to march to war again. Though indomitable phalanxes of steel infantry are the core around which the Necron legions pivot, other forms take their place in the sea of metal, each a deadly force in their own right. Canoptic constructs that guarded the sleeping Necrontyr for millions of years turn their energies to the attack. Spiders coordinating the terror-inducing wraiths and tides of armor-crippling scarabs. Battle engines drawn from techno-armories make their presence known on the battlefield with crackling energy charges. Clouds of menacing night scythes and doom scythes dominating the skies as colossal monoliths, obelisks, and doomsday arcs creep forward relentlessly. Insane destroyer cults, motivated purely by the desire to annihilate the living, attack with blades flashing and cannons firing. Deathmarks assassinate enemy leaders after spending days hidden in pocket dimensions of reality. Most dangerous and mysterious of all are the Catan shards. Disparate and contradictory records describe them as star gods enslaved by the Necrons before their slumber. Beings of near unlimited power, when unleashed from their terrible prisons by the Necrons, their actions are terrifying to behold. They can manipulate the flow of time, control the minds of lesser beings, direct blasts of deadly energy, and achieve all manner of nigh impossible feats. The lords and overlords who command these armies have woken from their slumber with much of their personality, motivations, and memories intact, unlike their lesser subjects, most of whom had their minds mutilated by the experience. In the eyes of these rulers, the galaxy is theirs to reclaim, and the races that populate it little more than vermin to be exterminated or dust to be swept away. Though each lord and overlord's ambitions vary wildly, many have had their agendas distorted into near madness by the long passage of time. Most revolve around the accruing of power and influence. Should this mean infighting, coups, and plots, then so be it. Such behaviors are part of Necron society, in which power is held by the cunning and the ruthless. At the height of its glory, the Necron Empire was a tapestry of countless interlocking dynasties, each making a crown world of its own its home. Though the Necrons have been awakening slowly for thousands of years, the number of dynasties rising to restore their former territories has surged in recent centuries. Many of the awoken dynasties have reached prominence, earning new reputations in the dying days of the 41st millennium. The Zarkon dynasty is the Silent King's own, and those who belong to it are arrogant masters of Blackstone. The Saltek dynasty is amongst the most ambitious and powerful. Its Pharaon Imhotep, the Stormlord, seeking to unite all the Necron under his banner. The Mephrit's overlords once were famous for their arsenal of star-killing weaponry, and compete for power in the aftermath of their pharaoh's death. The Nephrek are masters of translocation beam, able to lead their armies from system to system with terrifying rapidity. Orcs. Tough, brutal, relentlessly thuggish, and impossibly numerous, the orcs are one of the most dangerous species in the galaxy. Thriving on battle and mayhem, they have been a dire threat to humanity since before the dawn of the Imperium. their marauding warbands turning up in every corner of the galaxy. When the orcs attack, they fill the air with their bestial roars, the thunderous growls of revving engines, and the deep booms of their crude artillery. They sweep on like an onrushing tidal wave, wreathed in choking clouds of dust and filthy exhaust fumes. Mobs of orcs storm forwards clad in patchwork armor, swinging brutal weapons with savage joy. Many race into battle aboard armored trucks and wagons, whose gaping exhausts belch thick black smog, even as their massive guns hammer furious and usually wildly inaccurate volleys of fire into the foe. As the orcs surge towards their foes, they display a singular lack of concern for the dangers they face or the casualties inflicted amongst their fellows. So inhumanly resilient is the orc physiology that they frequently ignore multiple gunshot wounds or even the loss of limbs in their eagerness to get to the fight. The explosive demise of their fellows' war engines or combat walkers, meanwhile, prompts little more than raucous cheers and catcalls from the orcs nearby. The carnage truly begins when the orcs reach the enemy lines. Numbers, momentum, and sheer ferocity combine into a thunderous charge more akin to a living avalanche than an attacking army. Orcs hack down opposing infantry with their choppas or turn them to bloody mulch with revving kill saws. They crush foes to death with brutal power claws or riddle them with fusillades of crude firepower at point-blank range. Every greenskin revels in the brutal anarchy of the action, not once slowing down in their joyful fury, egged on by the rest of the boys in their mob and by the mighty war bosses who lead them. Once an enemy is destroyed, the orcs set upon the corpses of the dead, greenskin and foe alike, and the thousands of wrecked vehicles strewn across the battlefield, aiming to loot anything of value. A lump of twisted steel that will make for a perfect axe, orcs' teeth, the currency of the greenskins, and entire tanks are all taken by the marauding Xenos. Fights amongst them are common, whether it be over the richest pickings, leadership of the various warbands, or very often out of sheer boredom now that the battle is over. These frequent brawls are a form of entertainment in their own right, with the diminutive Gretchen running between the legs of jeering boys, taking bets and enjoying seeing their larger, bullying cousins taking a beating for a change. Made up of so many highly competitive and violent warbands, tribes, and clans, the orc race has an immense propensity for infighting, and many Imperial scholars assert strongly that this self-destructive behavior is the only thing stopping the greenskins from taking over much of the galaxy. It takes a particularly large and powerful individual to steer greenskins towards a common purpose, for orc society is one based on a simple hierarchy. Might is right and biggest is best. The bigger and stronger a greenskin is, the more likely he will be in charge. The very biggest and strongest orcs conquer vast numbers of lesser tribes before folding them into their own, resulting in a great wag, a rampage that can be described as something between a holy war, invasion, and migration, fit to drown entire star systems in wave upon wave of greenskins. In recent times, the Imperium has encountered more wags than ever before, thinning its depleted and overstretched defenses. 6 major clans have been identified amongst orc society. The Goth clan consists of hulking black-clad brutes who specialize in close-quarter infantry assault. The speed-crazed Evil Sons race into battle on customized trucks, war bikes, and other vehicles fitted with all kinds of weird weapons and daubed with generous lashings of red paint, which the orcs believe make them go faster. The blood axes are viewed askance by other orcs and rarely trusted, for they engage in such unorky practices as planning their battles beforehand and wearing camouflage. Daubed in lucky blue paint, the Death Skulls are looters and thieves supreme, while the Bad Moons are by far the richest orcs. Their fast-growing teeth allow them to buy the biggest guns and deck their vehicles with gold plating and flashy decorations. Traditionalists by orc standards, meanwhile, the snakebites favor simple forms of warfare. There are some who are outcast from their clans, known as freebooters. These piratical orcs rampage around the galaxy looking for loot and opportunities to sow mayhem and destruction. The orcs as a whole are not complex beings, and their society, for all its apparent barbarity, is a robust one. As long as there are foes to fight, the orcs will keep fighting them, spreading ever further across the stars until they are either defeated at last or conquer all. Tau Empire. Dynamic and supremely confident, the Tau have established a powerful empire built around their philosophy of the Tau Va, or greater good. Incredibly ambitious, they believe their fusion of ideology and military technology conquers all. To the Tau, there are only those who will embrace the Tau Va, and those who must be shown the error of their ways for failing to do so. United by their unshakable commitment to the Tau Va, the Tau believe unreservedly that it is their destiny to bring hope and enlightened rule to a benighted galaxy. With a highly developed and rapidly advancing mastery of technological innovation, their people have brought light to the darkness of bleak stars. The Tau do not hesitate to defend their ideology or propagate it on the field of battle. Where their armies of fire warriors and alien allies excel at applying enormous firepower and precisely coordinated strikes to cripple their enemies and bring them to their knees. The Tau society is made up of 5 castes. The Water caste provides silken-voiced diplomats and wily traders. The Earth caste provides fastidious scientists and assiduous logisticians. The Air caste breeds daring pilots and tireless spacecraft crew. From the Fire caste are drawn the Tau skilled soldiery, derived from the physically strongest of the Tau's race's original tribes. They have been selectively bred over centuries to further improve upon these natural advantages, so that each fire warrior is robust, aggressive, and courageous. Finally, the Tau are led by the Ethereal caste, mysterious individuals of unknown origin who command respect and loyalty without question. Many Imperial observers suspect that means by which the Ethereals have secured their rank and influence can only be nefarious, such as the devotion they inspire. The warriors of the Fire caste are born and bred to be soldiers. Those who reach the highest ranks of command will have served the greater good for decades, and no fire warrior is permitted to leave the military except through old age or death. During their service, Each warrior employs some of the most advanced war gear in the galaxy. The Earth-caste scientists furnish them with enormously powerful weapon systems, highly advanced battle suits and armor, and even artificial intelligence systems that can serve in any role from reconnaissance to fire support. The Tau recognize that individually they may lack the sheer brawn of the Orc or the speed of the Eldari, but united by their ideology and backed by their technology, they know there is no foe they cannot defeat. On the battlefield, the Tau are masters of combined arms warfare. Squads of fire warriors lay down torrents of pulse rifle fire as veterans in crisis battlesuits use their jetpacks to leap in and out of cover, blasting the enemy with a fearsome array of weapons. Hammerhead gunships destroy enemy armor with pinpoint railgun shots as swarms of seeker missiles hunt remorselessly for their targets. Overhead, nimble razor shark strike fighters duel with enemy aircraft as sun shark bombers ensure no ground target escapes the Tau's reach. Amongst the deadliest of all are the Riptide battlesuits and Storm Surge artillery walkers, vast assets wielding some of the most advanced weapons in the Tau arsenal. Under their commander's wise leadership, these elements work closely together to bring about the most efficient defeat of the enemy. Never a numerous race, the Tau do not employ the tactics of attrition evinced by the Astra Militarum, Orcs or Tyranids. While the tides of war may dictate sacrifice in the name of the greater good, no Tau military assets are considered disposable. All have a role to play, and the Tau avoid any kind of static defense or wasteful last stands unless left with no options. Even their fortifications are equipped with anti-grav units so that they are able to redeploy to advantageous battlefield positions. Tactical retreats or secure lives or create new avenues for achieving victory are seen as honorable and praiseworthy. The Tau approach to war is as philosophical as it is practical. Numerous strategies have been developed over many years that are carefully studied by every member of the Fire Caste. The collected wisdom of old heroes is ever a source of inspiration for Tau commanders, who can utilize Arch of War, such as the Mont-Ka, the Killing Blow, or the Kalyan, the Patient Hunter. Whichever philosophy is deemed best suited to destroying the foe in the given battlefield situation will be applied. Though they have conquered world after world in the name of the greater good, it is the Tau Empire's preference to assimilate alien races they discover rather than make war with them. Thanks to the lustrous diplomatic skill of the Water Caste, many races have been welcomed into the embrace of the Tau Ra and become valued partners in furthering the great cause, including the Kroot, Vespids, Terrillians, Vikasar, and the Gaug. Even some human worlds have allowed themselves to be subsumed. The Imperium has not failed to notice that those who reject peaceful offerings of the Tau Empire are swiftly invaded and often destroyed. Thus is mankind reminded of the duplicity of the alien. No matter their winsome promises, they seek nothing but domination over mankind. With each distinct period of their empire's growth, known as spheres of expansion, the Tau have learned more of the horrors lurking amongst the stars. They have suffered incredible losses and devastating setbacks, but they remain undeterred. Nothing will prevent them from unifying the galaxy. Such is their tenacity that they continue to expand their stellar empire regardless of hardships or setbacks. With every victory, the Tau know they grow ever closer to fulfilling their destiny. Tyranids. The Tyranids have invaded the galaxy from beyond the intergalactic void, their hive fleets slithering like tendrils into every region of the galaxy. Driven by the imperatives of the almighty hive mind, their swarms sweep over world after world in a living tide of biological killing machines, and seek to devour every last shred of biomass in their path. Though only identified relatively recently, the Tyranid hive fleets have quickly been recognized as one of the gravest threats to not only the Imperium, but to any form of life in the galaxy. Consisting of seemingly unending numbers of bioconstructs, ranging from microorganisms to colossal hive ships, each hive fleet advances relentlessly through the void. As it does so, it consumes all organic matter in its path, converting this biomass to yet more Tyranid creatures and hive ships. In scant centuries, the Imperium has identified a multitude of these hive fleets, such as Behemoth, Kraken, Hydra, and Gorgon. Each has its own strategies and biomorphs, many of which have manifested as swift generational adaptations in response to the strengths and tactics of the enemies that the Tyranid swarms face. The horror of a Tyranid assault on a prey world begins long before the first bioconstruct sets foot on the surface. The unfortunate planet is first engulfed in a psychic signal that renders it utterly silent, all warp travel and communication made possible. This mysterious and dread phenomenon has been named the Shadow in the Warp, and it is the harbinger of doom. It leaves the people of Imperial worlds unable to escape their fate, or to call for reinforcements that might be their salvations. When the Tyranids strike, the prey world is beset by endless waves of predatory creatures, each optimally adapted to overwhelm the specific forms of opposition arrayed against them. Many of these invaders are further enhanced with vicious biomorphs, ranging from toxin sacs and adrenal glands to wicked claws and grotesque biocannons. Even the Tyranids' weapons are living organisms, firing frantically carnivorous beetles and larvae eager to burrow deep into flesh. In battle, leaping gaunt forms race ahead of towering carnifexes. Exocrines and other monsters, sky swarm bioforms soar over defenses, cutting defenders down with impunity. The myriad creatures of these swarms work in perfect synchronicity, under the command of the hive tyrants and other synapse creatures, psychic bioforms that can bind the instinctive bestial tendencies of their charges to a single deadly will. There appears to be no end to the threat. Each year, more systems and subsectors are consumed. None know of the Tyranids' true origins, though speculations abound. Many learned individuals suggest the Tyranids may have already picked other galaxies clean, and that this one is simply the next in line. Others have proposed that what assails the Imperium today is but the earliest larval stages of what will become an unstoppable megaswarm of ravenous maws, razor-sharp talons, and chitinous beasts descending upon the galaxy like the Acridians of the ancient Terran myth. Some whisper in terror the hive fleets are not independent, and in some way are linked to some vast, unknowable intelligence. All any can agree on is that none truly know. All any can do is pray that the inundation of alien flesh that threatens to drown the galaxy will miraculously abate, though few allow themselves such a foolish hope. The Tyranids have but a single purpose and desire: to feed. They are not motivated by territorial gain or by fear of a kind of human might understand. Yet the hunger they feel is not mindless nor directionless. They are driven by a gestalt intelligence that the Imperium knows as the hive mind, and which guides them to fight and destroy any who bar their path. With every world consumed, every planet stripped of its biomass, the Tyranid hive fleets gather ever greater might and churn out new waves of predatory beasts to continue their rapacious advance. As more and more hive fleets appear on the galaxy's edges, so the true scale of this inimical threat becomes ever more terrifyingly apparent. Genestealer Cults. Far from the prying eyes of the Imperium's harsh authorities, a sinister threat gathers its strength. The Genestealer Cults, worshippers of mysterious and ominous deities, undermine the roots of the worlds they dwell upon to pave the way for those they see as their liberators from beyond the stars. An unseen scourge, few threats to the Imperium are so insidious. A Genestealer cult begins with but a single claimed victim. Lone Genestealers, vanguard organisms of the Tyranid race, steal themselves away into the bowels of the Imperium's infrastructure. Neglected holds of deep space bulk haulers, abandoned manufactorum ducts, and the polluted tunnels and sumps of underhives all offer sanctuary to stalking Genestealers looking to spread tendrils of genetic corruption through unsuspecting human populations. Once a Genestealer infects its first victims, snatching them into the darkness and jabbing them with its dripping ovipositor, the infestation grows exponentially. The infected become enthralled to their new alien overlord, regarding it as an idol that will deliver them from whatever miseries they experienced in their former lives. Rude cycles follow, generations of loyal gene cultists spawning in service of their grotesque deity. Amongst them are bred officers, commanders, assassins, and lieutenants, genetically imbued with psychic abilities or vital specialist skills and knowledge. After the 5th generation, the cycle is begun anew as pure strain Genestealers are born, ready to bring other cities and worlds into Xenos rapture. Knowing how many worlds across the Imperium have fallen victim to the scourge of the Genestealer cults, nigh impossible. To seek out such knowledge would be to invite despair enough to challenge the most resolute minds, or to understand even in part how far the corruption has spread is to see just how precarious the sanctity of the Emperor's realm truly is. Nevertheless, the agents of the Imperium seek just such information tirelessly, for nothing less than total eradication of the Genestealer cults is required. This crusade to discover the truth and annihilate the Genestealer scourge is motivated by one factor above all. The Genestealer cults act as psychic beacons to the Tyranid hive mind, drawing the hive fleets to densely populated worlds. As the cult grows larger and the Tyranids grow nearer, it will rise up against Imperial rule to make way for their gods. By the time the uprising is declared, the cult's members have infiltrated multiple levels of government, and its networks stretch across numerous civil and military organizations. When the order is given, the Genestealer cultists strike. Those defenders still loyal to the Imperium find bridges destroyed, their ammunition stolen, and the fuel lines in their vehicles cut. Hundreds of senior officials and officers are ruthlessly struck down, those they once counted on as trusted advisors driving blades into their backs. Entire regiments judged steadfast in their allegiance to the Emperor turn their guns upon their fellows, sowing death and confusion before the loyalists can react. Those of the cult too alien in form to walk unnoticed in society are finally unleashed, striking from tunnels and abandoned structures, slaughtering their enemies with a combination of wicked claws and crude human weaponry. Hordes of foot soldiers are joined by civilian vehicles modified for battle with heavy weaponry. Genestealer cults are highly territorial, fighting tooth and claw with any who would dare challenge their ownership of a world. They rise up in the face of Xenos invasion and clash viciously with gangs and chaos cults who threaten their positions. Those Genestealer cults with the strength and numbers to do so will even prosecute wider campaigns, becoming system or even sector-spanning organizations that have developed their own distinctive ways of making war and conquering worlds. The cunning cult of the Four-Armed Emperor, for example, are masters of the subterranean assault. The highly organized Hive cult, on the other hand, prefer to infiltrate local military forces, while the weather-beaten Rusted Claws excel in the open field, making war as nomads from the backs of their rugged vehicles. When the Genestealer cults go to battle, they do so in the absolute certainty that their day of ascension has finally arrived. Their fanatical belief in the coming of the Star Children makes them a threat far greater than their ragtag appearance might suggest, one that may yet undermine the proud empires vying to rule the stars. Beyond the human galaxy, beyond the range of man-made spacecraft and astro-telepathy, lies the unspeakable cold of the intergalactic void. Few have ventured into this realm, and none have ever returned. It is the great barrier that divides galaxy from galaxy, a place where time and space conspire to hold the worlds apart with inconceivable distances. Yet the void is no longer empty. An immeasurably ancient and implacable intelligence moves through the cold and the darkness, its many eyes fixed on the distant, glittering lights of our galaxy. The great devourer moves between the stars and hungers for the flesh of all whom lie before it. This great organism, this monstrous entity, is known as the Tyranid race. Even by naming the great devourer, civilizations betray their ignorance. Every thought and action, every spark of life in the Tyranid race is bound and interlinked into a single mind, a single great entity that stretches over light years of space and is controlled by the immortal hive mind. 1 billion times 1 billion Tyranids stand at the rim of the galaxy, yet each one is no more than a single cell in the living body of the hive mind, the devourer of worlds. The Great Devourer. The Tyranids are a race of alien predators that are invading the galaxy from the void beyond its edges. Like swarming insects falling upon precious crops, they devour all before them, consuming all life upon each world in their path, and leaving nothing but airless rocks in their wake. They are a threat to every sentient species in the galaxy, and their numbers are ever growing. For centuries now, the Magi Biologists and Ordo Xenos of the Imperium have sought to make sense of the Tyranid threat. It speaks volumes that with the galaxy now in the grip of the Third Tyrannic War, and with humanity having fought more battles against these rapacious aliens than can be tallied, These luminaries remain bewildered and horrified in equal measure. It is clear that the Tyranids' technology is entirely biological, and far in advance of anything humanity has encountered in all its long millennia of conquest. Their war beasts are armored in chitinous plates or possessed of natural defenses such as chameleonic abilities or veiling clouds of exhaled spores. Tyranid guns, blades, transport craft, even void ships, all are living beings, many taking the form of grotesque symbiotes grafted to their host creature for use in battle. The ammunition fired by Tyranid weapons is similarly organic, be it voracious chitin armored beetles, gouts of concentrated acid, or bioplasma, armor-piercing shard beasts, or eruptions of bioelectricity. From blades that gnaw the flesh of their victims to tailored toxin spores, weaponized parasites, and even stranger weapons, the Tyranids display an infinite capacity for turning the mechanisms of life to the task of spreading death. This speaks to one of the few other certainties humanity possesses regarding the Tyranids. Their entire race seems fashioned solely for war. It has been observed that few individual Tyranids display anything more than the most rudimentary sentience. Rather, each Tyranid appears to be but a single cell of an infinitely vast galactic superorganism. Mankind has dubbed this guiding presence the hive mind. As far as the Magi biologists can determine, it is the hive mind that drives the Tyranid swarms ever onwards towards the galactic core. Through the synaptic control web generated by specialized node beasts amidst the Tyranid ranks, the influence of the hive mind stretches across battlefields, worlds, and even the vastness of the void itself. Wherever the grotesque bioships of the hive fleet swarm to attack, the presence of the hive mind moves with them and allows them to hunt and fight with supernatural synchronicity. What precisely the hive mind is, mankind remains ignorant to. Attempts have been made to tame the fear of the unknown by claiming that this alien sentience is a god, a galactic meta-predator, a gestalt psychic presence, and countless other even stranger explanations. Yet the truth is that the hive mind is as far beyond the understanding of the galaxy's sentient races as they are beyond the comprehension of the cattle they farm and butcher. This, it seems, is all that biological life represents to the hive mind. Not equals to be communicated with, but simple prey to be found and then devoured. Since the first Tyranid hive fleet was encountered, the number of these alien invaders have increased at an alarming rate. More and more hive fleets surge from the extragalactic void, each displaying new and nightmarish adaptations and horribly inventive methods of predation. They coil and probe like the tendrils of some unimaginably vast monster. They push in from the fringes, drive up through the galactic plane, and crush and destroy everything they touch. The first warning that most worlds have of the Tyranids' approach is the shadow in the warp. This psychic signal rolls ahead of the hive fleets like some smothering metaphysical fog bank. Its nullifying psychic static chokes off astropathic communication, leaving worlds isolated in the face of the onrushing swarm. It worries at minds and souls alike, spreading unreasoning paranoia and fear amongst the prey. Psychers are the worst affected, for their strange senses are far more susceptible to this insidious assault. Should they seek to employ their powers while engulfed by the shadow in the warp, there's every chance they will be driven mad or even slain by the chittering alien cacophony that overloads their minds. Then come the Tyranids themselves. Hive ships slide from the darkness like oceanic predators rising to feed. They smash aside the defense platforms and warships that seek to hold them back, settling in orbit above the prey worlds and disgorging untold trillions of warrior organisms to begin the hunt. At first, the prey fight back. Defense lasers scouring spore craft and winged monsters from the skies. Aircraft spiraling amidst the descending predators with their guns blazing. On the ground, staunch warriors man their battlements and unleash storms of fire to reduce attacking Tyranids to hillocks of charred corpses. Yet, as more waves attack, and yet more, the guns begin to fall silent. Aircraft and war engines are destroyed one by one, torn apart or overrun, and their crews devoured. The barricades fall. Defenders become screaming, fleeing prey. Under the influence of the microscopic Tyranid spores, even the biosphere of the planet turns against the prey, choking them with toxins and dissolving them into raw biomass ready to be devoured. Only once victory is assured do the Tyranid begin to feed. Raw biological gruel flows up vast feeding tubes to replenish the waiting hive ships, who suckle at the world like fat ticks until nothing remains but a lifeless orb to be left hanging cold and dead in the void. First contact. The first recorded encounter between the Imperium and the Tyranids came on the world of Tyran Primus in 745 M41. It was the conflict that would see humanity put a name to this new alien menace, and saw the beginning of Hive Fleet Behemoth's rampage through Imperial space. Yet it was not the only early contact between the Tyranids and their prey. It is difficult to say with any degree of certainty when humanity first encountered the Tyranid menace. Some records suggest that humanity, and also the Eldari of Craftworld Iyanden, discovered a bizarre Tyranid megastructure in the Tiamat system on the jungle world of Xyophoria as early as M35. This edifice is said to have spanned a continent and to have projected from its mass of chitin and encephalitic tissue a horrifically powerful psychic signal that drove the Eldari into fatal seizures. Rumor has it among the Ordo Xenos that this structure, and others like it, remain to this day, seemingly raised by the strange beasts of High Fleet Tiamat, for some as yet undisclosed purpose. Then there are the ominous tales from the Helican sector in M36, speaking of nightmarish winged horrors that match Ordo Xenos intelligence on High Fleet Ouroboros. The supposedly indigenous genestealers of the moon of Mgarl have also been discovered in the years since to be vanguard organisms for the onrushing Tyranid hive fleets. It is believed that the Tau Empire may have battled the toxic swarms of Hive Fleet Gorgon for centuries. Who can say, meanwhile, what insidious forerunners of the Tyranid threat have been encountered by races such as the Necrons, not to mention more minor or isolated alien empires. Those entirely devoured by the Tyranid menace do not survive to tell their tales, after all. Yet for those few humans, both privileged enough to possess knowledge of the Tyranids and unfortunate enough to seek to counter their threat, the death of Tyran Primus remains the first known contact with this ghastly new foe. The first clue of the horror soon to fall upon Tyran Primus was discovered by Imperial explorators. In performing a census of the worlds near to the far-flung outpost of Tyran Primus, they discovered entire planets scoured of all biological life. Not even the simplest bacteria survived on these denuded rocks. In truth, what the explorators had found were the first worlds to be devoured by Hive Fleet Behemoth after its long and lifeless sojourn through the intergalactic void. Thus far, it had only consumed worlds without sentient life to defend them, for its reserves were depleted from years of hibernation. Soon enough, it would channel the newly absorbed biomass into vast swarms of war beasts ready to begin the invasion proper. Yet the explorators lacked the context to perceive the peril implicit in this ominous mystery. The Tyran outpost dutifully continued to file reports of dead worlds, and the warning went unheeded. That the Tyran outpost had any chance to prepare for the onslaught was due to sheer chance. A returning survey ship encountered a vast cloud of unidentified objects on the edge of the Tyran system. When those same objects turned out to be strange biological mines, the survey ship fought its way clear of the converging cloud and limped back to Tyran Primus, bearing its dire warning. A handful of days later, the invasion began. Commanded by Adeptus Mechanicus Magos Varnak, the outpost of Tyran Primus was no easy prey. Nestled in an ancient chain of volcanic islands, the base was fortified to resist the fearsome storms and beasts of Tyran's wild oceans. Moreover, it boasted a substantial garrison of Adeptus Mechanicus and Astra Militarum soldiery, several squadrons of fighter craft, and 4 huge orbital defense lasers set deep into ceramite silos. Sheathed in void shields, these huge installations were further supported by a formidable network of gun emplacements and Proteus-class bunkers. It was a defensive strength that had seen Tyran Primus hold off more than its share of alien and heretical assaults over the centuries. Against the onslaught of Hive Fleet Behemoth, however, the outpost's defenses would be found wholly wanting. Tyran Primus's defense lasers opened fire the moment the first alien ships made orbit. For more than an hour, the storm-racked skies were split by incandescent blasts of the base's gunners desperately fended off the invaders. Then, just as the cooling systems of the defense lasers began to glow white and overheat, the invaders withdrew. Magos Varnak ordered his small fleet to harry the withdrawing vessels, but this strategy proved folly. Penetrating the spore cloud masking the alien fleet, the pursuing vessels discovered that fewer than a dozen bioships had been destroyed out of a fleet of several thousand. Having lured the cruisers away from Tyran, the Void Swarm fell upon the Imperial vessels with a vengeance. The slaughter that followed was terrible. One vessel after another torn apart by vast tendrils, or swept clear of life by boarding swarms of Genestealers, Rippers, and other monstrous bioforms. With the Imperium's cruisers destroyed, the High Fleet returned to Tyran Primus. Thousands of Tyranids descended on the world. Though the laser defenses destroyed many, countless hundreds more crashed into the seas. The waters thrashed and boiled as the invaders burst from their pods and tore their way through the ferocious inhabitants of Tyran's oceans, before scaling the outpost walls. At first, the disciplined volleys of the Imperial Guard drove the creatures back. Officers bellowed orders through the pouring rain. Torrents of firepower scythed through the alien ranks. Wave after wave of Hormagaunts and Genestealers were torn apart, their corpses choking the rain-lashed killing zones between the bastions. Thunderbolt fighters darted through the lightning-lashed skies, blasting apart incoming pods with precision fire before turning to intercept new targets. Then the Northern Defense laser fell silent. Thousands of gargoyles had thrown themselves into its throat, clogging the massive beam projectors. Moments later, the Eastern Defense laser ceased firing as an enormous Carnifex rammed through the reinforced steel wall, trampled over the defenders, and hurled itself at the coolant lines. One by one, the thunderbolts tumbled from the skies, engines choked by spores, cockpits torn apart by shrieking harpies. As more and more of the defense network went dark, the Tyranids began to fall into the base itself. An hour later, the Tyran outpost was as good as lost. The bastions were overrun or destroyed, the defense lasers silent. Even the guardsmen of Catachan men and women who had reckoned themselves among the most stalwart of warriors abandoned their post and fled into the driving rain in search of an escape that did not exist. Here and there, pockets of resistance still held out under the watchful gaze of a brave or foolhardy officer, but one by one these were extinguished. Only the command bunker remained, and its walls began to crack under the impact of massive blows. Through the few functioning displays, Varnock saw the flood of aliens rampaging through his base, destroying everything they found. Finally, the adamantine gate of the bunker crashed inwards, and the Tyranids poured into the command complex. Guardsmen and Skitarii fought back with flamers and phosphex, but aliens swarmed through the searing fires and hacked their way onwards. As Hormagaunts poured into the command center, Varnak whispered a final prayer to the Omnissiah and triggered a switch, sending a data codex plummeting into the depths of the base. This codex would be Tyran Primus's enduring legacy, for it would be recovered many months later by Inquisitor Cryptman, a man who would dedicate his life to opposing the Tyranid menace. But for Cryptman's arrival, Tyran Primus's fate might have gone unnoticed by the wider Imperium for long years. He found a blasted and sterile planet, unrecognizable as the teeming ocean world it had once been. The planet had been sucked dry, every scrap of vegetation and every drop of water consumed. As Cryptmen reviewed the autologs contained within the data codex, the full horror of Tyrann's downfall was revealed. Wasting not another moment, the Inquisitor set forth to warn the rest of the galaxy of the oncoming horror from beyond the stars. A horror Cryptmen named Tyranids, but the world they had consumed. The tyrannic wars had begun. Hive fleets. Even a single hive fleet is a terrible threat, and many such tendrils of the hive mind now push their way deeper into settled space. Worse still, one of the greatest strengths of the Tyranids is their ability to learn and adapt to the tactics of their prey. As more and more hive fleets surge to attack, so the hive mind learns ever more swiftly how best to make war upon the galaxy. Though they vary enormously in size, composition, appearance, and predatory method, most Tyranid hive fleets have some key characteristics in common. All consist of a number of hive ships, each a vast void-going organism, sheathed in feet-thick chitinous armor and with a fleshy hide adapted to shrug off the killing cold of space. Though a near infinite variety of physical forms have been observed amongst hive ships, most boast an array of trailing tendrils and hooked talons large enough to coil around miles-long warships and crush them to sparking wreckage. Immense beaks, fanged maws, and colossal feeder probosci are much in evidence equally well suited to consuming the harvested biomass of a dying world or devouring a captured space fortress. Yet for all their vast and monstrous might, it is the seething hordes of warrior organisms born within the organ chambers of each hive ship that represent the greatest threat to their prey worlds. Those few brave souls who have trodden the capillary tunnels and pulsating cavities of a hive ship and returned alive tell of monstrous bioscapes. Endless waves of warrior organisms are spawned from within the bubbling organ sacs of their reproductive chambers. Arcing bioelectric currents leap between synapse nodes the size of electropylons, or wreathe the dormant forms of Norn queens, even now awakening to command the invasion swarms from afar. Waves of hissing sentry beasts scurry along dripping intestinal tunnels and tear through membranous walls to fall upon the invaders from all sides. At their backs come hulking tervagons, unsleeping brood beasts that spawn ever more hunter organisms from their grotesquely swollen thoraxes. But worst of all is the sight of endless swarms of war beasts, from lesser hormigons, termagants, and gargoyles, to the immense and nightmarish biotitans held in biostasis and promising apocalypse for whatever world they are vented upon. Even a single such hive ship has the power to tear its way through a flotilla of defense monitors before sowing an invasion swarm onto the surface of a prey world. Yet, hive ships rarely travel alone. When an entire living fleet of these nightmarish void monsters descends, they and their endless spawn can strip a planetary system of life in a matter of weeks. In their ongoing attempts to codify the Tyranid threat, and in doing so, perhaps to diminish its omnipresent terror, Imperial xenobiologists have named many hive fleets. It has been observed that each such distinct bioflotilla exhibits certain unifying traits that mark its hive ships and warrior organisms out from those of other hive fleets, and serve to characterize the horror of its onslaught. Coloration is one such unifying factor. The creatures of Hive Fleet Behemoth, for example, tend towards hides of blue and mauve, while those of Hive Fleet Kraken are blood red, and those of the ubiquitous Hive Fleet Leviathan are most often purple. What significance such unifying coloration has to a single-minded species like the Tyranids is unclear. Theories abound of everything from instinctual recognition between bioforms of different fleets to predatory terror tactics, or even attempts to confuse and mesmerize prey with shifting patterns displayed upon chitinous armor plates. Each hive fleet also displays distinctive hunting patterns and strategies, almost as though each were an attempt by the hive mind to refine different methods of predating the galaxy's sentient life forms. The warrior organisms of Hive Fleet Jormungandr, for example, favor subterranean assault and deploy immense swarms of tunneling serpentine bioforms to strike at their victims from below. Hive Fleet Gorgon, by comparison, is infamous for the toxic spore clouds and biowarfare agents it unleashes in battle. Its prey forced to fight not only the tentacular abominations tearing through their ranks, but also the microscopic Tyranid spores seeking to clog their lungs and dissolve their organs from within. Other hive fleets have been observed deploying ground-shaking masses of living tanks, sky-darkening swarms of winged monsters, elusive broods of chameleonic apex predators, endless tides of expendable war beasts, and countless other strategic permutations. Many hive fleets also exhibit a remarkable ability to learn and adapt from each defeat, a tactic that serves desperate defenders well on one battlefield may prove utterly worthless on the next, as the Tyranids manifest some rapidly adapted countermeasure. Veteran warriors confidently deploying tank-busting rounds that previously saw the larger Tyranid monsters burst like sacks of offal stare in horror as those same shells rebound from newly thickened armor carapaces. Wings of bombers soar overhead to rain death on the swarms below, only to discover that this time the hive mind has spawned flocks of winged bioforms that fall upon their aircraft and tear them apart. Tailored gene toxins that dissolved Tyranids into twitching soup in a previous engagement are found to be utterly ineffective against the altered body chemistry of the next wave of warbeast the hive mind is hurled in. Most unsettling of all is when such adaptations begin to manifest preemptively, not only on different battlefields, but amongst these swarms of entirely separate hive fleets. How the Tyranids are able to communicate such hard-won lessons is unclear, but that they can suggests nightmarish possibilities to the increasingly beleaguered prey races. One of the most insidious aspects of the Tyranid threat is how hard it is to eradicate even a single one of its tendrils. Should a hive fleet be decisively defeated, either planet-side or in the void, some portion of its strength almost always escapes, either running on primal instinct or guided by the hive mind. Organisms go to ground or flee the theater of war altogether. For a single world, this can mean fresh nightmares when the foe thought defeated rises up again from hidden lairs, sometimes years or even centuries after the original Tyranid attack. On a wider scale, this phenomenon is even more problematic. Should a tendril of a hive fleet be shattered by battle or catastrophe, its survivors become splinter fleets, lesser echoes of the former threat, small enough to slip away into the void and regather their strength. In time, a splinter fleet will attack again, having devoured enough biomass to replenish its ranks, and often benefiting from the lessons of its primogenitor's defeat. The shadow in the warp, settling like a vast and terrible pall across countless worlds. The shadow in the warp heralds the coming of the Tyranid hive fleets. It is a nightmarish phenomenon that, whether by accident or design, has proved a cripplingly effective weapon against many of the galaxy's sentient races. The warp is a strange dimension of ever-shifting energies that lies beyond the skin of real space. It is a churning and mysterious infinity amidst whose currents the passions, obsessions, sorrows, and joys of all living things find reflection. The warp has been both boon and bane to the galaxy's sentient races. It is a source of near limitless power for those who can harness it. It is the ocean from which flows the gifts of all psychers. It is also the means by which humanity, spread out across the stars, and by which the Imperium of man achieves interstellar travel and communication to this day. Yet it is also the realm of timeless and malevolent sentiences, born from the primal emotions of all living things, and hell-bent on consuming reality. It is because of these hostile entities, known as demons, that extreme caution must be exercised when dealing with the warp. However, there is no alternative but to take the risk. Without using the energies of the Sea of Souls, each settled system becomes an isolated candle flame amidst the endless darkness, just waiting to be snuffed. It is this helpless state of isolation that the shadow in the warp imposes upon the Tyranid's prey. The phenomenon itself is a smothering psychic signal that surrounds the hive fleets, extending vast distances from them in all directions. Though even races as advanced as the ancient Eldari remain unable to explain how, the shadow inveigles its way into mortal senses and interferes with their connection to the warp. For even the most dull-witted of creatures, this is an unsettling experience, and causes heightened anxiety, paranoia, and panic to spread throughout prey populations. A sense of all-pervading dread goads frightened mobs to violence, and sees doomsayers take to the streets even before the first warnings of the Tyranids' approach are received. It is amongst psychically attuned beings, however, that the shadow in the warp is felt the worst. human psychers, orc weird boys, and virtually the entire Eldari race are amongst such unfortunates, their psychic sensitivity rendering them dangerously vulnerable to the Shadow's insidious effects. Some have described the phenomenon as a numbing blanket of static that fills their thoughts and makes it hard even to think or speak. To others, it is the chittering and squealing of a billion nameless horrors, the endless scraping of talons across their minds, or the onset of existential dread so acute that it is all they can do to keep breathing beneath its paw. Those attempting to actively employ psychic powers while engulfed by the shadow in the warp are hit hardest of all. Even to access their gifts at such times requires extreme effort, and those who try are as likely to be driven mad or slain by explosive cranial hemorrhage as to manifest even the weakest flicker of power. Crucially, astropaths attempting to send distress calls out to the wider Imperium find their mental cries choked off, more often than not painfully dying before they can force anything out through the smothering psychic blanket. Navigators are equally afflicted. Their third eyes are blinded and their minds overwhelmed by the shadow, so that attempts to guide evacuation craft to safety or warships to the rescue of beleaguered worlds ends in disaster and death. It is thanks to the shadow in the warp that most Imperial worlds beset by the Tyranids must fight alone, cut off from aid and unable even to scream. Nor are humans the only victims of this phenomenon. For most branches of the Eldari race, merely being in proximity to the Tyranids brings torment that they must struggle to ignore if they are even to stand a chance to fight back. Moreover, the precognitive psychic gifts upon which their dwindling races relies are all but useless once the shadow in the warp settles about them. Warp sorcery falters as easily as more sanctioned psychic powers, leaving even the servants of the dark gods howling in powerless fury as the Tyranids descend upon them. Only truly psychically inactive races, such as the Tau or Necrons, have less to fear from the shadow. But even then, the insidious hive mind has methods by which it can weaponize its gestalt will against them to claim victory. It is unclear precisely how Tyranid war beasts manifest powers that echo the psychic abilities of the varied races they prey upon. Yet the longer the hive fleets drive their tendrils into the galaxy, and the more of their swarms that emerge from the outer darkness of the void, the more the Tyranids have been observed adapting ever more bioforms whose abilities do just that. Some xenobiologians postulate that these creatures are siphoning warp energy in a controlled manner, wholly removed from anything achieved by any other known life form. Others believe that it's the synaptic energies of the hive mind itself that are being channeled, crackling through the encephalitic synapse tissues of the Tyranids before being unleashed in hissing blasts of lethal energy, projected as shimmering force fields, amplified into sanity-shredding psychic screams, or employed to drive lesser swarm beasts into frantic killing fury. For those facing the Tyranids, such academic theorizing rings hollow. It matters only that the Tyranids are able to employ a ghastly range of apparently psychic abilities to tear apart the minds and bodies of their prey, seemingly with ease. Behemoth, First Tyrannic War. Behemoth was the first hive fleet recognized by the Imperium of man. After annihilating the outpost on Tyran Primus, it thundered on through settled space, carving a direct line towards the ultramarine stellar empire of Ultramar. Driven on by a primal hunger it seemed unable to fully control, the Hive Fleet appeared as unstoppable as it was bestially unsubtle. It was only thanks to the effort of Inquisitor Kryptman, who followed in Hive Fleet Behemoth's wake, that warning reached Ultramar ahead of the Tyranid menace. The Ultramarines gathered virtually the entire strength of their chapter to meet the Xenos onslaught. They marshaled the mighty defense regiments of Ultramar and the strength of entire Void fleets to their banner. Still, it was to prove barely enough to halt Behemoth's rampage. The Tyranids overran one world after another, consuming biomass and redoubling their ranks as they drove toward the Ultramarines' chapter planet of Macragge. The idyllic garden world of Prandium was stripped bare. The caverns of Koth became bloody charnel houses. One slaughter followed another. Yet it was at Macragge itself that the fate of the First Tyrannic War would be decided. Here, Chapter Master Marnius Calgar led his warriors in a masterful campaign, doing all they could to resist the Hive Fleet's attack waves and bleed away its strength. Calgar himself was sorely wounded by the monstrous bioform known as the Swarm Lord during the Battle of Cold Steel Ridge, and for a time it appeared that Hive Fleet Behemoth would consume all before it. Eventually, a puissant ambush performed by the Ultramarines mauled Void Fleet, and the newly arrived ships of Battlefleet Tempestus saw the Hive Fleet shattered above the ring world of Circe. Meanwhile, on the surface of Macragge, the Tyranid swarms were finally defeated by the unyielding resistance of the Ultramarines garrisoning the planet's polar fortresses. Yet the victory came at a terrible cost to the defenders. The Ultramarines' precious First Company were slain to the last by the ferocious onslaught of Hive Fleet Behemoth. It was a wound the Ultramarines would not soon recover from. Splinters of Hive Fleet Behemoth scattered from Macragge and continued to bedevil Ultramar and the wider Imperium to this day. They are characterized by a brutish lack of subtlety, quite at odds with the cunning of more recently arrived tendrils. Those who have fought against this Hive Fleet and somehow survived report hulking masses of heavily armored warbeast such as Carnifexes and Tyrannifexes, much in evidence, supported by lumbering bio-artillery and teeming swarms of lesser beasts. These living fortresses stampede across the land and smash headlong into whatever bars their path. Wave upon bludgeoning wave is unleashed by the brutish-looking hive ships in orbit, the hive mind seeking simply to smash its prey to their knees with its clubbing blows before finally delivering the coup de grace and beginning its victory feast. Invasion swarms. A Tyranid attack is a harrowing spectacle to behold. The skies darkening with roiling toxic clouds, and the descending shapes of hundreds of thousands of Tyrannocytes containing brood upon brood of Tyranids, Vast swarms of ravenous monsters flow across the land, slaughtering all in their path. Yet amidst all the horror and chaos, there is an insidious pattern to be observed. While every hive fleet displays its own predatory methods and instinctive tactics, most invade and eventually consume prey worlds in roughly the same manner. This can be seen in the strategies employed by successive Tyranid attack waves, in the spawning of different bioforms in response to the condition of the defenders and their world, and in the shifting tactics employed by the Tyranid swarms, both planet-side and in the void above. The nightmare begins with probing attacks intended to test and undermine the prey world's defenses. Vanguard organisms, some of which may have lurked upon the planet for months or even years before the attack, suddenly go on the defensive. Lictors and Genestealers act as saboteurs and assassins, disrupting command channels and supply chains with their attacks, or spreading terror amongst the prey populace. At the same time, waves of biological invasion craft rain down from on high. Many are inevitably shot down by battery fire or combat aircraft, but more hit the planet's surface and split open to disgorge expendable invasion swarms. Driven on by synapse creatures such as Tyranid warriors, Tervagons, and hive tyrants, chitinous tides of termagants and hormagons fling themselves at the enemy's defenses. What resistance they can overwhelm, they do, tearing apart armored columns fleeing for safety and butchering garrisons trapped behind their own defense lines. Yet this is not the primary purpose of the first waves. Supported from above by 1,000-strong flocks of gargoyles, the first waves allow the hive mind to corral the prey, to exhaust their ammunition and spirit, and to test where their defenses are staunchest. With battle lines firmly drawn, the nature of the next invasion swarm adapts dependent on the resistance the hive mind has met thus far. If the prey hide within fortified compounds or have taken to subterranean complexes, the follow-up waves include vast tunneling swarms of raveners, Tyrgons, and Molochs. They may also see an upsurge in number of living tank analogs, such as Carnifexes or Excurines, ready to pummel especially formidable defenses into ruin. Should the prey prove resistant in the air, the hive mind hurls in flocks of harpies, hive crows, and monstrous harridans to smash the foe from the sky. Prey who seek to fight a more metaphysical war may be met with waves of neurothropes and monstrous maleceptors, while those able to shrug off more direct assaults may be undermined by the toxic emanations of venomthropes and toxicrines. One by one, the surviving bastions of the prey are toppled, worn down through attrition or destroyed in mighty conflicts. Their armies fall. Where the staunchest resistance is met, the hive mind may even deploy the colossal forms of biotitans, such as the Hierophant or the Hierodule abominations, quite capable of toppling even orc gargants or the god machines of the Adeptus Titanicus. Gradually, the fires of battle gutter, as what was a war of resistance becomes a cruel game of cat and mouse, the last surviving defenders seeking to fight back or to escape. Yet by now, the strategies of the hive mind have shifted again. and new bioforms begin to appear amidst the changing landscape of the tortured world. Unbeknown to the defenders, another war has raged unseen alongside their own. It is a conflict fought on a microscopic level, or even as their first invasion swarms assail the planet's defenders, so the hive ships also seed its atmosphere with rolling clouds of inimical spores that set to work perverting the biosphere. By the time the prey armies have been defeated, the planet's very biology has also been overthrown and harnessed to the Tyranids' foul purposes. Gruesome spore chimneys of flesh and chitin thrust up from the world's heaving surface. Alongside foul sporocyst dropped from orbit, these bioforms pump out ever denser toxic clouds that hasten the subsumption of the planet's biosphere. Bubbling digestion pools yawn wide, grotesque open guts the size of lakes into which raw biomatter is deposited to be broken down. Pulsing synapse nodes sprout like colossal fungi, amplifying the influence of the hive mind and strengthening the grip of the shadow in the warp. Stranger and more nightmarish biostructures erupt around or amidst the few holdouts of the prey. Towering talons and lashing nests of tendrils that rip down fortifications and spread parasitic infestations. Meanwhile, the feeder beasts of the invasion swarms are hard at work. From the start of the invasion, swarms of these simple organic eating machines, known as rippers, have undulated across the land, devouring the wounded and dead alike. Now, trillions of the awful creatures sweep across entire continents, cramming their gullets to bursting point before slithering into the digestion pools to be rendered down along with the biomass they have harvested. At the same time, Haruspexes lumber across the land, swallowing whole any prey that defies them and gorging on the fallen, before vomiting their immense meals into the pool for digestion. Only when the last flickers of resistance have been extinguished does the final stage of the invasion begin. The hive ships gather in low orbit, clustering around vast capillary towers like ticks fastening to the flesh of cattle. Here they feed upon the accumulated biomass of the slaughtered world, and of their own dead alike, as it is pumped up the towers to be devoured. Ruthlessly ravenous, the Tyranid swarms break down defensive structures and towering mountains for the minerals that can be extracted from within. They drain the world's oceans dry, leaving barren plains of cracked bedrock in their place. Every last scrap of organic life, down to the bacteria level, is devoured. At the end, even the world's atmosphere is plundered, its protective cowl torn away and scattered into the void. By the time the hive ships rise once more into the cold expanse of space and prepare to move on, nothing remains of the prey world but a cold, dead husk. The living arsenal. Tyranid weaponry and war gear is entirely organic. Some examples, such as heavy carapaces of chitinous armor, chameleonic flesh, or spore-spewing gas bladders, are integral to the warrior organisms that deploy them on the hunt. The rest appear to be grown in the churning innards of the hive ships and symbiotically grafted to the bioforms that will wield them. Tyranid warrior organisms and their living weaponry make for a repulsive and frightening sight. It is hard for their enemies to perceive where the war beast ends and its armaments begin, for the two are inextricably linked via pulsing tubules, chitinous growths, and membranous swathes of melded flesh. Few can fail to miss the vicious fangs and talons that almost all Tyranids boast, nor the slime-slick and quivering analogues of gun or blade that most carry. Yet in truth, any part of a warrior organism's anatomy may prove a weapon. From sacs of virulent toxins or corrosive bioacids to fleshy barbs ready to stab forth and impale prey, or other, even stranger and more gruesome weapons. For those not trained in identifying such threats and counteracting them, a myriad of horrible fates await. Many warriors have met their end after believing they had severed a Tyranid's weapon from its body, or after parrying an obvious blow from a chitinous blade, only to be impaled upon the concealed stingers, struck by tail-borne bioweapons, or enmeshed in lashing nests of secondary tendrils. In truth, the distinction between Tyranids and their war gear only exists within the minds of prey species, for every Tyranid is as much a living weapon as the symbiotes it wields. Moreover, the utterly alien nature and rapid adaptability of this organic technology is more than a match for even the most advanced prey races. It allows the Tyranids to drag their victims into a feverish arms race in which most prey are ill-equipped to keep pace, and that soon sees them outmatched, outmaneuvered, and fatally outnumbered. Kraken, Second Tyrannic War. Following the defeat of High Fleet Behemoth, some Imperial observers believed the Tyranid threat over. Humanity has outlived countless such Xenos threats, they pointed out, each destructive in their own right, yet ultimately minor in the grand scheme of the wider Imperium. Several centuries passed before this assumption was proved the worst sort of foolish optimism. The onset of the Second Tyranid invasion, which would subsequently be named High Fleet Kraken, was subtle and insidious. This new High Fleet divided its strength amongst many separate tendrils. This allowed Kraken to assail many planetary systems all at once, and also spread the shadow in the warp across a much wider area of space. As a result, it took a long while for word of the invasion to reach Imperial authorities. Many worlds were devoured during that delay. Once the Imperial counterattack began and the Second Tyrannic War was officially declared, humanity discovered the true nature of this new threat. High Fleet Kraken was a wily ambush predator that sought ever to encircle, outflank, and surprise its prey. Vanguard organisms swarmed before it, destabilizing worlds with acts of surreptitious slaughter and sabotage. Tunneling organisms undermined human defense lines, slipping past especially formidable points of resistance to attack from unexpected quarters. Kraken attacked on more fronts than the Imperium could defend, forcing its prey to sacrifice lower priority worlds and systems in order to protect more strategically vital locations. All the while, the pale hides of crimson chitin of High Fleet Kraken was sighted in more and more systems, and the armies of humanity could do little but retreat before the alien invaders. A number of Space Marine chapters sprung to the fore during this desperate fighting retreat. Their valor was undeniable, as was their success in wounding and slowing the advancing threat of the Hive Fleet. Yet their defiance cost the Space Marines dear. The Scythes of the Emperor and the Lamenters were both mauled terribly, driven to the brink of extinction, while the Knights of Eternity chapter was wiped out altogether. The decisive battle against Kraken came when the Hive Fleet drew its greatest tendrils together and drove them toward the hive world of Ikar 4. No one has been able to determine why the Hive Fleet's behavior changed, but it was in this moment that Imperial commanders had a chance to score a decisive victory over the rapacious Xenos. The Tyranids deployed many previously unseen warrior organisms during the grinding and bloody conflict that followed, even unleashing Bio-Titans for the first time. Yet it was the chapter master Marnius Calgar who led the fight back, arriving on Ikar 4 at the head of a mighty Ultramarines force and coordinating a masterful defense that finally saw the Xenos scoured from the planet's surface and the surrounding void. Hive Fleet Kraken had been decisively defeated, albeit at the cost of Ikar 4's ruination. Yet with dozens of splinter fleets and lesser tendrils still scattered, it was far from a spent force. Leviathan, Third Tyrannic War. Only years after the defeat of Hive Fleet Kraken at Ikar 4, Hive Fleet Leviathan drove its tendrils up through the galactic plane. The largest and most widespread Hive Fleet to date, Leviathan showed clear signs of having learned from the fates of Behemoth and Kraken. Its swarms continue to pose an all-pervading threat to life in the galaxy. By the time of Hive Fleet Leviathan's invasion, numerous other lesser Hive Fleets had been recognized as threats by the Imperium. Some were splinters of Behemoth or Kraken. Others were entirely separate and strangely adapted entities in their own right. Many, once Leviathan began its onslaught, moved to support, shelter behind, or even parasitize the largest of Hive Fleets yet known. Leviathan's swarms were legion, its tendrils spread out so that no corner of the galaxy was safe from the Tyranid menace. Imperial forces who survived the onslaught of Leviathan reported an alarming upsurge in the number of Psyker analog warrior organisms amongst its ranks. The synaptic network that linked this Hive Fleet appeared especially powerful, its shadow in the warp smothering and tremendously potent. Here was the Tyranid threat writ, larger and more terrible than ever before. Great armies, even entire Xenos races, fled before its inexorable advance. Amongst the first Imperial war leaders to take the fight to Hive Fleet Leviathan was Inquisitor Kryptman. Believing the ends justified any means, the aged Inquisitor employed every resource he had amassed in his long and bloody career. He unleashed a wave of exterminatus strikes upon worlds in the path of Leviathan's tendrils. Kryptman reasoned that if enough planets could be rendered lifeless in the path of the swarm, the Tyranids would be starved and their onslaught slowed. His horrific methods met with some success, but they were too much even for his Machiavellian peers. Trillions of Imperial lives had been lost to Kryptman's purge. He was accused of heretical arrogance and declared excommunicate traitoris. Yet Kryptman was not done. He next engineered the release of a brood of captured Genestealers within the bounds of the Orc empires of Octarius. Sure enough, a tendril of High Fleet Leviathan was drawn after the synaptic signal of the brood, plowing into the Greenskins' empire and igniting a ferocious war. Kryptman had hoped the Xenos would annihilate one another. However, he was mistaken. Untold numbers of Greenskins provided the Tyranids with a nigh inexhaustible supply of biomass that saw their swarms grow daily. The Orcs, meanwhile, thrive upon battle. In the Tyranids, they found the fight of their lives. Larger and more belligerent Greenskins were reported all the time by the outmatched Imperial forces caught up amidst the alien war. Soon enough, the fighting in the Octarian Empire threatened to spill out across neighboring Imperial sectors. Hoping to stem the tide before it reached critical mass, Inquisitor Nasser Sahansan and many of his comrades sought to establish a defense line, the Cordon Impenetra, that would contain the tumultuous Xenos War. Yet their containment wall was far from complete by the time Tyranid and Orc forces assailed it. The situation grew more grave by the day. This was but one example of the multitudinous catastrophic war zones that erupted wherever High Fleet Leviathan struck. The shrine world of St. Caspelin was transformed into an abattoir by the combined efforts of tunneling horrors and the insidious stealth organism known as Death Leaper. Here was proof that faith alone, no matter how fervent, was no defense against this terror from the outer dark. Battlefleet Ultima lost more ships than they could afford during the Battle of Bloodstar, their captains discovering too late that the hive mind had learned much of ambush tactics since they had last battled its swarms. The mighty Forge world of Griffon IV also fell to the tendrils of High Fleet Leviathan, all of its precious knowledge lost to the devouring maws of unthinking beasts. The systems of Pyrehaven, Ninth Gift, Josmire's Rest, and Abdrala all fell silent and dark, their last cries warning of Tyranids attacking from the far reaches of the Segmentum Obscurus to the heartlands of the Segmentum Solar. It was even as the flames of the Third Tyrannic War raged higher that the Great Rift tore open. This calamitous chain of warp storms split the Imperium in two, leaving fully half the Emperor's realm cut off from the Astronomicon. Such lost and darkened systems were easy prey for Leviathan. Even those worlds fortunate enough to remain within the Emperor's light were battered by demonic phenomena, plagues of mutation, and catastrophic collapses in communication and coordination. Everywhere, High Fleet Leviathan surged forward, taking advantage of mankind's confusion as a lunging predator into the midst of a panicked and scattered prey beasts. Yet, the hive mind did not have things all its own way. Though the bedlam caused by the Great Rift aided it in many ways, it also saw vast swathes of the galaxy plunged into maelstroms of empiric madness or overrun by malevolent warp entities. Such beings offer no sustenance to the swarm, and so High Fleet Leviathan was forced to adopt new methods for fighting these inimical hosts before they starved it of biomass by slaughtering or tainting its prey beyond consumption. In this way, the hive mind inadvertently joined the fight against chaos, albeit entirely for its own sake, while still devouring all prey races that crossed its path. By the time the Genestealer Cults attack, they are already 10 steps ahead of their foes. Enemies find their supply lines severed and their communications drowned out by sanity-blasting alien broadcasts. Keen-eyed assassins gun down those enemy commanders not already turned to the cult's side. From below come uprisings of xeno-tainted fanatics following notorious freedom fighters and psychic masterminds to overrun their panicked adversaries. Perhaps the uprising has been triggered prematurely. A hive of furious insects broken open by unwitting invaders from the stars. Perhaps the day of ascension has come, and the cult's faithful follow their allotted paths to glory. Whatever the catalyst, the result is the same. A world suddenly and violently overwhelmed by the unseen enemy within. As the uprising gathers pace, so its parasitic master emerges from the depths. Long has the patriarch hidden its nightmare visage from the light of day. Now, the entire war-torn world becomes its hunting ground, as the alien monster leads its teeming brood to victory, and ultimately, their own nightmarish doom. Heralds of the Great Devourer. The Tyranid hive fleets push deeper into the galaxy with every passing year. The open ferocity of their planetary onslaughts is terrifying enough, yet the Xenos also possess other, more insidious means by which they can assail their prey. The Genestealer Cults are one such subtle ploy, and arguably the most nightmarish. The Genestealer Cults are perceived by Imperial authorities to be a relatively recent threat. Their existence within the Emperor's realm was not detected until alarm bells were sounded by Chaplain Cassius and his Death Watch kill team on the mining world of Gosar Quintus. Yet how far the rot has truly spread is still a mystery. The Imperium is unimaginably vast, the most powerful galactic empire in existence, yet one thinly spread across the infinite blackness of the void. Many of its worlds labor under repressive regimes. The questionable necessity of their cruelty unappreciated by those who toil beneath the Overseer's lash. Rebellion is nothing new to such planets. Beyond count are the separatist uprisings, the schisms within the Imperial faith, the power grabs by petty warlords or crime cartels, not to mention the spread of shadowy chaos cults or the attempted annexations by alien races such as the Tau. It was thanks to all these factors, and the cunning and patience of the Broodkin themselves, that it took the Imperium so long to recognize the danger of the Genestealer Cults. On many worlds, it still remains an unknown and unlooked-for scourge. This, of course, only renders the cults all the more dangerous. The first hints of a Genestealer cult infestation may come from inexplicable disappearances, thefts of equipment or material, or the appearance of sinister graffiti praising the Star Children, the Three-Armed Gunman, or the Worm Form. Occasionally, some incautious cult operative may be unmasked while attempting to infiltrate the higher echelons of Imperial society. But the gene cults they serve are as subtle and patient as the Tyranids from whose germ seed they spring. Thus, a cult's presence may be discernible only through mysterious improvements or an abnormal lack of trouble. Tithe quotas may improve markedly due to the efficiency of uncomplaining workers. Underhive crime may drop off sharply as the cult seeks to claim territory and prevent detection before they are ready for the uprising. Should an especially observant agent of the Ordo Xenos or Death Watch note these signs, armed intervention may see the cult brought to battle and potentially wiped out. Equally, should the infested world be subject to invasion from without, the Genestealer cult may launch its plans prematurely, like an insect colony swarming to drive off those who threaten the nest. Most often, however, the rulers of a parasitized imperial world remain blissfully unaware of the threat growing behind their walls and beneath their feet. They have no warning until the day of ascension comes, and the long-hidden Genestealer cult reveals its subterfuge and rises to attack. What follows is a nightmare insurrection that rapidly shows just how far the rot has spread. From the lowest strata of civilization comes tides of miners, labor gangs, manufactorum serfs, and cult-corrupted underhivers. They are organized. They are armed. They are fanatical in their belief that they are throwing off the chains of imperial oppression, and that the Star Children might grace their world with their divine presence, elevating all true believers to a state of divine oneness. These hordes wear the stigmata of their alien mutation like a badge, and revel in unveiling their banners and icons in broad daylight at long last. From wilderness and wasteland come prospector clans and nomads who have long concealed their true nature behind dust shrouds and goggles. Now they race to aid the uprising. Amongst the masses swarm broods of larger, more monstrous beings, their aspect more Xenos than human, who wield industrial tools as lesser humans would brandish cudgels and blades. The rebels are led by hybrid war leaders, dynamic folk heroes, and potent psychers. They move rapidly to seize supply lines, capture command and control centers, and sabotage or secure vital sites such as sealed generatora and spaceports. The speed and surety with which they do this reveals just how meticulously the cult has planned its onslaught. Local law enforcers, planetary militia, and even garrison Astra Militarum regiments are mobilized to crush the uprising. As the machinery of war grinds into motion, cults amidst the Imperium ranks turn on their still loyal companions. Adeptus Arbites precinct fortresses fall from within. Defense regiments are paralyzed by savage infighting, or turn wholesale to the side of the insurgents. In some cases, even the most highly placed Imperial servants throw off their disguises and are revealed as agents of the Genestealer cult. Such figures use their purloined power to sow disinformation and anarchy through what remains of the Loyalist defenders. As the uprising gathers momentum, isolated islands of Imperial rule are drowned by the rising tide. Citizens, not even indoctrinated by the cult, may be swept up in the fervor of flinging off the Imperial yoke. Population centers fall one by one. Fortifications are captured, and their weapon batteries turned upon still loyal forces, or Imperial void craft and shield platforms in low orbit. As the nightmare reaches its crescendo, the Patriarch itself leaves its throne amidst its bubbling Genesis pools and emerges from the shadows to hunt. The parasitic demigod at the heart of the uprising. This monster leads the final assault against those loyalist elements still battling to cleanse the infestation. Often, it is not the only overtly Tyranid organism to join this final campaign. A smothering psychic shroud falls across the world, seeding torment and dread as a tendril of the hive fleets draws nigh. The skies darken with invasion spores and gargantuan tentacles as the Xenos swarms descend. The faithful are enraptured, for surely here are their star-children deities come to elevate their worshippers in glorious unity. Only at the last, when the Patriarch itself falls back under the direct control of the Tyranid hive mind and abandons its brood, do the cultists perceive the horror of their so-called victory. By this time, it is far too late, both for them and for whatever remains of the planet's overrun defenders. In truth, the Genestealer cults are not the enlightened freedom fighters they believe themselves to be. Instead, they unwittingly serve two specific purposes for the Tyranid hive fleets. The first of these is destabilizing regions of Imperial space ready for Tyranid attack. However beleaguered humanity might be, the Imperium still dominates great swathes of the galaxy and possesses ample armies and navies with which to resist the inexorable advance of the hive fleets. Every world hollowed out from within by a Genestealer cult is therefore another center of resistance undermined, another hidden crack in the seemingly formidable Imperial defenses. Every human settlement that drops mysteriously out of contact with subsector command is another lost resource of Imperial tithe, not to mention another potential threat that costs manpower and machines to investigate. In this way, do the Genestealer cults leech the vitality from Imperial subsectors, parasites that render their hosts too weak to defend themselves when the time comes. Worse still, The cults themselves project a psychic signal that not even the myriad faithful are aware of. As the power of the cult's shared synaptic broodmind grows, it becomes a glimmering beacon in the darkness, a disharmonic choir that the Tyranid hive ships hone in on. This signal promises a world overthrown, or else in the last stages of collapse. Sometimes it signals entire systems that have fallen to the curse of the Genestealer Cults, or even larger regions still. It is an indication of vast quantities of ready biomass, offered up in willing sacrifice to ineffable alien gods. These gods view their worshippers as nothing more than another source of nourishment, raw materials with which to fuel fresh invasions. The Genestealer Curse. Should a Genestealer slip through the defenses of an Imperial world, it will go to ground amidst the planet's deepest shadows. Whether immersed in the claustrophobic underbelly of a hive city, the depths of a labyrinthian forge complex, or the remote caverns of an agri-world, the alien's curse soon takes hold. The Genestealer begins its task by snatching unlucky victims and hypnotizing them. These first targets are infected with Tyranid genetic structures by way of the Genestealer's ovipositor, which enthralls them body and soul to its will. Perceiving the alien as a messianic savior, these thralls abduct further victims to be implanted, a process they term the Genestealer's kiss. Within a few years, successive generations will be born within the cult. The first generation hybrids are monstrous things, utterly alien and possessed of bulging mauve craniums, chitinous extrusions, and multiple additional limbs. These beings in turn beget the second generation hybrids. Still grotesque, these second generations are hunched creatures with bestial features, and typically an extra arm. Wholly alien though they remain, they nonetheless can communicate in Low Gothic and possess a more human comprehension of Imperial technology, along with the dexterous digits with which to manipulate it. Third generation hybrids are more humanoid still, for their posture is now upright, and their additional arm, if it exists at all, is typically vestigial and hidden. Yet, it is with the fourth generation that the cult produces beings so close to human that they can pass undetected in Imperial society. They are still hairless and might look somewhat strange to the careful observer, but their peculiarities are easy enough to conceal. It is during these latter generations also that various cult agents are born to the brood. Specialized individuals such as the Psychic Magus, the Lordly Primus, and the scientifically minded Biophagus, who all help to cement and coordinate the increasingly complex and established gene sect. Offspring born to the fourth generation are not untainted humans, but pure strain genestealers. Even so, their parents perceive their nightmare progeny as blessed cherubs, and would die for them in a heartbeat. So does the brood cycle begin anew, with the cult's influence and numbers spreading further with each iteration. No matter how large a Genestealer cult grows, it is typically dominated by a single patriarch via the synaptic link known as the brood mind. It has been proved that, on occasion, locating and slaying the patriarch can shatter this link and hurl the cult into anarchy. However, even in such instances, if the taint is not fully uprooted swiftly, another Genestealer of the patriarch's brood will take its place and establish the brood mind anew. The Ordo Xenos and Death Watch have identified numerous distinct Genestealer cults, such as the Inner Worm, the Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor, and the Pauper Princes. Each cult employs its own distinct colorations and worm form glyphs, and is identifiable by unique cultural characteristics and strategic leanings. No one has yet been able to satisfactorily explain how it is that sects of these same cults have been found in entirely separate Imperial segmentums, but the implications are ominous. The size to which a Genestealer cult grows depends upon the number and scale of a world's population centers. On especially crowded planets, a cult may seed multiple gene sects, each of which develops its own infrastructures, cult leaders, and agents. Despite this, it is incredibly rare for a single world to host more than one patriarch. Gene sects spawned from the same cult often exhibit minor cultural or doctrinal differences. Local customs or uniforms may dictate that cult colors be worn in secret, or that worm forms be tattooed in hidden places upon the bodies of the faithful. Particular industries or segments of society may predominate in one region more than another, leading one sect to boast vast hosts of neophyte hybrid miners, while another may comprise Adelan prospecting clans or brood brothers concealed amongst the military. Whatever the differences, they are always secondary to cult loyalty and the bond of the brood mind. However many gene sects may establish themselves across the world, the pattern of their societal infiltration is often similar. Most cults begin with the lower orders of Imperial society. Mining clans, forge laborers, work gangs, sump dredgers, and the like. Such people's disappearances go unmarked, or else are ignored by overworked enforcers, who consider the rate of attrition amongst the laboring classes to be a natural check and balance. As the cult rises in power and confidence, so it sends subtle tendrils into the very organizations that have so far failed to notice its growing presence, infiltrating the fortified compounds of the enforcers and Adeptus Arbites. Doing this ensures that the local authorities continue to overlook the cult's operations, even as it grows too large to be easily hidden from their sight. At the same time, the cult claims local gangs, militias, and devotees of the Imperial faith. Such groups help the cult to extend its influence and accelerate its recruitment, which in turn creates the foundations from which it will extend upwards into the higher echelons of society. Eventually, a gene sect claims sufficient power that it begins to assume dominant societal control. Even now, the cult remains carefully hidden and employs its newfound reach to create favorable conditions in which to grow unchallenged. Typically, it is only in these latter stages of a cult's expansion that they risk infiltrating Astra Militarum garrison regiments and local Imperial Navy flotillas. Such organizations have the greatest safeguards against corruption, and also pose the most severe risks should the cult's infiltration be detected. However, undermining local military forces is imperative if the uprising is to be victorious. Countless low-born citizens are tithed to fill the ranks of the Imperial Guard, or press-ganged in mass to serve aboard naval void ships. In light of the proliferation of tolerated abhumans and minor mutants amongst humanity's teeming masses, this is most often the route by which the Genestealer curse finds its way into the Imperial's armies. If it remains undiscovered, a Genestealer cult can continue to proliferate in secret like this for decades, even centuries. Should it grow large enough, the cult's patriarch may even smuggle Genestealer broods or entire gene sects off-world. These establish subsequent infections known as splinter cults on nearby moons, void stations, or planets. Entire planetary systems can be corrupted in this way, ensuring that when the day of ascension finally arrives, the unfortunate Imperial defenders stand precious little chance of keeping the cult from absolute victory. Bred for war. While it remains in the shadows, a Genestealer cult may seem like a peaceful, functioning society. Indeed, it is blighted by neither crime nor internal strife, and all within it toil daily for its furtherance. Yet when a cult reveals itself at last, there can be no mistaking it for anything but an army bred entirely for battle. At the heart of the cult is the Patriarch, lurking in its hidden throne room and extending its will through the broodmind. With its chief agents at its side, the Patriarch reigns over its subjects like an all-powerful king while they toil day and night to increase their numbers, their stockpiles, and their influence. When the Patriarch deems the time ripe, it raises one mighty talon and sends its psychic imperative chittering out to the teeming billions who worship it. The day of ascension has come. Each gene sect's armed forces form war bands known as claws, which are gathered and disbanded according to the needs of the Patriarch and its war leaders. Even a single claw has the might of arms to overwhelm enemy forces in a raid or skirmish, to hunt down interlopers who threaten to reveal the nascent cult, or to eliminate an enemy leader who might otherwise cause trouble. When the cult throws off its cloak of shadows in fully fledged uprising, its many claws are bared as one. Icons that for so long had been hidden in concealed shrines are now hoisted proudly aloft. Beings too alien to pass as human are unleashed at last, their xenomutations no longer a hindrance, but instead blessed weapons of rebellion. Plans long laid are put into motion. The faithful launch sabotages, ambushes, and surprise attacks with inhuman precision. Amidst gangs, militias, and garrisons, infiltrators turn suddenly upon those who thought them allies. The psychological impact of such mass treachery is a weapon in itself. Precious time is lost as loyalist forces struggle to understand what is happening. Dismay, denial, and senseless outrage take their toll. Defenders are overrun even as they seek to reason with comrades turned insurgents, or to demand useless clarification or explanations from their superiors while they should be digging in and fighting back. This advantage of surprise is crucial to the Genestealer Cults. While it is not unheard of for Genesects to control super heavy battle tanks, massed combat aircraft, or the like, their access to such high-end assets is often limited. Moreover, the vast majority of their forces are best described as paramilitary guerrillas, who must compensate for their lack of heavyweight military hardware through zeal, numbers, and cunning. Cult forces, therefore, seek to seize the initiative from the start of any engagement, and to keep their enemies off balance thereafter. Rather than rush onto the guns of massed foes, entire claws circumnavigate the enemy via crawlways or abandoned surface tunnels before bursting forth in sudden ambush. Strategically crucial regions are sown with booby traps. Skilled cold agents infest communication networks, spreading disinformation and demoralizing propaganda, or invade the very minds of key enemy personnel, rendering them puppets to the Patriarch's will. Where the cult has amassed heavier assets in the hands of its brood brothers, these are deployed against the most formidable enemy targets, fortifications no cultist has managed to infiltrate, mustering grounds for loyalist defenders, the fortified palaces of ecclesiarchal leaders or planetary governors, astropathic sanctums, all are worthy targets for the cult's mailed fist. In other instances, such valuable reserves may be held back until the enemy have committed their own strength to purge the uprising, or saved to counter any response from Imperial elites, such as the Adeptus Arbites or Ordo Xenos. Should ascension have been triggered early by off-world invaders, it may be the brood brothers who bear the initial brunt of fighting. Deploying more like conventional armed forces, they seek to slow the invasion, often even fighting alongside unwitting Imperial allies, while the Patriarch rouses the full might of its following to rise up and counterattack. Whatever the case, the Genesects maintain a footing of total war from the instant their uprising begins. Every living being within the cult strives with everything they have to serve the Patriarch's will and overthrow their enemies, even at the cost of their own lives. After all, Their belief in a divine reward amidst the light of the Star Children is total. Sudden insurgencies and hit-and-run raids escalate planet-wide day upon day, the cult striking from the shadows like a many-tentacled monster. The fighting does not end until the last of the Patriarch's faithful have martyred themselves for their cause, or else they have claimed their world in the Star Children's name. The hidden threat. Many amongst the ranks of the Genestealer Cults display an outward aspect of humanity quite at odds with the alien malevolence that simmers within. It is only once the uprising begins that these third and fourth generation hybrids reveal their monstrous allegiances as they turn upon those who once trusted them. The third, and particularly the fourth generation hybrids, are the most populous and widespread members of gene sects. This serves the Patriarch well, for these are the individuals most able to pass unnoticed amongst the human herd. It is these hybrids who join the sweating masses laboring in macro mines or amidst the blast furnaces of forge temples, who labor in crop fields or at nutravats, roam the wilds posing as prospectors, or slip into the ranks of the Astra Militarum. The irony is that until their true colors are revealed, their dutiful nature makes these cultists real assets to the Imperium. They are diligent students, hard workers, and seemingly faithful citizens who do all they can to stay out of trouble and make themselves indispensable to their masters. This only makes it all the more shocking when the hybrids turn traitor. On the day of the great insurgency, when the populace look to their bravest and most dependable members for protection, they are appalled to find that their supposed allies are fighting not against the monsters boiling up from the depths, but alongside them. Neophyte hybrids are the dedicated and fanatically loyal foot soldiers of their cult, born of the brood cycle's third and fourth generations. So strong is their link to the Patriarch that they will toil for years, hurl themselves into suicidal assaults, or fight in inimical environments until their bodies give out, all without a word of complaint. As the cult gathers its strength, the neophytes work their way into position as militia fighters, miners, and menials. There, they stockpile basic weaponry and war gear for the cult to use when the time is right. On the bloody day of uprising, the neophyte hybrids prove themselves capable fighters. They mass in large broods, their bulkier third-generation brothers and sisters hefting the heaviest weaponry, while the most capable amongst them naturally assume command. Raising their worm-form icons high, they surge forth to overwhelm the horrified unbelievers. The Adalan Jackals, fourth-generation hybrids, serve their gene sect as outsiders. Astride their dirt cycles, they soar through tunnels and across dusty plains in tight-knit packs, their mental bond allowing them to move and hunt as a perfectly unified force. Before the uprising comes, Adalan Jackals operate behind a veil of legitimacy. Adalan-class vehicles are commonplace on almost every Imperial world. being standard issue transports rugged and simple enough to endure decades of rough handling and to run off almost any fuel. Riding these, the Jackals pose as operatives for mining corporations, aqua prospectors, nomadic beast herders, and intrepid scouts. They use these covers to locate new recruiting grounds for the cult, or else to gather intelligence on trade routes, military outposts, resource deposits, and the like. Foremost in such efforts are the Jackal Alphases. These natural leaders range furthest of all, possessing the constitution to travel for days under blazing sun or through freezing gloom, gathering reams of vital information for their sex nexos. In battle, Adelan Jackals act as a swift reconnaissance and raiding force, picking off weak or isolated enemy units and harassing the foe's flanks. Heavier support is provided by wolf quads, light prospecting vehicles whose mining lasers and incinerators are easily turned from tools of progress into weapons of war. The longer an Astra Militarum regiment remains stationed on a prey world, the more completely and established gene sect will seek to infiltrate its ranks. Be they infantrymen, tank crews, or other soldiery, those corrupted in this way are known as brood brothers. Especially valuable assets are targeted where possible, sometimes with spectacular results. The devastation unleashed when the tainted Raychan 457th Death Strike missile battery unleashed their Vortex warhead remains a cautionary tale amongst the Death Watch. Equally, reports from Foley Prime suggest the cult uprising there commands a trio of super heavy Stormlord tanks with which they have wreaked untold damage. Such examples of high-value asset theft are rare, however. The risks of detection inherent in subverting such well-guarded weapons often outweighs the rewards. More commonly, brood brothers aim to infiltrate the lower echelons of the regimental structure, then work their way up. They replace each bona fide Imperial soldier one at a time, until entire corps answer not to their superior officers, but instead to the patriarch of the cult. In doing this, the brood brothers gain access to reliable military-grade firearms and hardened communications technology, man-portable heavy weaponry, and sometimes even the heavier war engines from which the Astra Militarum are so famed. Perhaps the most cynical aspect of this process is that even as they are having their ranks hollowed out from within, the Imperial Guard continue to train the cult infiltrators in the very tactics and weapon rituals that will soon be turned against them. Squad by squad, platoon by platoon, the brood brothers maneuver themselves into positions of trust. If all goes well for them, their still loyal comrades will never recognize the blade laid at their collective throat until it cuts deep. The deformed and deranged. The melding of Tyranid and human gene structures produces broods of chimeric grotesques, whose alien otherness is rendered all the more disturbing for being tinged with humanoid anatomy and intellect. Such beings form the shock troops of the cult. their xeno-augmented speed and strength rendering them as dangerous to fight as they are hideous to look upon. The more malformed servants of the Patriarch remain hidden during the cult's gestation. If seen, they would likely be hunted as mutants, or worse still, draw the notice of some vigilant Imperial agent. As no Patriarch would risk a full-scale purge being unleashed upon its brood, these beings lurk in the prey world's darkest depths until the time is right. There, they worship the Patriarch and the Star Children, their inhuman hissing and chanting echoing through dank caverns and around alien idols of iron, flesh, and bone. They prowl the boundaries of the cult's inner sanctum as tireless guardians, or slink through the gloom on covert missions of sabotage and assassination. Many toil endlessly in deep workings and fetid undersumps, like grim folkloric horrors. Brooding upon the day they will claim the surface realms from those who walk in the light. On the day of ascension, all this changes. These most monstrous broods are loosed at last to rampage through the world so long denied to them. Filled with inhuman cruelty and fervently loyal to the Patriarch, they surge to the forefront of the most crucial battles. Here, the very alien mutations that might previously have made these creatures a liability instead render them the most fearsome of their gene sect's warriors. The first and second generations of a brood cycle are entirely too alien to blend into human society. These acolyte hybrids are the foremost cultists of the Patriarch, its most loyal sons and daughters, and the vigilant guardians of its lair. Though their minds are wholly alien, they are imbued with an echo of their human parents' consciousness. This grants them an instinctive comprehension of Imperial technologies and language that aids them in shadowy raiding and assassination campaigns they often undertake. The Genestealer portion of the Acolyte's heritage, meanwhile, provides them with the raw strength to heft huge industrial power tools and bear them into battle. They employ these oversized and brutish weapons to carve up the enemy's toughest warriors and armored fighting vehicles. Further equipped with hand flamers and auto pistols, devastating blasting charges, and the vicious talons and fangs that are their unnatural inheritance, Acolyte hybrids possess ample weaponry with which to sow destruction amongst the enemy. The occurrence of hybrid metamorphs amongst the ranks of the cult is seen by many broodkin as a great blessing. The creatures mutate from first or second generation specimens, their arms transforming into claws that can crush ferrocrete, whips of barbed sinew, or hooked chitinous blades. Some develop gruesome tentacles that fringe their maws, or quivering throat sacs that turn their bile to bioacid. Many amongst the cult make offerings to appease the metamorphs, believing that to do so is to curry favor with the Star Children. In truth, metamorphs usually mutate as a result of a Tyranid splinter fleet drawing close. Sensing a developed Genestealer cult nearby, the hive mind sends a synaptic imperative and triggers dormant gene codes buried within the bodies of the faithful. This helps to ensure that when the Tyranid begin their onslaught, the cult already contains plentiful war beasts to aid with the overthrow of the prey world. Occasionally, metamorphs also spawn as instinctive defense mechanisms. Should the brood mind suffer great trauma, be it the onset of a warp storm, the peril of large-scale discovery, or an alien invasion, it forces the premature mutation of these creatures to help defend the Patriarch. What errors in the brood cycle give rise to aberrants, none can say. Imperial xenobiologists have posited everything from injection with a damaged ovipositor or failures of bioexperimentation to the influence of encroaching warp storms or even the residual human spirit rebelling against its Xenos bondage to the detriment of its host body. Whatever their cause, these lumpen and simple-minded monsters often seek out biophages and follow their bidding without question. Indeed, some aberrants become the favored experimental subjects of those deranged gene manipulators. Genestealer cults make ready use of aberrants' tireless strength. The beasts are now set to work out hacking new tunnels to connect cult hideouts, breaking open ancient caches of resources or weaponry, or excavating sappers' work under Imperial strongholds that reductus saboteurs then pack with explosives. The most cunning of their kind are even dispatched on occasional brute force assassination missions, lumbering from the sewers into the dead of night to make a bloody example of one who has proved an obstacle to the cult. When the uprising begins, however, these subtle methods are cast aside. Aberrants make for exceptional line breakers and living shields, and can be cast into battle as carelessly and with the same destructive impact as a cluster of heavy blasting charges. To better herd its aberrant shock troops to battle, the Patriarch visits further augmentations upon a chosen aberrant in each gene sect. From the bubbling liquids of the Genesis pools is birthed a mind-worm familiar, an imp-like creature infused with the Patriarch's own sentience, that scurries to inject its master's genetic structures into the chosen aberrant, using its diminutive ovipositor. Over agonizing nights and days, rampant gigantism and mutagenic regeneration reshape the aberrant's already hulking physique into something more freakish and powerful still. So simple-minded are these abominants that they can be kept quiet with a few pilfered children's toys or discarded carcasses. But when war calls, each becomes a terrifying force of destruction. Directed by its skittering mind-worm familiar, the abominant thunders into battle, swinging its huge hammer in crushing arcs, its ripping flesh healing as swiftly as the enemy can damage it. Agents of the cult. Simply gathering manpower and material is not enough to ensure the cult victory. During its latter generations, the brood cycle produces many specialized bioforms whose instinctive expertise and remarkable abilities render them more valuable to their gene sect than entire hordes of fanatical soldiers or squadrons of stolen tanks. The Primus is a third-generation hybrid that typically emerges from the brood cycle when a Tyranid splinter fleet draws near, or when the cult requires unwavering martial leadership. Strong, robust, and straight-backed, they command their brood siblings with the instinctive confidence needed to rally even the more disparate of cult forces. It is no wonder, therefore, that many Primuses are idolized by their gene sect as revolutionary heroes, blessed by the Patriarch itself. Before the day of Ascension, it falls to the Primus to draw up meticulous plans for the uprising to come. It is also their duty to oversee the seizure of transport vehicles and void ships by which splinter cults can be seeded throughout the wider star system. As the great day draws nigh, the Primus takes over military leadership of their gene sect's forces. They become the avatar and the fist of their patriarch, an iconic war leader whose warriors would follow them into certain death at their gene sire's merest whim. Even before the main assault, the Primus leads the front, masterminding raids deep behind enemy lines and then commanding them in person. When the uprising begins in earnest, this continues on a wider scale, with the Primus now directing the entire, overwhelming attack against the Bray world. In battle, the Primus is a force to be reckoned with. They employ toxins distilled from their own bloodstream, injecting them into the enemy via hissing needlers and vicious injector claws. Those not felled by these repellent fluids are soon cut down by the psychically charged blade of living bone the Primus wields. Said to be crafted from the stuff of the Patriarch's own throne, these abominable weapons suck the life from their victims and leave them as lifeless husks. The Nexos emerges from the brood cycle as the cult's numbers swell, to aid the Patriarch in coordinating its teeming followers. Physically, this bioform appears weak and withered. Fat veins pulse beneath the papery skin of their temples. Bruised flesh surrounds their jaundiced eyes, and a slight tremor accompanies their every movement. These symptoms denote not frailty, however, but rather the immense physical strain imposed by the Nexos' incredible mental abilities. Gifts that render them invaluable rear echelon strategists and commanders. By laying their hands upon one infected with the Genestealer taint, the Nexos is able to absorb a full mental and sensory imprint of every instant of that being's life. They can do this millions of times, compartmentalizing and cross-referencing each of these psychometric records to build a remarkable three-dimensional mental map. In this way, the Nexos becomes an encyclopedic expert on the cult's territories and capabilities, and the sprawling planetary battlefield across which it engages its foes. Armed with this biological supercomputer inside their head, the Nexos acts as the gene sect's strategic nervous system. They direct entire claws of warriors to outmaneuver and overrun the cult's foes, often combining their efforts with the information warfare of the Clamavis to accomplish feats beyond the organizational capabilities of an entire Imperial command post. The influence of the Kellermorph can be seen in the vivid folk tales of the laboring classes and the defiant set of their shoulders against the lash of Imperial rule. It is evident in the graffiti motifs of a three-armed gunfighter with a billowing cloak, and in the trails of bullet-riddled corpses strewn in the creature's wake. To the masses, the Kellermorph is a heroic symbol of revolution. To those in power, it is a mutant anarch and a threat to the peace of the Emperor's realm. In truth, this bioform is something darker and more cynical in nature than either of these anthropocentric interpretations. The Kellermorph is, in fact, a third-generation cult hybrid fashioned from cultured gene strains of the local populace. It is genetically tailored to exploit the human psyche, preying upon the hopes and hatreds of the downtrodden, and upon the desires for adventure and rebellion rife among criminal elements and bored hive-spired dilettantes alike. From its boosted reaction speed and phenomenal sensory acuity to its unnatural agility and perfect poise, the Kellermorph's superhuman aptitudes place it beyond the grasp of heavy-handed Imperial justice. Driven by instinct and the will of the Patriarch, this defiant one-man army strikes wherever its victories will win it the greatest renown as a figure of liberation and hope. The hails of gunfire from its Liberator autostubs become the stuff of local legend as they mow down legions of faceless oppressors and reduce even armored war engines to blazing wrecks. So enduring does the legend of the three-armed gunman become that many idolize or even seek to emulate its achievements. Thus, anarchy spreads through the underbelly of the prey world, as the disaffected from all walks of life are drawn unwittingly into the embrace of the cult. Born of psychically gifted cult inductees, Maguses possess an outwardly human aspect, coupled with tremendous charisma and formidable intellect. Behind this facade, they are first and foremost an extension of their Patriarch's will, steeped in alien taint and wholly devoted to the rise and spread of the cult. They are agents of subtle misrule, content to operate from the shadows of their master's throne until the uprising begins in full. During the cult's gradual gestation, each gene sect's magus wages a war of honeyed words and psychic domination. Treading carefully to avoid disaster, they forge into the otherwise unassailable strata of the aristocracy, the ecclesiarchal elite, and the inner circles of planetary governance. A single audience with a magus can transform a staunch opponent of the cult into a valuable agent of its cause, or else see them reduced to inexplicable insanity should they prove intractable. On more populous worlds with multiple gene sects, maguses may even seek to outdo one another in their endeavors. Such characters compete for their Patriarch's favor with all the determination of rival siblings. Once the day of ascension arrives, however, all such notions of personal ambition fall away in favor of absolute obedience to the Patriarch's wishes. Each Magus becomes a focal point for cult forces, a potent battle psyker who can drive their brothers and sisters into frenzied violence while manipulating the foe like blank-eyed puppets, compelling them to fall upon one another with guns blazing. The Clamavis utterances are echoes of the Patriarch's own holy voice, and when they roll like thunder through the spires and manufactorums of a hive city, they can compel millions to take up arms. Clamavises are masterful agents of misinformation who use their Vox interceptor arrays to hack into enemy communication networks, stealing vital intelligence and replacing it with ominous broadcasts laced with psycho-resonant broodmind feedback. During the years of the cult's gestation, it is the task of each Clamavis to spread fear and confusion through every available channel. To this end, they pervert Vox exchanges, distort vid feeds, and work to undermine popular confidence in the ruling elite. The Clamavis feeds corrupted psalms, hymnals, and religious primers into the lower levels of Imperial society, each publication replete with insidious double meanings. They have even been known to taint the minds and souls of Astra Militarum soldiery by distributing doctored copies of the Imperial infantryman's uplifting primer. When the war comes, the Clamavis's link to the Gestalt psychic aura of the cult makes them a valuable frontline asset. Unlike a Magus, a Clamavis cannot wield this power as a precise instrument. Instead, they transmit the nullifying resonance of the shadow in the warp, a smothering and often lethal phenomenon usually associated with the onset of the Tyranid hive fleets. Each static hiss of the Clamavis's scrambler array is attuned to the unified consciousness of billions of indoctrinated organisms, a choir of abnormal minds howling in supplication to the hive mind. When overheard at close proximity, this audio virus causes a devastating psychic overload that can boil the brains of any foes unlucky enough to stumble into earshot. Into this third-generational hybrid, the Reductus Saboteur, is distilled the cult's accumulated knowledge of explosives and destructive engineering. As a result, the Reductus Saboteur is able to fashion demolitions devices, booby traps, and lightweight battlefield charges from even the most unlikely components. Indeed, they are driven to experiment and build in this fashion by an instinctive compulsion. Whether distilling volatile solutions from seemingly harmless chemicals, or looting scrap heaps and servitor graveyards for components, their goal is to build an ever more versatile explosive armory for the cult. While some of their creations boast massive power, others rely upon being easy to conceal, and are so complex in their fail-safes that they are impossible to disarm. Others still are so easy to mass-produce that entire broods of cultists can be equipped with them, while some devices are so reliable that they can be immersed for days in salt water, chemical sumps or the blistering heat of forge temples, yet still detonate precisely when they are required to. To the Reductus falls the duty of toppling the machinery and physical symbols of oppression. This may see them squirming through pipes and ducts to cripple weapon batteries or shield generators, or planting bombs to fell towering statues of the false god emperor. It may lead them to stalk through the shadows of vehicle hangars, tainting fuel supplies or wiring concealed bombs to the tracks of battle tanks, or to publicly assassinating the cult's most prominent opponents with concealed booby traps. Upon the battlefield, the Reductus Saboteur lives up to its name, sabotaging entire combat engagement areas with nigh invisible devices. Equally deadly in direct assault, they will flit from the shadows just long enough to clamp a handful of demolition charges to the hull of an enemy tank, then vanish again before the explosions begin. When not slinking through the shadows upon a mission of assassination, the Sanctus can be found lurking in the gloom surrounding its Genesire's throne. From this vantage point, the Sanctus watches tirelessly for threats to the Patriarch. None can escape its notice. Those not detected by its formidable olfactory senses are inevitably revealed by its multispectral goggles, themselves stolen from the Departamento Munitorium or plucked from the corpse of some elite Imperial soldier. No foe can flee from a Sanctus, for the Patriarch impresses the psychic spore scent of each fresh victim upon the bioform's consciousness. Following this trail, the Sanctus can track its quarry across worlds and even through the vast nothingness of the void. The Sanctus works alone, but for a single soul-sight familiar, spawned from the steaming bile-gruel of the Genesis pools. This diminutive creature acts as the Patriarch's eyes and ears, allowing its consciousness to accompany the Sanctus upon each deadly mission. So supported, the Sanctus employs its wiry strength and grotesquely jointed anatomy to full advantage. Scaling the most inaccessible vantage points, or squeezing into apparently impregnable bolt holes. Once in position, it is only a matter of time before the Sanctus delivers death to its prey, either by the slashing assault of its bio-dagger, or with a pinpoint round delivered from the whisper-silent sniper rifle. The Locus is a gene-bred bodyguard that conceals its powerful xeno-mutated form beneath heavy cowled robes. Inhumanly patient, these creatures stand at the shoulder of many a Magus or Nexus, still as statues, but unblinkingly aware of the slightest threat to their master. Should assassins strike, the Locus embodies the cult's riposte, exploding into a sudden whirlwind of motion with the speed of a striking Tyranid lictor. Robes part to reveal vestigial weapon limbs and a lashing tail with a chitinous barb. Yet it is the Locus's twin sabers that serve as its most fearsome weapon. One swings out, lightning fast, to parry the descending knife or whistling bolt shell of the killer. The other takes the attacker's head neatly from their shoulders. Only once the Locus's master is safe do the creature's blades return to their back scabbards. its robes settling back over the nightmare form that lurks beneath. It is common for a locust to accompany their gene sect's magus during diplomatic parleys with the great and the good of imperial society. Here they back their master's words with a sense of watchful menace, or simply fade into the background as required. Should negotiations prove troublesome, the locust will subtly twist the head of the neural trauma rod that it carries like a staff of office. This cruel device radiates a mental disruption field that can induce splitting migraines or terrifying hallucinations in those not inducted into the cult. In this way, the locust helps its master to bludgeon into compliance those who might otherwise refuse to see things the magus's way. Rampant infestation. Many imperial worlds have already fallen to Genestealer cults. While some of these were soon consumed by Tyranid splinter fleets, others have become the origin points of covert interplanetary infiltration, or even open military conquests. In this way, some cults take to the stars to spread the curse in their patriarch's name. It is an instinctive behavior of the Genestealer cults to start shipping broods of pure strains off-world as soon as they are established and secure enough to do so. Besides serving to seed the Genestealer curse on fresh prey worlds, this practice also ensures that should the parent cult be discovered and purged, its splinter cults will survive to continue its legacy. Equally, planets subject to suitable tithes may be able to pollute their neighbors, or even send the curse through warp space to entirely separate subsectors by exporting tainted foodstuffs, labor gangs, medical supplies, or redeployed garrison regiments. For those cult-conquered worlds with sufficient military and industrial infrastructure, there is also a more direct route to propagation. It is not unheard of for fortress worlds or forge worlds to be subsumed wholesale by a cult, which then, either by stealth or by force, secures sufficient void-capable ships to mobilize its armies en masse. Unified in purpose through their brood-mind connection, the faithful who survived the war to conquer the world immediately set about producing more war engines and weaponry to bear into battle. Leaders such as the Primus, the Nexos, and the Clamavis marshal the claws to ensure their readiness for frontline combat. What results may still be a ragtag force compared to the regimented ranks of the Astra Militarum. It might be transported by a mismatched flotilla of naval frigates, tramp traders, and pilgrim barges, and may well be good for no more than a single, somewhat amateurish planetary invasion before needing to either replenish its ranks or revert to planet-bound guerrilla activities. Nonetheless, such forces benefit from the twin advantages of alien single-mindedness and the element of surprise, rendering them entirely capable of interplanetary conquest. There are also those cults whose foundations are built upon void travel to begin with. Ordo Xenos archives are replete with stories of isolated pirate bands, beast smuggling cartels, or remote secessionist enclaves that have fallen to the Genestealer curse. The raids and blockade runs launched by such groups prove excellent vectors for the delivery of pure strain Genestealers. Indeed, more than one hardy Imperial settlement has seen an apparently failed attack by what they believed were desperate mutant bandits, only to fall ominously silent weeks or months later. Other void-faring cultists are more insidious still. Beneath a banner of legitimacy, they attach themselves to the personal flotillas of rogue traders, chartered pathfinders on the fringes of Imperial space, whose activities may be the only contact an outlying Imperial world has with the wider human race for many years. The Death Watch are actively pursuing more than one group of this kind, believing them to be infiltrated by the Genestealer curse. Recent years have even seen Genestealer cults stage uprisings from within the labyrinthian bowels of Imperial Navy warships. The security measures surrounding such craft are some of the tightest in any arm of the Imperial war machine, but they can still be bypassed by sufficiently cunning or fortunate broodkin. Mauled Navy squadrons, cut off from their usual ports by enemies or warp storm activities, may seek to repair and rearm at void stations or orbital docks where a cult presence exists. While docked in this way, pure strain Genestealers may slip aboard them, whether hidden inside specially machined hollow munitions or shipping containers destined for deep holds. Other hard-pressed warships may be press-gang entire hive slums or frontier colonies in their haste to replenish lost crew serfs, never realizing the poisoned bounty they are reaping. From such ill-fated endeavors spring violent uprisings that see cult masses boil up from a vessel's lower holds. Tainted naval armsmen turn their guns on their comrades, and the ship's bridge becomes a war zone as turncoat crew assail those still loyal to the Golden Throne. Despite all these efforts, many more spaceborne uprisings have failed at the first hurdle, or claimed a single vessel only to see it blasted to glowing wreckage by the dismayed crews of its sister ships. Yet the most tenacious, resourceful, and cunning cults have successfully captured Imperial warships, or even entire squadrons of them. Groups such as the Starcoil Cult, the Cult of the Shadowed Tendril, and the infamous Godworm Apostles have all taken possessions of fully fledged Imperial Navy assets, and have subsequently wrought havoc and misery through subsectors that should have been digging in and preparing for the headlong onslaught of the Tyranid hive fleets.